Welcome everyone. We're back today with our Comic Warriors podcast with Superman Up in the Sky and the review of Superman the movie. I know those of you that have not seen the movie yet, this will be spoiler heavy, and I'll let Wolvie lead into our intro here.
And we're not immediately jumping into spoilers either, so if you want to stick around for the comic and not stick around for the movie, perfectly fine.
I've already had a few people DMing me saying that they're like, "We'll do the comic part."
Yeah. But what is up, everybody? Welcome back. We are the Comic Warriors. I'm Wolvie. This is Crimson Fury, and I know a lot about comics. He's very new.
Yes.
And
I'll do the
every month or so now, we are we're doing a we're doing a new comic that will one of us hasn't read.
yeah. I don't think we've done anything so far that was it maybe just except the Last Ronin? That wasn't your first read either, was it?
No.
Okay.
But I know you have some ideas of stuff that I haven't even actually fully covered, so we'll get to those. But primarily, it's just been me giving you stuff to read.
Yeah, I mean, no, and that's the way we want the podcast to go. So I'm excited, and so yeah, I know if you want to kick it off there or talk about what we're gonna do next month. I know we have TBD on our channel, but I think we kind of know.
So next is gonna be Fantastic Four, I believe, right?
Yes. I know I'm not sure if we have the comics set yet, but we definitely are doing a tying into that movie as well.
Yeah. We're gonna be doing something Fantastic Four related because, again, the movie's coming out and we wanna.
Well, real quick, we gotta show. Well, not our merch. You have merch on. You have the Superman poster.
Yeah, I got this from the movie theater where I went to go see it. I went to one of the early Amazon screenings.
I have to say, I love this iteration of the symbol.
Oh yeah, it's a slight variation on one that, rather than the gold, it had like black on the background.
Yes.
And that's from the Kingdom Come comic. But
because when I went to see the movie, I saw it in the merch store, and I'm like, and it looked cool, but I was like, where's that from? Okay.
Yeah, but that's. The reason why that had black in the background was because it was an older Superman who had kind of lost faith in humanity at that point.
Right.
And it took a new quote-unquote hero coming in and starting to murder a bunch of people for him to come back and have to be the symbol of humanity and hope once again. But because of that, he wore the black logo. But this, it was probably just because it looked cool. They put it in here.
No, honestly, I think it's like a bit more modern than what you would expect.
Oh yeah,
I like it. Yeah.
Yeah, I really like it. It's kind of close to the My Adventures with Superman logo, which is for those who don't know, it's an animated series that came out like year and a half ago, 2 years.
Oh god, that's hella recent. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
And
that's very recent.
there's another thing that the movie has in common with that, but we'll get to that when we get to that.
Yes.
Also, first time a lot of you guys are seeing it. I am now. Well.
Look at him, 50 Shades of Wolvie. You can follow him on his channel there too. Actually, yeah. Just to check, because I know we don't have any chatters just yet. I just want to always make sure that this is working here, so I'm going to shout you out. Make sure that everything's connected. The bot is good. Streamlabs chat bot is open. All right, perfect.
Nice.
It just does it with my bot there, but that's fine. I thought until maybe we'll get something and rename it for the channel. Rename a different bot. But there's the shout out. But yes, definitely follow. We'll be there. Of course, I'm on Crimson Fury because your names are at the bottom. And if anything, Wolvie, if you would like, just so when people come in, if I could change the Wolvie underneath your blur there to the Wolverine 114 if you prefer. It represents your channel more. Thank you. You are mod, so that works.
For anyone watching afterwards, I shouted him out too.
Yes, and we also have our timer on, so that will come up to follow the channel, what we're doing. You can check our panels. We have our about down there. And so we'll be updating once we choose that Fantastic Four comic very soon, most likely even as soon as next week we'll talk about it. But yes, so do you want to dive right in?
Yeah. But first I have a story.
Oh, yes. No, please.
So part of the reason I haven't been streaming recently is because I was recently diagnosed as type 2 diabetic.
You didn't even oh, wow. Okay. I didn't even know that.
We talked about this.
Like, we did, but I think it was just, like, more, like, quickly. I mean, I know you were also trying to figure out for a long time about just what was going on. Because I think there were just so many things that you're like, it could be anything, and I think you just wanted to really know what was happening. So, does that really explain a lot of what's happening, though?
Some of it.
Yeah,
I'm not sure about all of it, but we'll see as things keep going.
Yeah, that's why I wasn't sure if I remember you telling me that, because I was like, it doesn't... I'm not sure if that ties into some of the symptoms that you have, though.
Not too sure yet. Still figuring stuff out.
Right.
But what it has done is made me cut out sugar for the past, like, month or so. Pretty heavily.
The sugar story, yes.
I don't have to cut it out entirely, but I did have to cut back quite a bit from what I was doing. So I went to see Superman, and I'm not going to talk about the movie yet. I'm just going to talk about my experience around it.
Okay.
So we're waiting in line to get popcorn because my mom loves I went with my mom, and she loves getting popcorn at movie theater. And so I was like, okay, cool. That makes sense. I got a drink with that, a soda, because I thought, I'm not having a ton of them. I might as well. Why not? Can be like a little cheat day.
Right.
So I go, and throughout the course of the movie, I drink the soda and have a bit of popcorn, and I also had some candy. And then we go to pick up dinner on the way back home. And with that, I kind of panic because I don't really know what fast food places have in terms of, like,
what's healthy,
not much sugar options.
Yeah.
So again, I get a soda, and I figure, it's one day out of like a month. I should be okay. And then when we get home, I have some fruit. And so as the night goes on, and I'm not tired at all,
oh no,
I'm starting to worry what's going on, and I'm just like scrolling Twitter for other people who saw the early screenings and like what they're thinking and stuff.
Right.
Because like I like to look at reviews and stuff.
Of course.
But it feels much more frantic this time. Like I'm on the verge of like an anxiety attack.
Oh, so it's like a sugar crash, maybe?
I was wondering what was going on. It was taking me a while to like because I'm just like constantly scrolling over these things and like almost in a panic, and I'm like, why am I reacting like that? Turns out, it was all the sugar. I was on a massive sugar rush.
It's so funny because, like, with the... Well, I mean, that part's not funny.
I was up for the entire night.
It's just... It's always so crazy because I do try to watch... So I've been on a weight loss journey since April as well, and it's just like... I mean, different, obviously, from what you're going through, but I've cut a lot of that sugar out. And... for anyone in chat and you're trying to do something like that, whether it's a Wolby situation or you're just trying to lose weight, whichever, like, don't cut it out completely. I think that's crazy when people go 0 sugar, 0 carb. Like, you're going to literally pass out. Your body needs sugars and carbs, but just regulate it. And even from fruit, I've actually had to pull back a bit, even though, like, it is healthy, but even the natural sugars are so sugar, and I don't even think about it because you can eat so much of it. And you're like, oh, this is good, and it's good for me. But not really. It depends on the fruit.
Yep.
And then I think, a lot of Coke You might disagree with me. I feel like I taste only a slight difference between Coke and Coke Zero, so a lot of times I just go for Coke Zero. But I know some people.
I taste a major difference.
Yeah, you see, like that's the thing is I know some people like find it disgusting. And then sugar-free candies, I just stayed away from candy because the sugar-free candies I've heard horror stories of like I don't know what they replace the sugar with, but whatever chemical they replace it with, people are like in the bathroom, like for hours. It's not good. I won't get TMI. But like,
Oh jeez.
like I read reviews online, and I'm like, I'm not doing sugar-free candy. But yeah, I could definitely see at the end there. I guess maybe you had, but what was the candy you had?
It was Lifesaver gummies.
Okay, I'm not sure if they're super high in sugar, but because I don't see gummies like high in sugar really. Like some of them,
they're like fruit gummy snacks.
yeah, like nothing crazy. It's not like you have one of those like Sour Patch Kids that are literally coated in sugar.
Right. Oh my god.
There's like sugar crystals on them.
Those things hurt my jaw.
Oh my god. And at my age now, like I'm calling myself old, I guess, but it's just that it just hurts my teeth. Like it's just like when I was younger, I would just binge it, but now, yeah, I literally cannot.
Yep. Yeah, it's yep.
I know. I remember you're like, I have to tell this story. Okay, that's actually. I'm sorry you went through that because you thought it was an anxiety attack, which is horrible.
I'm just like, why am I so invested in these reviews? Like all of the energy was just going straight into me, just like pouring over this thing.
Oh my god. I'll be so mad if I got that from fruit though. I think that would just piss me off. I'll be like, it's supposed to be healthy for me, what the fuck?
Yeah, no, the combination of the artificial plus the natural sugars was just... Oh my god. I felt like I was on adrenaline all night.
When did you actually fall asleep?
I think I ended up falling asleep like 6 or 7 a.m.
Oh shit. Okay, I thought you were gonna say 2 or 3. Oh my god, you literally broke night.
Oh, 2 or 3 is normal for me.
Yeah, that's what I would normally do too, but okay, so yeah. Damn, you saw the sun come up.
Yep.
Oh Jesus, man. I'm sorry that happened, but at least
And eventually it ended up crashing and I was out for that entire day.
you know what? It's always good to know. So I'm happy that you have at least a diagnosis for something. I know it's not everything, but
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
it's in the right direction, you know.
Yeah, I got some more appointments and testing and stuff that we gotta do.
Oh, of course.
We shall see, we shall see.
Yes. Sorry, I don't mind me. I love the smell of like new pages and books. I'm like sipping the pages. I love it. It's like Yu-Gi-Oh cards. When I open a new pack, it's like an obsession. It's addictive. But go ahead, please. I know we. Did you actually? I think you do it as well, but I think I told you I normally like to read the introduction letter. I think it's always good to see like from their point of view.
Yeah, introductions are always they're always a real. It's good to get an idea of what's going on here.
Yeah, you get it from the right. I mean, this is from coming from Tom King himself, getting his point of view. So I like to see that.
Mm-hmm.
And then when we get to the end, it's more like from Andy Kubert's point of view, which is nice to see as well from the illustrators, because I feel like you don't hear from them as often.
Yeah, I think mine only has the.
Oh, sorry, I'll put it up.
Mine only has Tom's.
Do we have the same one?
I have this version.
Oh, okay.
It's the deluxe edition.
Oh, excuse me.
I like getting deluxe. Hey, you had the one over me the first episode, and
oh, Mr. Miracle, yeah, that's true. Yeah. That's very true. But I think you had that in your back pocket. I don't think that was a new purchase for you. I think you had it already.
Yeah. I already had
yeah. Next time, like for the next one, we do the Fantastic Four one. I'll send you a screenshot. I'm like, is this the right one? Before I buy it, because like even when you go on Amazon, there's so many different variations.
Oh yeah, there's like paperbacks, hardbacks,
even different covers
deluxe,
here.
Yeah. Variants.
I'm also afraid that I'm gonna end up buying a single issue instead of the compendium. And I'm gonna be like, oh, this is cheap. Yes. You want me to jump into the intro, or do you want to start?
Yeah. I mean, you you said you had a lot to talk about with this comic, so I would love to
Oh,
hear your thoughts.
okay, cool. So yeah, so with the intro, before we even really get into it, it's just an introduction letter from Tom King. Most comics tend to do that from what I've read. I don't want to say most. Like, I've read 3 since we've been doing this, so I'm not going to say most. But, even some that I read when I was a kid, I think, unless they're singular issues, I don't think they tend to do it, but in these compendiums...
No.
Yeah, these compendiums tend to, do that where it's more all the issues combined. So...
I guess we should probably say why we're covering this book.
Yes, yeah. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
So this is the book that actually... For years and years, I found Superman to be a very boring character. Even, I liked him in the animated series and stuff. And I watched the movies when I was younger, but I never really, really got into the character. Until I picked this book up. And this is what kind of made me... It gave me that, oh, I get it now moment.
Yes.
And ever since then, he's been one of my favorites.
Oh, okay. I remember you saying that it made you like him, but I didn't know he's in your top.
Oh yeah.
Oh, okay.
Because after this, then I went back to all the other ones that I never had much interest in looking into.
Right.
And it was oh, okay. It just put it all into a brand new perspective for me.
Oh, sure.
And.
Okay.
Yeah, so this book means a lot to me. I've been looking for it for forever in comic shops, but I couldn't find it, so I had to get it on Amazon.
Yeah, I know. I think I've just mainly been doing Amazon just because I'm just lazy, but I should go to comic shops.
So what was your before we get into this? Before all of this? What was your experience with the character?
It was exactly the same thing, and that's why the introduction letter, I'm actually glad that I read it instead of just skipping right into it, because it really called out why me and you didn't like him before reading this comic. Tom King just calls out directly, and it's so funny. Yep. And I was like, oh, that's exactly what we thought. Same exact thing. Mm-hmm. And I liked him. He was there. I knew that, out of all the Justice League, and because I'm more of a Batman fan, I knew Batman really only truly liked him and Flash. Batman just never says it out loud, it's just Batman being Batman, and they'll have these little quips there, I think Flash and Superman are, just from what I've seen in the animated series, I don't want to say that for sure, I haven't read the comics enough to know, but from the Justice League series and Unlimited and things like that, they seem to be his closest friends there. And you see some of that interaction, but never anything too heartfelt, and of course how he feels about Wonder Woman and things like that, so this gave me a whole new perspective, not only on Superman himself, but really the interaction with Batman made me look at him differently as well. In a good way, both positive ways. So yeah, just before it was okay, he's there, I know he's a nice guy, but even when I do my games and everything, I just prefer dark and gritty. Even my RPGs, I'm not really into the happy-go-lucky stuff. And I like some of them, I can't say I don't like any of them, but it's just, I definitely just prefer a dark atmosphere. Dark fantasy, like Lord of the Rings, Game of Thrones, things like that. And it's just, Superman is the antithesis to that, basically, right? Complete opposite of anything that's dark. And he is hope, but I guess when you're growing up, you don't really see it. It's just okay, he's the good guy doing good things.
I believe it was Grant Morrison who said the difference between Superman and Batman is Superman is the light in the darkness, and Batman is the one in the dark with you, telling you it'll be okay.
And I love that. And I think when you read this, it's more... They show the comparisons and the contrast there, but also how they're like. So you get to see a bit of both sides. And even a comic that's... And the comic is kind of short, and it's mainly about Superman, you still get enough of Batman to see that interaction between them.
Yeah. And I love the dynamic in comics and in animated series of Batman and Superman being this brotherly camaraderie kind of relationship, because we don't really get it a whole lot. We've never gotten it in live action.
No. And that's why I think if you never read something like this, which thank you. I mean, just saying thank you to you personally, because to recommend something like this where even as good as the animated series is as well, a lot of it doesn't get touched upon. Live action, like you said, doesn't touch upon it at all. So this is like such a different take. And of course, we'll compare to this movie where I guess now they finally do touch upon it more. But
Oh yeah.
it's just I have a totally different take on this. Like, I want to go back and read all of them. Like, just like how you did when you first found up in this guy years ago. Like, I need to know more. Because this was so good.
I have a whole list, and
Oh
probably
my
some
god!
of them will cover.
Even if we don't do it on the podcast, I'll read it on my free time. Send me the list, because I just like this is just it's so good. Like, I would never have looked at him this way if it wasn't for this comic. And again, I know we'll compare to the movie, and even the movie, of course, goes a little into emotionally his inner conflicts, but I think the comic just goes even deeper than that, where you really truly feel his pain. I mean, like I told Wolvie, I think I cried like 3 times reading this comic. That again is probably half the size of when we did Mr. Miracle. It's not a long comic at all. And it's just like, it's crazy the emotions that I felt here. Like, I felt everything, Lord, the pain, the fear, the happiness. Like, again, Tom King just being the goat that he is, and the writing was so well done. I mean, again, I guess I don't have a lot of other writers to compare to yet until I read more, but you know, it's just like, wow.
I've kind of front loaded you with like some of his best work.
Yeah, because and we may have more because
and trust me, he's not always at this level.
Oh, okay. So there may be some other works, but yeah, and I think that ties in jumping into our introduction letter here, where, you know, I won't read the whole thing, but just some points of exactly where Wolvie came up with, of, you know, what we thought about him before. And I love the comparison to Batman, where it's like, you know, these stories don't normally do well unless they're dark and gritty and just this world that's oppressive. And Tom King literally calls it bullshit. He goes, no. He goes, this could be about hope and about this happiness and surviving, and it could still do well with a modern, you know, an older or modern audience. So, like, it's like him writing this is like this, like a love letter to himself of like, I'm not gonna always write it in this way. We can write about hope and survival. Because with Batman, again, as much as I love him, he's not wrong. It's just something where that world is very oppressive and how dark and rainy it is. I think even when they show Gotham City, it's purposely drawn that way. We saw it that way in The Last Throne. The Last Throne easily could have been compared to Gotham City, the way that was set.
Oh yeah, that whole book was very based on Dark Knight Rises.
Oh yeah, and we talked about that during the last month's podcast. That literally, like, that when we get to the Batman part in October or September, that we'll see some of those correlations. I think you even were saying that would be almost like word for word. Well, not word for word, but like a copy for copy, like
there are some 1-to-1 like absolute stuff between those two.
Yeah.
But since we're going into what is essentially going to be your first Batman comic,
right?
Dark Knight Rises is a lot of people's favorite, but it is not beginner friendly.
Oh yeah.
But a lot of people make the mistake of going, "Oh, read the Dark Knight Rises immediately," and it's like you're not gonna get the full scope of it if you haven't already got a couple titles under your belt.
Oh, okay. So I mean, whatever you feel is best, I definitely take your word for it there. So just to get me into it, but yeah, Tom King writes an introduction letter, you know, saying that Superman can be written in this way. Like, he's one of the few superheroes that doesn't have such a, like, his background is pretty dark when you think about it. I just think they never portray it that way. Yeah, his home, you know, his planet literally has been exploded, and it lost his parents, lost everything. He's the only Kryptonian, and it's just like, but the way that they
he's not the only one.
Right. There's more, but I guess the way that he feels that, like, there's no one out there like him until he meets others.
Yeah.
And that, you know, that they're all gone. So it's as dark as that background is. I guess the way that they portray Superman, whether it's in the Smallville series or in the animated series, even in, well, except in this comic where they finally do portray him more darker, you just still feel like he's this light and hope, and it doesn't feel as oppressive as like how we hear Batman's background and how they make that so dark when they just kill his parents. So, and of course the illustrator Andy Kubert here, who I googled him since, you know, I'm a noob, but so doing Flash.
I love his artwork.
Oh my god, I googled
some of the. So good.
I googled what he did and even some of the images, just so, you know, not cheating. We'll probably read some of those in the future, but I just want to see some other images from him. And yeah, the illustration is stunning in here. I will say specifically when we get to part 3 with the fight with Mido, I think that's one of my favorite parts in here. Not favorite parts, you know, I guess narrative wise, but really more like the illustration is very, very well done in that chapter. So yeah, Andy Kubert is on Flashpoint, Batman Detective, Captain America, X-Men Age of Apocalypse, just to name a few. There's more, I just didn't want to put a whole list here. But, and some of them looks like it's even gone back to 2000. I'm not sure how long he's been illustrating for.
Oh, it's been a long time.
Like a hot minute. Yeah. So then even at one point from Tom King where he goes like, Superman's like, easy writing, recording the good man as he makes the good decision. Because I think Tom King wanted, a lot of people were telling him that would be more difficult to write than doing the dark gritty. And he goes, no, he's like, it's actually very simple. That he's a good man doing good things, so it's not much to think about. It's actually easier to write than writing Batman. So,
and that's something that James Gunn kept saying throughout like the development of this, because so many people have been like, oh well, if you're gonna do Superman, you gotta get it darker, and you gotta go more gritty, and it's like
he doesn't have to. I mean,
no,
look how well
because he is the original archetype of like the hero that comes in to save the day. Like
even back in the 50s and 60s, that's how he was introduced. Like, it's a bird, it's a plane, it's Superman, and he's up in the sky.
Back to the 40s, like he was introduced in the middle of the war.
Oh, like, yes, which I love that they touch upon that. And it's like part 7 or 8 in this. So like with the him landing literally in the Great War, but yeah, that's why I love it's up in the sky. It just harks back to his original appearance and everyone pointing up in the sky and like seeing that Superman coming to save the day. So always representing that glimmer of hope. So now we go into part 1 here. Would you like me to continue there, or do you want to do part 1?
Yeah, go ahead. Go.
So in part 1, it just jumps right in for Batman calling for help. And when Superman comes, he tells him about a family that has been murdered. It's very gruesome. It's basically everyone around them. The mom, the dad, it's an orphanage. Or they were with foster parents. So I wasn't too clear on that. I know that they are orphans, but I believe they were in a foster home. And everyone had died except these 2 girls. One of them was kidnapped, which is I don't know if we want to call her the heroine. I guess she's literally the main reason for the story and what Superman is, what Up in the Sky is about. This girl, Alice, that gets kidnapped by the man in the spacesuit, which we don't know who that is. And then, a smaller, a blonde girl that's in the hospital. And Batman wants Superman to go and visit her while he tries to find out what's going on. Basically more or less to comfort her, find out what happened. And especially it's out of Batman's, if this guy took her up into the sky and into a different galaxy that's out of Batman's comfort zone. So, yeah, he can't go out of Earth like that. So I think that's why he needed Superman's help. And, the little girl tells him it's just about Alice having this little Superman toy and how much they believe in him, and that she was saying how it's her toy, but she let Alice play with it, and her explaining like from a child's point of view, which was heartbreaking just to hear how they came in and just murdered all of them, and how when you're a child you don't really know what's going on, and how they were wet and their dress was full of blood, and they just said red, they didn't say the word blood, but
yeah,
it was heartbreaking. It's like it's immediately in part 1 just going into a trauma moment basically of these people just being straight up murdered by this alien. They don't know who he is, and she remembers hiding and Alice being taken and her hearing her screams like that. And then the girl that, when Superman visits her, she was shot in the back, so I'm not sure if it was her spine, whichever, but it looks like she was shot in the back. So, most of
and she even mentions like that something took her up in
right,
the sky, and then that's when we get the title drop.
I know. I actually wrote that in my notes. I was like, oh, the title drop up in the sky. So she literally, because Superman goes, "Do you know where they took her?" And she literally points up, and she just says, "Up in the sky." And
because it's a play on the old like, look up in the sky, it's a bird, it's a
plane, it's Superman. Yes. And I love that.
Putting it in a kind of a darker tone.
No, I absolutely love it, and it's just something where what we see in part 1, and it's reiterated at least a few times throughout this series here, and even where there's a few parts that it's about just the inner conflict he has here, right? Because now he's going to go save her, but he's thinking to go find Alice. Do I do it or do I stay here? And that's almost like if you were to do a summary of Up in the Sky, to me, that's like the whole reason for the book. It's like this inner conflict within him. So they show him fighting what Superman does. He's like destroying a lot of the enemies. He's helping Green Lantern as he normally would do in the Justice League animated series. He's
Fighting a dinosaur.
Right, literally. Like that part I don't know because some prehistoric dimension maybe he got teleported. I don't know what enemy threw a T-Rex in there.
There's
well,
the Savage World is Marvel.
The Savage World, yes, but yeah, because that's X-Men, yeah.
There's like a Jurassic Planet. Both companies have basically the exact same thing.
Like mirror images. Well, I was gonna say too. It's also Marvel tends to stay on our planet. I think it's just possible because Green Lantern does go to other planets. Maybe it probably was an Earth. I don't know. Maybe it was an Earth.
There is there's a lot of time stuff that also happens. It's one way or another a dinosaur ended up here.
Yeah, there's a dinosaur here.
Batman's a big fan of dinosaurs.
Is he really? Or were you making a joke?
Yeah.
Okay. I was like, is he for real?
He has a robotic T-Rex in the Batcave.
No way! Oh, I never knew that about him. That's so cool.
It's usually because like he keeps souvenirs from like big battles and such.
Yeah.
But at one point, Green Lantern's like, because I think it's in Batman Universe. They both get sent to this dimension with a bunch of dinosaurs, and Batman's like, I like dinosaurs, and Green Lantern's like, you like dinosaurs? He's like, I have a giant one in the Batcave.
Oh yeah, and we can even show. Wait, now that we're not on a Discord anymore, and I have a full green screen now. They'll be to show stuff, and there goes the T-Rex randomly attacking. I mean, it looks like we're on Earth here, so I don't know where that came from. But he's helping Green Lantern, and he's talking to Lois. They show a bit of a part of him as Clark Kent, which I did skip over, but we could go through that real quick. Where he's with his chief there. And he wants to talk about the girl and what happened. Basically, the story Batman's telling him about. And he's like, it's just one little girl, and this is reiterated multiple times throughout this book. It's like, for this one girl, you're really going to leave your responsibilities. Like, why is she so important? So, and he even tells him when he tries to do the story, he goes, "No, are you insane? There's so many other stories like here in Metropolis. Like, why would you go to Gotham City?" So, it's just something where they're trying to find out where she went. It's they're using it's what they call a Zeta beam. I know some part of that from Justice League, but it basically could teleport you to other locations in other galaxies, even not even just within our universe. I think multiple universes.
Yeah.
And the person that took her used the Zeta beam, and they need to find out exactly what coordinate she's at, so you could go into that or not exactly where she is, but the galaxy that she's in, at least to pinpoint. And that's when he bumps into Green Lantern. You see Wonder Woman. Of course, he's talking to Batman multiple times, and at one point,
see him fighting a version of Atomic Skull that I really like.
Yeah. You see, some of these go over my head because there are some villains that I see pop up that I don't know. So, is that Atomic Skull there?
Yeah, the purple.
Right. Oh, okay. And then on the next page, who is that he's fighting?
That's Metallo.
Metallo. Okay. He looked familiar. That's why I was like, why do I recognize him? I do not know Atomic Skull, though. I need to know a bit more about him. But I do know Metallo.
That one, I think, is the second Atomic Skull, because the first one just looks like a military guy, but with
okay.
skull.
That's why he looks newer, because I was like, I don't recognize this guy.
This version is in the comic and animated movie. The comic's called "What's So Funny About True Justice in the American Way," and the movie is called Superman versus the Elite.
Oh.
But this version of him shows up in that.
And I will say before we even get to one of the heartbreaks here, literally just in part 1, where I'm already almost tearing up like 3 times in this comic. I love this heartfelt scene with his dad, and I think that's one of the best things, whether it's Smallville, whether it's the animated series, and even now me reading this comic. I don't think I've ever seen any superhero where they have such a connection with their parents like this, and his father always gives him really great advice, and the mother does as well, but I think Martha and John are just like, I think some of that hope was not just from him being born Kryptonian and that having that naturally instilled in him. They instilled that in him. That's part of his growing up. and he mentions that multiple times in the book too, like some funny little anecdotes where he's like, my father would not allow that. Like, I have to keep going. I have to save these people. So like, which I love. So seeing this with his dad here, where, again, this is more the first time where Superman's contemplating, do I even bother? The Green Lantern Corps is looking for her. Green Lantern told him that they are. I can't leave Earth. The woman that I love, Lois, all my responsibilities, and he's telling him, he goes, I suppose Green Lantern Corps will find them. But that's the thing, like, this little girl has hope just like you do, and she has hope that you're going to save her, and if you don't, she'll always be wondering what happened. So then I think that was enough to let Superman know I have to do this. I think he was just...
And I love a good characterized Pa Kent.
Oh my god, that was just a one-pager, it was just that, and it was so good. And even with here, the court, so... he goes, and with the whole Corps looking for her, they'll do more than I can do. They'll find her. And then, Pa Kent says, yeah, I suppose they will, unless they don't, that is. And then that little girl just won't be found. She'll end up, or she'll be up there all alone, hurt, and maybe scared, waiting and waiting. Hoping, little kids always got hope. That's the lesson you gave me, son. You had every problem, but you always had hope. She'll have it too, no matter how lost she is, she'll be thinking it's alright, someone will come and save me. So... seeing that, it's like, okay, like, Superman he knows he has to do this, and especially when we go to the next page where I was like, oh. Like, I mean, it was already part one starting with the trauma, him going back and forth, talking to Green Lantern, to Wonder Woman, and then having just that heartfelt moment with his dad, and Batman calls him and says that the little, not Alice, but she's been taken with the blonde girl in the hospital, and told him where Alice went. She passes away. So, and it kind of harks back, we skipped over it in the first page, but... I guess I should talk about it because Batman basically kind of says the same thing to him that he said to Batman. And this, as soon as part one opens, and Batman tells him the story of how they got murdered. She's alone. They took her sister. Superman just looks at him and he goes, "I'm sorry." So when it comes to this, or Batman calls him, it's the opposite of that. He tells him he passed away last night. She passed away last night in the hospital, and he goes, "I'm sorry" to him. So it's like you really feel that friendship there and the emotions between them.
Absolutely.
And that Batman truly cares. It's like, it's something... You just don't see that with Batman often, so it's just like... And he doesn't joke around. Batman's not... Sorry, go ahead.
oh no, you finish your thought.
No, I was just saying, Batman's not like a jokester like that, so that really... That hit me hard there. That got me emotional, because it's just like... It's just something like like, it makes you think of your own best friend that would tell you, like, some horrible news like that, and that they truly care. That something happened, something terrible happened in your life. So,
yeah,
he knew that would make Superman, like, even more motivated to actually find Alice. Like, he knew that was going to happen, and I think for Batman, he's had so much darkness happen, but I'm pretty sure that was a hard hit for him, too, which is why Superman said I'm sorry to him in the beginning. So, you kind of feel it from both ends.
Like, we hardly ever see that side of Batman because a lot of adaptations we don't get Batman in this more fantastical world of, like, being friends with other superheroes.
No, not at all. And
so basically a big chunk of his character gets kind of ripped out. Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Oh my god, Custard!
Compliment on the shirt.
Yes, Custard is actually... I haven't seen him in so long, but yeah, he's a viewer from one of my streams as well. Our horror streams. Custard, hello! Heard to see you, man. We're talking about Superman Up in the Sky, and also a spoiler movie review for the movie that just came out this weekend.
But we're not at the movie yet. So.
Yes, we're still talking about the comic.
If you want to avoid spoilers, you're still in the clear.
So I just want to show this here, just because I know that... Okay, I could get a little closer. I think that's where, like, that kind of broke my heart there, because you feel him being crushed. Like, he just, like, the pain in his eyes, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And again, it's just... That's why you need both. You can't just have good writing.
We already saw it. Awesome.
Oh, nice! Okay, cool. So you can stay for everything, because I just saw it yesterday as well. So you really see Superman being crushed there, which, again, you just don't see often. Superman always has a smile on his face. Sometimes even in Justice League Unlimited, he could be very stoic. If it's not a smile, he just has a straight face. But it's just, it's very rare you see him more or less, like, whether he's going to tear up or he's really that angry or really, like, crushed in the inside. So to see that actually got me to tear up a little bit, because you just don't expect it from him, and especially from Batman.
And you see it a lot more in the comics, because like, one of the best ways to do a Superman story is to, rather than just put him up against someone of an equal strength and just go from there, it's more like his biggest threats are more the human issues and emotions that he has to deal with.
Yeah.
That like he might not be able to solve with a punch. Like
Which, and I think that's a lot of times what happens, maybe where our, even like you said before we read Up in the Sky, where we were just so disconnected with him because that emotion wasn't there. And it's just like,
yeah.
with Batman, you feel it, even though Batman's probably the most stoic character of any superhero ever. Like, you just don't see any emotion on his face. It's just like, you know his past and what he's been through. And, you know, that, how much he's hurt. And, you know, they talk about it with the Joker and how much they're like and stuff like that. And it's just like, I think with Superman, it's like, you know, I guess it's also harder to feel for him because even though Batman and Superman have that different type of hope, like you said in the beginning, that him being light and dark and Batman being like, you know, the person in darkness saying it's okay. It's just that Superman did have those parents and he did grow up with that and he had somewhat of like what you would think of a typical human life growing up. And Batman just lost all of that. And it's not the same connection. I guess you don't feel that same heartbreak for Superman that you feel for Batman. So it's like it's just hard to connect with him until reading this. So yeah, that ends part one. This, for anyone who wants to pick this up, it's technically 11 parts, but which would sound long, but you will fly through this, especially
they are tiny parts.
I mean, I think there's one that's literally 2 pages. So it's so funny how I actually read this in 2 days. Like, it didn't take me long at all. I was home one night from work, and then by the next morning I finished it. And but it's also it's not even just the length of it. It just goes to show how well it's written because I couldn't get off of it. But again, that's why I want to really stress the illustration, because seeing that little just square of his face and how he looks crushed and angry, that got to me.
Yeah.
So technically that was, I don't know if that was even a prologue, because the next page says part 1, so that confused me. But and then part 1 is like 2 pages and then it says part 2. So
yeah.
yeah, so here, you know, he already knows the girl passed away. He's like, I'm gonna find Alice. And now we go into, or I'll go straight into part 2 here, because prologue / part 1 is like, the difference is literally 2 pages. And maybe you could explain here more, Wolvie, just because I don't know much of the background with some stuff with the Justice League. Who is he talking to that's helping him find the Zeta Beam?
He's talking to a Ranian scientist on the planet Ran.
Okay,
which is where the Zeta tubes originate, or the Zeta beams.
Right,
originate.
I remember he said he made them. Okay, so
yeah, and the guy in the hologram behind him is Adam Strange, who like, he's a human, but he gets beamed onto Ryan and he becomes a superhero there.
Okay. Oh, okay. So thank you for explaining that, because there were just definitely some background characters where I wasn't sure who a lot of them were. Of course, I know like some of the main ones. So here, just, you know, real quick before we get into part 2, I'll let Wolvie take over in part 2. But you know, he's going to the Ranian scientists where they originated the Zeta beams. The guy in the spacesuit that took Alice used that Zeta beam to go to teleport her to the galaxy that he took her to the prison. So he's trying to find her at this point, and he's like, sit me in the chair. I don't care. I need to find her. You know, you could use the machine to probe me and see where we could find this Zeta beam. And the Ranian scientist is sure, and he's like, it's mathematically certain that you're going to go mad and probably get permanently lost in this simulation, because it's a simulation that puts you through to try to find the location. I guess the best way is to say his coordinates to see where you need to go. And the simulation is a doozy, but it's something where, you know, again, it's all about. You just see it so many times through this book, and I think I wrote it like 4 or 5 times even in my outline here, of like hope, determination, and perseverance. Like, those 3 words just kept coming back to me, of how he even gets through it. And even the Ranian scientist, where you know, now we jump into part 2 where it shows the simulation that he's going through in this machine. So if you want to take that over, Wolvie.
Yeah, so basically it starts off with a pretty shocking image of a boy thinking that he can be like Superman and jumping off of the roof of his house.
Yeah.
And that it then cuts to like Clark and Lois on the Daily Planet, and there is an ongoing joke in the comics. I don't know what is going on, but it's because of your green screen.
Oh, what happened?
It's taking out all the green.
Oh, some of the color,
like blues.
Yeah.
So
you can show it on yours. Yeah, that's okay.
But yeah, like we see this scene of Clark and Lois at the Daily Planet.
Yes.
And there's this ongoing joke in the comics where Lois possibly has dyslexia because she cannot spell like at all, even though she's like a Pulitzer Prize winning journalist.
It's not here, but I think in one of the later parts where like he's in some dream state and her and the boss are arguing, and he's like, "Can you even spell classified?" Like, so it's funny. I kind of picked up on that, but I wasn't sure. So okay, you confirmed it. But,
yeah.
No, I think
then
go ahead.
Go ahead.
Please.
And then she lets him know that lets him know about the boy, and Superman goes to see him without actually seeing him because he just X-ray visions through the hospital.
Yeah, I kind of like that panel because at first it it made me laugh because like if you do a quick glance and getting to this page for the first time, it looks like someone's underwear like split open or something. You see like little dotted lines. Like I guess the X-ray vision looked weird.
Like where the rebar is.
Yeah, like the X-ray vision is so weird. That's why I was like, oh, he's using his X-ray vision. Okay, it took me a second, but yeah, it's just I love the prayer on this page as well. I think it really made Superman think like, damn, this is my fault, and he blaming himself for the boy jumping off.
And then you start hearing more details about the kid and like how his favorite was Superman, while also Superman's fighting like Doomsday.
Yeah.
And then
having a casual conversation with Diana,
Casual conversation while she's fighting a giant monster that kind of looks like a monster version of Magog.
I know, it made me think of like something. I keep comparing to Marvel. That's just because I know more Marvel, but like something along the lines of like not Mephisto. Oh no, I was actually thinking of a DC character, Raven's father. Trigon. There we go. Yeah. Except Trigon doesn't have like goat antlers like that, but the face. Yeah. I'm telling you, these animations.
There's a villain that's a human that has armor very similar to that with the antlers and everything.
Oh, cool.
But I don't think that's him.
No, I think some of these are literally just random. Well, except Doomsday. We all know Doomsday.
Oh, yeah.
And yeah, and like, what we were saying, I think he's just getting into his own head at this point. It's like, he looked up to me, he wants to be me, and it's like, it's something where I feel like it's my fault that he even jumped.
And it's like, it's kind of driving him. It's the simulation basically trying to break him down and be like trying to drive him crazy, like the scientist had said, but also to try to break his will, which is one of the strongest things about him.
That he just never gives up, yeah. I mean, even here, I like even the conversation with Diana. Again, this is all simulation, so none of this is really happening. It's all in his head, but he's already in that negative state of like, if this happens again, how could I not do something? Like, it could happen to another little kid. And even to be fair, I mean, like, it's just... I hate something negative, but it's just like, even they say, like, violence in video games, right? Like, when... For many years, I remember growing up in the 90s, early 2000s, and, like, how they blamed violence on everything. And, like, when I was 8 years old, I was ripping people's spines out of their back. Like, I played Mortal Kombat. Like, I didn't do that to anyone in real life. I'm not a murderer. And it's, like, it's something like this, like, I kind of laughed because it's a simulation. It didn't really happen, but I'm like, this kid is stupid. Like, you jumped off a roof. Like, you weren't gonna fly like him. Like, teach your kids better. But anyway, and I just thought it was. I almost like I feel bad for laughing at it. That makes me sound like a horrible person. But I was like, dude, like, what did you think was gonna happen? But yeah, again, simulation is breaking him.
And then we see a moment in the Fortress of Solitude where he's talking with the like AI ghost of his father.
Yeah, that's what I took it as too. It was so weird, but and then again, it really like kind of cements this simulation because they wouldn't talk to him like that. But you know, that's just how
some
it feels.
versions do. But,
oh, okay.
Like, it really depends. See, the thing about Superman's Kryptonian parents, and we will definitely get into it as we get into the movie. There is hardly any character to them. So they've been interpreted every single way that you can possibly do it.
Yeah.
It's like the Waynes. Like,
same thing, yeah.
You can play with them a lot, and as long as you keep the core of like Superman or Batman, like as long as you keep the core character there, and that doesn't like impacted in a way of like going off the rails, you can basically do whatever you want with the characters.
Yeah. Because they get rid of them so early on for both Superman and Batman. So.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. So it's like. Yeah.
No.
So here he's like, he's almost talking down to him. Like,
oh no! Like,
would you
literally.
even listen?
Yeah.
Like, and I mean, like, you can see Superman's like growing a beard and is like freaking out and has crazy eyes, and then he repeats what the scientist said of like, it's mathematically certain you will go mad and you will die.
Yeah, when I saw that too, I was like, oof, they're really breaking him here. And again, just the illustrations. I mean, God, I gotta see more of his work because I can't get enough of the illustrator here.
We'll probably cover Flashpoint at some point.
Yeah, and again, just like I showed the little square before, it's not even the whole panel. It's just one little square showing Superman's madness. Do you want to show that real quick? Because I love that little panel in the bottom right corner. You can see the madness in his eyes that it's actually getting to him. Yeah, right there. That is like, with the eyes like almost bulging out like a psychosis. That was so well done. I was like, damn. But I do also love if you help them, they die. If you don't help them, they die. And I think it's just... That's what every hero goes through. It's not just Superman. It's like sometimes you feel it's a double-edged sword. Like, no matter what I do, something's going to happen. But it's also not a reason to give up.
And Superman cares so much about every life that is, like, potentially in any crossfire that it gets to a breaking point.
Yeah, because it's like
he can only do so much.
Yeah, you literally cannot save everyone. You're one person.
And so then the next shot of it flips to him talking with this little girl, who then reveals herself to be or no, she doesn't. I had read that wrong. But he's talking with this little girl on a roof, and she's asking if he's going to jump.
Just like the boy.
And then we get the repetition of the "I can't," which is in there's a few different phrases that will like repeat a lot throughout the book. Yeah. And then so it cuts to him talking with her, feeding pigeons, and she's telling the story. About a space museum, and basically talking about his Superman's origin, which is apparently at the museum.
Whatever museum she was taken to, yeah.
And then slowly he's becoming Superman again, and then she
But,
reveals that
yeah.
it's Alice.
Yep, he was talking to her the whole time, and I was like,
And
oh. And even in the simulation, so finding her, it's like that has to be her. She basically literally told him where she is, which is crazy. Like, because the scientist is like, you're definitely not going to survive. You're going to go mad. There's no way. And even in the simulation where that's not the real Alice he's talking to, he somehow through sheer willpower she manifested, and he was able to find her. Like, it's insane. Like, it blew my mind, honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's a theme of this book, a lot of like Superman just overcoming the impossible and pushing the limits of what is possible.
Even
just
that
because
what
he's Superman.
What he thinks is possible, he doesn't even believe it sometimes, like, so
he's going in like, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do this, but then he ends up doing it because
he's Superman.
Because he's got that will.
Yeah. And they say it multiple times. I like how they just like literally say it like that, like no explanation, it's no definition needed. It's just because he's Superman, and they say it multiple times. And and then, yeah, I have a little story with Alice here too. Just being thrown into a whole new universe, needs her and everything, but it's not even just for that baby, which she was talking about Superman, but for everyone that's born into this world. We're thrown into a world that we just have to learn and survive.
Yeah.
And then he finally asked her name, like, well, we said that it's Alice there. And then the writing scientist is like freaking out because he actually got through it. So he's like, "How did you find it?" Yeah, he's like, "What the fuck?" So again, and I'm glad we'll be warned in the beginning, but I will say, reading now that I finished it, I wasn't as confused as I thought I would be. It was kind of easy. I think you just have to read the first few pages into a new part and then be like, oh, okay, that's what happened. I guess they just skip around, right? Because they don't show him moving from point to point. They didn't show him taking the Zeta beam. It's like, he's here fighting Mido.
At one point, he takes a portal into the past.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That too. So it's just like there's so many different galaxies shown. It
goes all over the place.
Right. But it's so funny because then finishing it somehow didn't feel like I was confused or I lost the plot point. Like, even though it was jumping, I didn't feel that way.
Well, once you get to the end of it, it all clicks.
Right. And then it's like, okay, it wasn't like, I guess in your head you think it's all over the place, but I mean, we're now going into part 3. This is one of my favorite parts. I actually love this whole fight with Mido. I just think
it just can be summed up as Superman has a boxing match.
Yeah, literally. I mean, does it look good on my green? Okay, it doesn't look bad on my green screen because I guess it's a lot more red here. But yeah, I love that just for even the cover of an issue. Like, I would put that as my PC desktop background. I think that's so fucking cool. It's like just an intro to this match. And like, even imagining it, anyone watching wrestling or boxing growing up, and like the intro, hearing the announcer, and just a quick overview of this chapter here, where because it seems a little confusing when you read it, like, well, all of a sudden he's in a boxing match. So it's just like, they introduce Mido, and Mido basically is sent to stop him from finding Alice. I'm not sure, from what he says, I believe he's like a mercenary for hire. And the reason that he put him into this ring is because, of course, he would not be able to beat Superman with full power, so there's a lot of limitations here where he cannot fly, he can only use his super strength, which they're both allowed to use, and they have to stay on the ground. So, he can't use his lasers, ice breath, anything.
Yep.
And what I wrote down in my outline here, which is true, and again, this has been going on since we started in part 1, is just Mido almost being like an actual representation of his will to survive. It's like, can you fight through this? Can you do it? And of course, Mido's beating him down. And this is no longer a simulation. This is a real thing, right? It is, right? I was like, okay. Because I think jumping from the simulation part to this, I almost got confused for a second. I was like, is this actually happening?
Yeah, because he broke out of the simulation at the end of the last part.
And he already had broken out. Okay.
I think at the end of this, they reveal that like he's doing this because if he wins, he gets information on where to go next.
Yes, and that's where, his boxing coach, this slug alien thing, is telling him, he's like, you can't give up. You have to beat Mido because, and he uses the word might because who knows. He's like, he might tell you, more information on where to go next, who hired him, and more importantly, where's the girl. So, for a lot of this smash, we could show, I will say out of everything in this book, as well illustrated as it is, this third chapter, I really felt the impact on each hit. Like this, I think Andy Kubert really went over the edge here. This illustration is stunning. Like, I loved every
Yeah.
single panel in this part 3, and just really, like, feeling Superman. Like, I was like, damn, get up! Like, I was, like, rooting for him because the Mito really beats his ass here. Like, it's really bad the way he's getting beaten down. Not only physically, but also verbally. Like, Mito really gets into his head of, like, you can't do this. Like, eventually you're going to give out. You don't have this infinite power to go on. You're going to get tired. And again, those are just fine.
Constantly talking about, like, how everyone has limits.
Yeah, that he just literally physically and verbally beating that into him.
Just the physical embodiment of pushing past his limits.
Yeah, and it's just, once they get more to the end of the round, this goes on for like almost 11 rounds. They have a long fight here.
The whole thing is 12 rounds.
Yeah, 12 rounds, and then it's not even to almost round 11 where he finally starts more or less fighting back. And then he tells Mito, he's like, because Mito's like, how could this be? You should have already fallen. You should have already given up. You should be out of strength. And he's like, I know you. You have limits. And then Superman's like, you don't know me at all. And he's like, and before he could even, because at this point, I think one of the illustrations where you see Mito on the first page, they look fine. But as in typical boxing matches, again, illustrator, like, round of applause for Andy, because, like, this is, as the fight going on, literally seeing Mito's eye almost hanging out of his socket there. Where Mito's like, it's so funny because just a few panels before, Mito's like, just throw in the towel, just let the count go to 10, save yourself the pain. And then we get to round 12 where now it's the opposite, where he's like, I'm done. I'm gonna save myself the pain here and just let him win, because Superman probably would have almost killed him.
He's like, he's not going down, and eventually I will, so I'm skipping it.
Yeah, he's like, I'm done. Just start the count. So that was the end of that. But it's just something that was very quick, but the panels were so well done. I mean, if I don't know if you want to show the panel around 11 here. I'm not sure how good it looks in my book, but just really that panel right there where that straight punch shows his eye popping out. Yeah, look at that. Jesus Christ. Like, just so well done on that. With the blood flying out, him losing a tooth. Like, I mean, there's so many good panels in this part 3, but I love that panel specifically.
Yeah.
And then we go into part 4, which, another tearjerker moment. I was like, why is this book trying to make me cry like 3 or 4 times? So, if you want to go into part 4.
Yeah, basically, they find Superman after all of this, and he is busted up, but he's healed a bit. And these aliens find him, and basically they can heal him, but it takes a bit of their life force every time that they try to do it.
Yep.
And either Superman's going to die, or one of them will. And this healer going into, like, Superman to heal him starts to see his memories and starts to have kind of a breakdown of, like, everything that he's been through.
You literally see him, like, one of the panels shows him holding his head, like, almost going insane from it, because it's something where I like that they harken back to that too, where a lot of aliens just don't understand human emotion in general, and he has a lot of it, even though Superman's an alien himself. And it's something where he's like, this hope that he has, like, it's almost overwhelming him. And the aliens, I guess the head alien or whoever it is that is on the ship, they're telling him, they're like, don't keep healing him. They're like, we don't know him, it's not worth you dying over it, we're not going to allow you to keep doing it, just leave him as is. But then, it keeps going with a lot of the hope, and
he keeps being extremely conflicted about, like, this is such a, like, Superman is such a force for good, but he, like, obviously doesn't want to sacrifice himself.
Right.
And it's showing shots of, like, Superman saving the world from a warhead, Superman fighting Mongol, saving Lois, just, like, all of these different things. And eventually it inspires this alien who has a family of his own to sacrifice himself for Superman.
Yeah.
And
And even
it's
yeah.
such a heartbreaking moment of like Superman getting up and going to the family. And it's like, your father wanted you to know all can be lost, but none are alone.
Yeah, and again, it's just like that one panel showing where he's hugging his family and crying because he's like, I know I have to do it. Like, and even Ling has been with his wife and she's not understanding. She's like, what is going? Like, why are you doing this for this one person? And he's like, and I like seeing this too because again, just growing up as a kid, knowing Superman, what I generally know about him, it's all about Earth. But then you don't really think about other galaxies, and he's like, it's not just the humans he's saving. I mean, we're probably here because of him. He's saved billions in even other galaxies, and that he needs to be around. And I think she finally accepts it, and he hugs his kids. And I'm glad he went back to them, but he knew what he had to do. Which was, and even that last thing before he hugs the family, where I guess before he dies, after he fully heals him, he says, "Look up in the sky," and he gets revived.
Yeah.
So yeah. And then ending that part right before it's part 5, which I'll discuss. Lex Luthor just goes Lois Lane, just randomly. just shoots her in the head, no big deal. Just to end, if you weren't already crying from the alien sacrificing himself. So like, this was out of nowhere. I was like, whoa, what's happening? And then we get into part 5.
It turns out it's just Superman waiting in line at the DMV.
I'm so glad you said that. I literally put it in my notes. I was like, okay, the DMV from hell, because this whole part is so irritating to read. Just to like, the way what the woman at the counter reminds me of like with Monsters Inc. with Mike Wazowski when she's saying his name.
Oh my god!
Like
it's like the whole process is so slow, and
right.
they can't. And he keeps going through it over and over again, and there's thousands of them there, like.
Right, or like the sloth in Zootopia.
He's at this intergalactic DMV to get he's trying to call Lois to make sure she's okay.
Right. And I guess they have like
the entire time he's just imagining all of the ways that she could be horrifically dying while he's stuck in this line.
I will say. So one of those ways, just like with the kid jumping off, where I was like, that kid is stupid, but it was also a simulation. And again, like, I love that the stupid funny moments in this comic are not real moments, because I would have been like, that character is so dumb, but at least it's all like dream stuff.
Yeah.
The funniest thing where I literally laughed, which is messed up because it's one of her deaths, is when she's turning the Jack in the Box, and I'm like,
oh yeah.
Like in these universes, when it comes to like Lois or I'm trying to think of like other ones that date the superheroes, but like it's like, come on, you should know better. Like, you're dating a superhero, like you're the prime target for most of these villains. Like, I was like, why would Lois be dumb enough to get a random package in the mail that I guess she thought was from Clark, and you start spinning the Jack? I knew that Jack in the Box was gonna kill her. Like, I knew before I even saw the panel. I'm like, come on, girl, like you've been doing this long enough to not trust anything. But they even did the little song, which is so funny. And instead of pop goes the weasel, it says boom goes the weasel. She just gets popped.
I'm pretty sure that's this universe's version of Toyman too.
Yeah, oh my god, Toyman, yes. Yeah. So I mean, part 5 is literally called 1,000 Deaths of Lois Lane.
I love the line right before this.
Let me see.
Where the guy's like, so how'd that go? And Superman's like, 1 more hour, I swear. Ma, pa, truth, justice, the American way. I don't care. I'm going to go out that door, take this whole damn planet, and throw it into the blackest hole.
We know that feeling too, because we've all been at the DMV. He's
oh my
done.
God.
He's like, I'm so fucking over this.
He says, come on.
And the whole time he's talking to this alien sitting next to him that's just goading him, which the alien finds it so funny. And he goes like, keep saying she should answer, she should have answered. And then literally this whole page here, which is like, what is it, like 9 panels in a row of different ways that she's dying.
The full 9-panel grid, and each one is a different like graphic.
Yes,
death.
yes. Oh my! This whole chapter had me laughing. I was just dying.
There's Zod. There's some giant metal monster, sharks.
Her just suffocating in space. I think the funniest thing too is because I guess you don't really think about it in superhero comics like natural causes of death because it's something where you're like, okay, a villain's gonna kill them. So like I think the shark thing had me laughing the most because it's like out of all the ways for Lois Lane to go out, it's just gonna be some random shark. It's not even gonna be like a villain. But yeah, and part 5 is literally called 1,000 Deaths to Lois Lane. It's so funny how it goes into all of that. And yes,
eventually he finally gets a hold of her.
Yep.
And it's just, and she's just doing her normal stuff. Right.
The conversation's not even much about him. It's like journalism stuff. She's screaming. She's like, I have to run to a robbery, and he hesitates because she says it first, and he's like, I miss you too. And again, it's like every panel really ends with this like heartfelt moment. So you see the love between him and Lois, even just being literally galaxies away.
Yeah, I love the two of them.
So now you could probably explain this a little bit more for me, where maybe I have a question for you, where in part 6, when we go just a little farther, which I love this really shows that, like, comparing it to a war and how I guess for him and the sergeant, they're not so different. They're both trying to save the world, right? Like, maybe not in a world's way, but how he, that truth, justice, American dream that he just mentioned in the previous chapter, how it's brought up again here, and how it's like you never give up, you don't look back. We have to keep going, even though literally having grenades, and I even put a little joke about the return to sender because I think that's like a perk in Call of Duty, like literally throwing the grenades back, and the literal mortars that are raining down on them, like not just bullets, and that when Superman lands here, because I'm not sure after the DMV thing. I think this is one of the transitions in the book where even after finishing it, I'm not sure of the transition because I don't know if after the DMV.
So I'm pretty sure he went through a portal that sent him through time, and he ended up on Earth during World War II.
Right, because I was like, this should have happened already. This is the past. It seems like 1942 type of thing. And also, when he goes through portals, do they just like slam him into the ground because he seems to be knocked out and does not remember who he is? So I was very confused in this transition. Yeah, I was like, they just go bam and just throw him somewhere because like I was very confused.
Apparently.
Yeah, this one did because I was very confused in this transition. But the sergeant's like, do we just leave him? What do we do? And he's like, we don't leave anyone. When he wakes up, we'll give him the choice. But right now,
this is Sergeant Rock, who is a comic character. He has his own comics.
Okay, see, I didn't know that.
He actually has a movie in production. I cannot pronounce the director's name to save my life, but he has written a script, and it has been greenlit by Gunn. It's the guy who wrote and directed the movie Queer with Daniel Craig.
Yeah.
Which
I gotta see.
he and Daniel Craig are signed on. Like Craig was, I don't know if he still is, because it's currently like, they're like, okay, we're going to make this. We're just going to put it later in the schedule. So depending on how schedules line up, there is gonna be like who's gonna be involved.
Right.
But as of when they announced it, it was going to be that director and Daniel Craig playing Sergeant Rock.
That would have been cool. Okay.
So that's still there. It's just kind of like on the back burner at the moment.
I know, because I will say, like, just on a quick overview, because I didn't know that he was an actual character. I kind of thought that he might be just because of how much detail the illustrator put into him instead of him being just more background. Of course, I immediately just a quick glance saw Punisher. It's kind of same build, that same face.
Very similar.
Right. The attitude is not that far either. So
he's just a bit more military themed.
Yeah. So, I do love all that here of them taking him with them, and he literally just calls him Kansas because that's all he says when he asks him who he is. That's what he's calling him. And then,
because Superman can't remember anything.
Right.
So he's just like, I'm from Kansas.
And then I think when he finally starts remembering is when a mortar lands right next to them, and the sergeant's like, we're done. Like he's like I'm gonna try to help him, but there's no way we're surviving this. And when he actually covers him. He ends up covering the sergeant instead of the other way around. The sergeant's like, I'm alive? And how is he alive? And it's not until the return to sender moment, which I love, which is why they always tell you in any type of game, if you're actually in the military, whatever, if you don't do that heroic shit. I know it works in video games, but do not grab a grenade and throw it back,
because you don't know how long it's been cooked already.
Yeah, you don't know. So Superman found out the hard way. So cutting to the panel where it explodes in his hand, he tried to throw it back, and for whatever reason, I guess from one explosion to the other, that woke him up and he remembered he was Superman. So, because
I love that, just like from the explosion and then all the bullets just shredding away the uniform to have the Superman costume underneath.
Right.
I love that moment.
So good, and
they even put it on the back of the book here. With
oh yeah, I have that too. Yeah, no, yeah. That moment was just, again, the illustrator. I can't talk enough about him. Yeah, so with him breaking through that, and even with the sergeant seeing with his own eyes, he's still almost in disbelief. He's like, "Whoa, what the hell?" So you have literally the Man of Steel, quite literally. But then before we get into part 7, it's just really this end part where, he's thanking him, and thank you for all that you do. And, but he's like, that's all I ever do. He goes, there's really no need to thank me. It's just through another day and up another hill. Just keep going. And Superman's, that's what I'm thanking you for. It's exactly that. Thank you for saving the world. Instead of, the other way around, where these people are needed, and it isn't just, always the heroes. You even have, it's everyone that is hope, right? It's not just them. So... Mm-hmm. And I guess just a little joke here where I wrote in my outline, because they call themselves the Easy Company, so it made me just think of GGEs, because it's just it was so funny that they literally call themselves that, and in this great war, which I guess we all assume is World War II. I'm assuming that's what it is too.
Yeah, the weaponry is consistent with World War II.
Right, but yeah, and then I just love that every part, even though it's technically jumping around, is so you have this part on the alien planet that's so somber, and he sacrifices himself for Superman, jumping straight into a war. And now in part 7 we get into the race with the Flash, which that's probably one of everyone's favorite Justice League episodes, even in the animated series. So to see it here, I think it was a good callback to that, because I watched the entire animated series. So
yeah,
I do love even the narration so this whole chapter is actually because Superman and Flash are doing the race themselves. It's not from their point of view. Or it shows it from their point of view, illustration-wise, but it's not them talking. So the whole time,
and you're picking up on clues from the narrator that they're not exactly adults.
Right. Because as it went on, I'm like, because at first I thought
childish wording.
Right. At first I thought it was an announcer on the first page. I'm like, okay, it could be the person announcing, doing the announcements while everyone's watching, because everyone all over the globe, I like how it mentions how the world has stopped except for Superman and Flash. Everyone is watching this race. And but then when it comes to how the narrator themselves saying, I had a hard time even trying to catch it, just because the home that they were in at the time is very bad for them. So I'm like, okay, this is most likely a child, the foster parents not treating them well, and it was a very bad situation, the pain that they were going through. So I'm like, okay, now that leads you more into a kid. And basically in this chapter, just to summarize it quickly with Lex Luthor, he's basically saying, I'm going to donate up to $1 billion in charity. I'll match dollar for dollar if Superman wins. But he knows that Flash is going to lose, and he's not going to give up that. That Superman's going to lose, and that he's not going to give up that money. Flash should win. And the narrator mentions that, Lex Luthor said that out loud, forgetting that Superman has super hearing, and he heard that, so he knows about it. But does he tell Flash? No, because that's something where, one, Superman, that's just not his personality. This is an actual race, and even if he told Flash, knowing Flash, he's gonna be like, I'm not letting you in, and you're not gonna let me win. We're gonna do this for real.
Also, there's a bit of there's a bit of information that isn't listed in this book, but was actually mentioned in the Injustice comics, which they have a lot of issues. But one of the things that was really one of the scenes that sticks with me that was actually really good was when Superman's chasing down the Flash, and Superman's like, "I'm just as fast as you, Barry. Like, you need to stop." And Barry looks back and says, "Those were for charity, Clark," and blasts off much faster than
So the and what medium was that? I'm sorry, like how?
That was in the Injustice comic.
Oh, okay. So that's funny because I didn't read that comic. I only know from the Injustice games, but in Smallville, I know some people are fans, some people are not a fan of that show. I loved it, and that exact moment is in there. So it's so funny you said that because I was just about to say that myself. Like we were reading each other's minds because that's why I'm surprised at the end of this. So we're getting to the end of this part anyway. Superman does win.
Oh, but before we get to the end of it, though, I do want to say Lex Luthor is a petty bitch.
Oh, 100%. I mean, this whole thing is him being just. It's like sometimes I'm not even sure if it's real hate. I just think he's like one of those like assholes that he's just being an ass to be an ass. Like it's not.
It's very real hate.
Yeah, but but some of it
because in his mind he's like if Superman loses this, it's going to break him.
Oh yeah, no, it's just this is out of pure embarrassment. Like he just wants him to embarrass him.
Like the more petty and petulant Lex Luthor is, the more I love it.
I know because it fits him so well. Like because
he's such a pathetic asshole.
I mean, even at the end when we get to that last chapter when Alice is asking all the questions, it's just so funny when she gets to Lex Luthor part. We'll touch on that. That question with Lex Luthor had me dying. I think that whole final chapter had me dying. All her questions were golden. It was so fucking funny. But yeah, it reminded me to that part in Smallville where again, Clark is very young in Smallville. So the Flash version that they show there, I forgot the actor that played him. He's also very young. They're supposed to be like teenagers or whatever. They have the race in that show.
Was it Barry in Smallville?
Yeah, and it was Barry as well. But I will say that
okay, because he looked like Wally. But
I could look that up. But I do know that in the Smallville episode, it was
because I know when that aired, Barry had been dead since the 90s.
Oh, okay, so maybe it was Wally.
Wally was like the main Flash for a long time.
And he was very, very young there because I remember like a young blonde haired kid. And the same thing when they had the race where they're just because Flash is a jokester. So Flash is all fun. Superman likes to have fun too, but he is probably the least serious out of everyone in the Justice League. Maybe only a little less serious than Green Lantern because Green Lantern fucks around a lot too. But it's just like with Flash, even in Smallville where you don't expect it, they're running together. And then at one point, he goes, "Okay, I gotta go." Like the episode, this is literally the end of the episode. It's over. They did the race, and boom, and just like runs past him. And so that's why, like, I will say I'm a little surprised that in this part he wins anyway. I guess they want to show that determination, but he should not have. Because that's why with Lex Luthor, I was like, Lex Luthor is right. Flash is going to win. Because
the reason I bring up the scene from Injustice is because Barry insinuates that he's going easy in the charity races. And
this is a charity race here.
Yeah.
Right.
So he's not going full speed. He's not blasting off. He's lowering himself to make it an even fight.
I mean, Superman's fast in our human understanding of fast, but it's not. It's not breaking Flashpoint fast. It's not that.
Flash can run so fast to break time, like.
Right. But I could see the point of the race because if you go back to the original '90s movies where where to revive Lois, he literally spun the Earth backwards. So he goes fast enough. I'll say that much.
Yeah.
To turn back time, but it's So I could see people why they might think he might win.
That was a weird scene.
Yeah. I know that's something else that we could say. We could talk a lot about the '90s movies. That could be a whole podcast within itself. But yeah, so he ends up winning, but again, it's just really that determination. And we find out at the end the narrator is Alice. So it's something where, how she feels being in the orphanage, but what she thinks of him when she was holding the Superman toy, how he, that when people say things to be exaggerative with Superman, it's not exaggerative. That is true to who he is. He is as strong as a locomotive. he's not, he's the exception to a contradiction because he is the contradiction. Like, he shouldn't be able to leap these buildings in a single bound and everything, that we know from the early Superman cartoons back in the day. But he can.
Yeah.
So again, him pushing through it, he beats him by a narrow margin. But of course, as we know, I'm sure he probably just let him. But it's just something where, again, Luthor just wants to do it literally just to embarrass him. And, I think Alice makes the comment of, like, that she just had to see the look on Luthor's face because he was freaking out, I'm sure. Especially losing that much money. He's like, "Dad!" So, like, they don't show it, but, like, I wish they would have shown a panel of that because that would have been so funny.
I love whenever, like, because Lex is always has that, like, air of being calm and collected.
Yeah.
Until Superman absolutely ruins whatever the hell he's planning, and he just loses it.
Freaks. I think the movie did a good job of that too.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah, that.
We'll get there.
Yeah, we'll get there, but his actor did a good job on that too. Yeah, so then, unfortunately they don't show Lex Luthor's face. I wish I would have seen that because that would have been funny as hell. Especially he was just being petty. But I think the next part is probably one of, besides part 3, because I love the fight with Mido and the illustration. I think part 8 really gets, even though each chapter we're going into it where he went through, to try to find her in the Zeta Beam, went through that simulation, the fight with Mido, even, going back to it with his race with Flash. Now it's like just more direct. And now it's not even insinuating. Part 8 is a direct inner battle of himself and what's going on in his mind between Superman and Clark Kent. So now we're seeing that here.
And primarily like the Kryptonian side and the human side.
Right. Where his side, because again, which I like that it touches upon it here. We can wait till we talk about the movie because maybe I shouldn't bring it up now. But it's something where they mention here that kind of makes me think of when I saw the movie yesterday. Just really like that. He's so much above these humans and so much stronger, and that it's just something where I don't have to care about this one little girl. And this is something that's been going on since part 1. I guess now it's just finally it's coming to a head. Like literally a moment of overthinking, where the Kryptonian side is like you have so many people to save on Earth, which. Again, I think as a reader,
I think we skipped over why. He gets hit with like a cosmic lightning bolt.
Oh yeah,
and it actually.
I didn't understand that. Why the hell did that happen? Like, where did this cosmic lightning come from?
It happens sometimes in comics.
It just happens.
Their powers.
It just happens. It's a random cosmic lightning bolt. I skipped over because I honestly don't understand why that happened.
So yeah, it's just this cosmic energy lightning bolt in space that strikes him as he's flying, and it separates the Kryptonian and human side into 2 separate people.
Okay, so I thought this was just some overthinking thing. Like, this is actually because of the cosmic ray?
Yeah. Yeah. Like you can see
in that first panel, yeah.
Yeah, he gets blasted, and then there's the 2 of them.
Okay, so I thought it was just in his mind. Okay, so this literally happened. Physically happened, I should say.
And it's not the first time Superman has been split into multiple people.
Oh, okay, see, I didn't know that either. Okay.
It happened... we briefly mentioned it when we went over Mr. Miracle, but it happened in the 90s. Superman got split into 2 separate superheroes, one with electric powers and one with like energy blasts.
Ooh, that's pretty cool.
And it was electric blue and fire red.
I actually like that though. That's pretty cool.
The concept seems cool.
Oh, okay.
The execution was just like, why are you doing this?
It was
because
not.
It was supposed to be the new status quo for Superman. Like, not just a one-off. It was supposed to be, this is Superman now. And
that didn't take.
Everyone hated that.
Yeah, we're like, we don't believe that. We're not doing it.
It's like, no, we're fine with Superman. Anyways.
No. I'm glad you mentioned that because I was just like wondering with the cosmic ray. I had no idea this happened multiple times. Like in my head, I'm like, okay, this is something in his head. I didn't even like pick up that because I saw something hit him, but I didn't see a villain or anything hit him. So I guess there's just something random in space that struck him. So that's why.
That's how Fantastic Four got their powers too.
Right, it was the cosmic energy. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, I guess it's just random. And they go into some funny scenes here. Him in the Kryptonian side physically taking care of his human side. Beating up this mammoth, unfortunately, because that And it's just seeing the cold, calculated part of him compared to the heartfelt, heartwarming part of him that he cares. Even as he's killing the mammoth to give him something to survive until the Green Lantern Corps finds him, he's like, this is, humans are of higher intellect, so he needs to survive. I'm sorry I have to do this, and, apologizes for needing to kill him so he could have enough meat to eat. But basically, if we want to, summarize more of this chapter here, there's multiple scenes of where he's in the cave, where, he's trying to get off the planet, and his Kryptonian side is like, he's like, you don't have powers. He's like, even if you get out of this cave, what's off planet? You can't breathe in space. What are you doing? And it's just something where he's like, well, who's going to save Alice? And this is determination that doesn't end on his human side. And the Kryptonian side is saying more, well, there's so many people back on Earth, how could you leave that? It seems very irresponsible. And even as a reader, it got into my own head too, and I think, and that's what it's supposed to do. It's something where, even those of you that have played the Life is Strange games, I know that was a very big decision at the end of the first game, whether to save Chloe or not. And it just reminded me of that when I'm reading this, because it's something where, for me, I guess I'm more... I'm at my level of thinking, maybe it makes me look bad, but I think I was more like the Kryptonian side of thinking, because I am a very more logical person. And I remember even playing Life is Strange, I know there were some streamers that couldn't make that decision, and for me, I did it live on stream, and I made that decision pretty quickly, because it's there's something of there's the right thing to do, which here Clark Kent is saying had to save Alice, but then it's also it does come off a bit selfish, because how could you sacrifice thousands? So even for me in the end of Life is Strange, I chose the town. I didn't choose her. So, and I thought that was an easy decision personally, because it's something where, as much as I love someone, how selfish could that be for me to let everyone die? So I kind of understand the Kryptonian side, even though it comes off very cold, but it is very logical. But then at the end of this part, where something that's not in the book, I just wrote it myself. I kind of put it into my own words of logic is not always welcome in the face of hope, because it's if you're have that hope and determination where, even though it's just, in your head, you're like, there's no way I'm going to get out of this, there's no way this is going to happen, but you still pull through. That's what true hope is. There's no room for logic there. Logically, you should give up. Logically, that's not something you should do, but he's like, I'm not going to do this in a logical way.
Yeah, and they kind of come to the consensus that they both need each other.
That I love too, seeing where he goes, I need your strength, the actual strength from the Kryptonian, but then when he says his strength, he does it more in quotations, and it's because it's really that in any movie that we see, whether even if it's not superhero related, anything with aliens and humans, it's always the hope, the will to survive, that determination, that is the human strength, it's the human spirit. So, and then I think at the end of that, I'm not sure if they show it, but I think they just kind of come back together. I guess and then it jumps to the dark side. But again, another jump, but
They mentioned going back up and hitting the lightning again beforehand, but
so is that how that happened?
Yeah, they just fly back through it, and it works, I guess.
I just like how he says, hope is a myth used to motivate men to do what they cannot. He goes, you almost say that like it's a bad thing, and it's it's something where it's the whole point, and it's what you think you can't do, and you push through the fear anyway. But now, yes.
So
it's a part 9.
Part 9.
Do you wanna...
So Superman goes to Apocalypse for some reason. We don't know what yet. Right. And makes a deal with Darkseid.
Yes.
And then we see this alien who's praying, who can't quite... He's trying... He has this very incurable, painful sickness, and he wants to, like
a mercy killing, I would say.
Yeah. And he's been given this knife from these priests, and he's like, I just can't do it.
Yeah, not to himself.
I can't do it myself. I need someone else to do this for me.
Again, another heartbreaking moment, heartbreaking moment number 5. It's just it just keeps coming.
and it's all he has to do is make a cut, and the knife will do its work.
Yeah.
And Superman is just like he's just emotionally going through it. Like he doesn't know what to do or how to handle it, and the alien asks him to tell him a story. The kind of story you tell a man before you kill him.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like to lull him into like a sense of, comfort here. Yeah, so I think it's oh my god, sorry, 1 second. Oh, my mic.
Hello, chat. Sorry about that.
Yes, sorry. I just they were knocking on my door because they got me a root beer float. That was so nice. I thought I heard
nice.
I thought I heard the ice cream truck through my headphones, but I have noise canceling, so I'm like, what is that? Sorry about that. I mean, for the interruption.
All good, all good.
But please continue.
And so basically, he tells the story of trying to find Alice, and eventually gets to the point of going to Apocalypse. And I'm sure you recognized a few of these characters.
So
as we're going through.
Yes. So I think it was on the next page here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I know he's beating up a few of them here. I know the third one, so because it shows 3 panels in a row. So didn't they show them in Mr. Miracle, I think?
Yeah.
Right? That's what I thought. I think did we see all 3 of them though?
I don't think we saw the middle one.
Right, because the middle one I'm like I don't know. He looks like a very badly dressed Green Goblin. Yeah, we do remember because I remember very clear. I can't believe how Mr. Miracle has stood in my head. Like I can remember panels vividly from that comic where, I forget which chapter, but I do remember the chapter of them doing the agreement and they're sitting at the table, and that's the third one he's punching because that was the big like beast dude that was trying to do like the treaty with Darkseid.
Alabek, the son of Darkseid.
And then the one on the left wasn't that the one that was like pissing with him into the well? Yeah. See, I don't even ask me how I remember these panels so vividly. I just like Mr. Miracle was so good. Yeah. So what is the middle one's name?
I don't know.
Oh, okay. Okay, cool. But yeah, so it goes through it here, and he basically goes back to Darkseid, and Darkseid is like, is it done? And
so at last he came to the devil.
Yeah.
And
he's giving him the whole story of...
He offered a bargain.
Yes. Oh yeah, because did we go into what Darkseid actually offered?
Not yet.
Okay.
He said, in exchange for the information, the devil sought justification or amusement. The angel, he said, is so good, he would like to see the angel fall. He would like to see the angel violate a sacred vow. He asked the angel to kill an innocent person. The angel tried to see another way forward. He tried to swear to God. He tried. But there was none. He thought of the girl and he agreed. And then now we come back to the present.
And that's basically just the story with Alice and what he's doing now. So, I know we know because we finished the book, so we know what happened. But at this point, do you think, because it just shows him leaving the tent, do you think he killed him or that he didn't? Like, what did you personally feel at this moment?
I wasn't sure. Because...
Same.
They frame it in such a way that it looks like he's broken.
Yeah.
Like, and just absolute... Like, I love this stack of panels here. Where he's just like...
Like, he looks like... It's just... The fear took over, the sadness, like he looks oppressed right now. Like you could just feel that dread, like that weight on his shoulders of like what just happened, And Didier didn't he? And that's where he gets that next panel with Darkseid. He's like, "Did you do it?" And he's like, "Does it matter if I did or not? Either way, you win. You crushed my soul there, whether I did it or not."
If it is a lie, then I've broken my word, and if it's the truth, then I've broken my word. Either way, Darkseid, I have fallen.
And again, just like Lex Luthor, he just wants to see him fall. He wants to see him break emotionally. And Which is actually pretty nice for Darkseid, because normally he prefers to break you physically, so... So I guess that was a nice bargain for Superman.
Nice little change of pace there.
Yeah. So, which I was a little surprised with, because I know, like, he usually enjoys torturing Superman. But, so I guess that was a nicer version of him. Although, again, with Darkseid, like I've said in any Marvel iteration, I've said this to people so many times. Oh, okay, thank you, Wolfie. Where out of any Marvel villain, and even in DC Universe itself, where I just find Darkseid to be the most, like, for me, it's the penultimate, like, just feeling of this power that emanates from him, the evil, the oppression. Like, it's even when you look at Darkseid, it's like, you know, reading Mr. Miracle, you feel the terror. Like, it's like he's just a scary dude to even try to stand up against, or even look into his eyes.
He's a hell of an imposing force.
That's why that's the best way to say it. Like, it's the imposition of him, just his presence alone, even if he doesn't do anything, is terrifying. And even here, where it's just such a quick thing, where he's literally in just a few panels, and you can see in his face, even when he smiles in the last panel, because he's an asshole. But yeah, now we get to part 10 here, which, you know, again, they don't, just like in part 7 with the race, where you don't really find out till the end the narrator is Alice. In part 10, again, we have more where you find out at the end what's going on, but I think you kind of catch on the first few panels, where it's just like, okay, like, this is a dream, clearly.
Yeah.
Because at first you're just, you know, that, again, it's some of the random jumps, but it only takes you 1 or 2 pages to be like, okay, I understand what's going on. So again, I just don't feel it's so out of where you can't even just try to write down your thoughts or make a, you know, it's not so all over the place.
And it's just someone talking to Superman going, imagine living in a perfect world, essentially. Like, what if everything was exactly how you want it to be? You wake up, it's peaceful, Luthor's in court.
I know Luthor, and which I enjoyed. I'm not gonna lie, I personally enjoyed seeing Luthor in handcuffs. But well, and that's the thing too, you know, like, even and I also just wrote in my outline, maybe you could show a better movie, but I absolutely love this panel. Just them, like, I can't ever imagine Batman, Wonder Woman, and Superman sharing some Mickey D's. Like, it's just straight up McDonald's in here, and they're just reminiscing about the past, talking about their family and kids. And, you know, I think that's why, as much as there's always hope, and not to even sound like a villain here, but and Batman, I think, says it more clearly. You don't see it as much in Superman, which I like that they touch upon it up in the sky. I think Batman, they touch that point more. Of one not living without the other, right? Why Joker never truly kills Batman, and why Batman never truly kills Joker, right? Because it's like, without one or the other, it's like, what is the purpose of the other one? Like, what is the point in life? And for me, it's like, this perfect world would be so boring, and we wouldn't need him, right? Like, the need for superheroes would cease to exist. So, kind of like needing, you know, there is no light without the darkness, and so you kind of have to have some of these villains that have their purpose, because, like, even reading this, I was like, oh god, that would be dreadfully boring. You know, even though it sucks to say that, it's like you need both. And, you know, Superman just right at the end of that saying, he goes, I have to decline. We're not doing that.
Yeah.
Whoever it is that hasn't held up here, because, you know, throughout this entire run, we have no idea who this villain is. We just don't know.
And then it flashes to him being in prison. And it's like, yeah, that's all I can imagine, but I'm gonna have to decline.
Yeah, he's like, oh, that's great and all, but, you know. Not needing to go at the speed of light, not needing to save her off a falling building. He's getting up slowly, they're having breakfast, seeing Lex in court, everything, you know, just reminiscing with friends, but I feel like they do that a lot in every type of medium, even in anime, where they try to, you know, put everyone to sleep in the perfect world, like Naruto and stuff like that. But I do like this this part here. We're getting to the final part where now the war has broken out. So this whole thing here, we're seeing all of our favorites, and, you know, they show everywhere. In Madagascar, Australia, Chile.
Well, before even that, like, the chains that Superman has are like, they're used to haul stars between galaxies. They're unbreakable.
Yep.
And, like, as this villain is going on about how unbreakable it is, He's like, do you know what unbreakable means? As Superman crushes it, and he's like, no, sir, I do not. It's just
Well,
another great moment of like Superman just through sheer willpower overcoming.
I just think that because this is with the final chapter here, it's like everything since part 1 is now culminating to like, you do not know me. No, you cannot. There's not enough of them. Like, even with the army thing, I love that where he's like, no, there's not enough of them. Because even when it's like 100 of them, it's just like, especially I guess part 8 was probably where it really got, you know, him splitting into 2, where he got to be more direct with his own self. But even before that, just all these different parts of him fighting through since even the first part. So now it's like in part 11, we're in the final part, nothing is breaking him. He's made up his mind. This villain is too little too late because he's already literally spoken to himself. Like, there's nothing that the villain could say at this point that's gonna break him. So like, it's just, you know, whoever this guy is, it's too little too late. You know, and I love that where he's like, you know, your effort is wasted. Do you understand? Do you know what unbreakable means? And it's like, no, I do not. And then, you know, they show like random panels of some of the heroes. You know, we get to see Zatanna, Aquaman.
Yeah, we get Aquaman.
Who is the second panel? Yeah, who is that in Australia?
Adam Strange.
That's in Australia. Okay. Why do I not know him that well? What are his powers?
He's not in much.
Oh, okay.
He's just a human scientist that ended up getting beamed to Ran, and then he uses the Zeta, or he took a bunch of Ranian technology, became a superhero, and then he uses the Zeta beams to get around quickly. But he's more of those like old, like, I think Flash Gordon kind of like old sci-fi hero.
Right.
That's basically what he's emulating.
Okay. Yeah, because he has a Flash Gordon look, I'll say that.
Yeah.
And you know, I just love, again, as what we said, like they kind of just call it in each panel of like, where you keep saying, I do not, I cannot, I will not, there's not enough of them, things like that. And where we finally get to know the villain. You know, we've had since part 1, we have no idea who took Alice. You know, we know she's in the Boats Galaxy. He's finally where she is. And it's just something where now knowing about this villain and finishing up in this guy, he just sounds like some edgy kid in high school. Like, he's like, I was bored. I literally made this army.
He was made for this book.
Yeah, like, because even at the end of it, and I even Googled it before our podcast because I didn't want to sound stupid. I was like, because, you know, you already knew about this and you know a lot more about him, so I was like, let me Google it just so you know, maybe I didn't read it, maybe I skipped a page, like, and yeah, even when you Google up in the sky, like, he's unidentified. They do not mention who this villain is at all. And like, so like you said,
just some alien warlord.
Yeah, and honestly, I guess that's why they made him so edgy, like generic, because he literally says, I made this army because I was bored. I wanted to test you. Alice is not even a special human. I just kidnapped her to examine her because I know that Superman's one weakness is the humans. He'll come to save them. So he knew Superman would come. And so, and again, that even harkens back to like, but I like that they did that. Instead of making Alice, like, you know, like he said, she's not some space princess or something that she's going to rule over something or has superpowers. He just chose someone random, but it didn't matter who it was. Even if it wasn't Alice, he would have gone. Like, it's just showed that hope and determination of how he wants to save everyone. So that, you know, that didn't matter to him. Yeah, so he literally made the army because he's bored. Made hundreds of them. He called them Robo-Teens, like some protein shake. I thought it was a weird name for his robot army. Like, I think everything about him is so subpar. This villain is funny. I almost found it funny.
Yeah, he's not exactly supposed to be memorable.
yeah. Literally this one part, and he gets absolutely wrecked.
And we see a few more flashes of heroes.
Yes.
Swamp Thing, Martian Manhunter,
I can't say how happy I was to see Swamp Thing because I love him in Injustice.
I cannot wait for the Swamp Thing movie.
Yes! Oh my god! Like, I think even if we don't do a comic with it, we could definitely just do a podcast with just that.
Well, one of his comics is one of the best comics of all time.
Oh, okay.
I think I own. Yeah, so. Well, we'll definitely cover that at some point. Probably if like once the movie starts building momentum, because oh my god, he's great.
No, yes, and then even these two panels here, which I guess will probably show better on yours, but just you know, when we get to like all of them, you will fall despite your powers, you still fight. And he goes, no sir, I will not. And then just absolutely like obliterates him. You just see robotic parts flying everywhere. Like, and yes, that means like just I love it when it shows his punches and impacts and the sheer strength behind the punch. You could tell he went full force in that punch there. And then of course seeing all the heroes like fall and like they can't defeat them. You see Green Lantern, like they're all Nightwing. Do they call him Shazam? Is that his actual name? He just says Shazam, right?
Now it is because it used to be Captain Marvel.
That's what I thought. Okay, I remember him having a different name. Okay, and then of course Supergirl.
Then DC and Marvel had a bunch of rights issues between the name Captain Marvel. So.
And then again, of course, like I almost this time I didn't actually cry, but it did get me emotional. I just with I love this panel with Batman where he just knew. Dude, Custard, it's so well done, man. It's just like, again, with just maybe part 1, part 2, and then like in this final part where Batman's only like in 3 parts, and these parts really stick out with his friendship and his camaraderie with Superman and how much they truly care and know about each other.
Absolutely.
And it's just like here again, I almost cried again because like these scenes with Batman, like damn, like this is a Superman comic and Batman's almost having me crying multiple times. It's like he's just like it's so it means
I
more.
love the relationship between the two of them.
Yeah, like I you could feel it, like having like that best friendship, and you know even here showing Batman coming out of the ground. I mean, this panel is absolutely stunning. Just this entire page showing here.
Yeah.
Like and how. You could see, and Batman never has that look. Batman is almost rarely ever shown to be like close to being defeated like that, and you could see how beaten down he is from these I mean, they show him on the radio on the previous page, like literally calling all of them, and no one's answering. He's like, "I need help, I need assistance," and they're all down, and you really feel the heartbreak of like, "Damn, they lost this war." And
then as soon as they all break down because Superman destroyed the,
he literally stomped him out. He was like crushed.
Batman starts getting all the like, Flash ready. This is Hawkman. This is Adam Strange. Mr. Terrific. Yep. Ice.
Yeah, when Batman said when it says Batman Ice here, who's that referring to? It's not Iceman. That's Marvel.
No. Ice is one of the two. I think they're sisters. Fire and Ice.
Oh, I don't know anything about them at all. Okay.
They're not very well known characters. I honestly can't tell you a ton about them.
Okay.
Just one of them has fire powers and is green, and the other one is blue and has ice powers. It's
like a Firestar. I remember like one of the. I don't know if you remember that old school cartoon, but like the Firestar and Iceman. It was Spider-Man and the Amazing Friends or whatever.
Basically.
Yeah, like that. Okay, cool. And even Batwoman. I was like,
Batwoman. Yeah.
Yes, and. Sorry, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, you go.
I was just gonna say that they have everyone like chiming back in that they're like we don't know what happened. They all just disappeared, and Batman puts it together pretty quickly. He's like that it must have been a hive mind. It was a robot controlling them. So that's when Wonder Woman's like Clark, and he's like yes. She's like how? He's like we were in need, and he's Superman, and it's just like we hear it from Alice and from some of the other kids earlier, and it's just like. Hearing it from Batman just puts so much more importance behind it because you don't expect him to say that. It's like how much he cares, just the different emotions he's showing when we're not used to that from his character. I think, again, just his 3 chapters that he's in this entire run where it has such an impact. I got emotional on that because like seeing just the illustrator and just him looking up into the sky and he knew, like it didn't even take 2 seconds. He knew it was Superman. That's the reason that they even got back up because they would have died. And then, finally, boom, him breaking through the door. And I do remember when they showed Alice before in one of the previous chapters, they show her with this alien, and the alien seems to be in distress as well. He has them both trapped here.
Yeah.
So they seem to have become friends because the alien doesn't seem to want to harm her. And she's like, don't worry, he's going to come. And he's like, you are going home. I love this panel, like him, like, I think out of all the panels in this book, this is where they show him at his most, like, beefy, like the muscular, like that downward or upward angle of like how small Alice is compared to him looking upward at him. I think really showed it from Alice's POV, where like how she sees him being so grandiose and like so like that this is the person coming to save her, like how he stood there like a superhero.
Yeah.
I love that panel.
Yeah,
yeah, when he is in the cave there, yeah, I like you really get to see the POV of like Superman's like, I have my mind together, nothing is stopping me, this is it, we're going home. And then of course all these cute little questions because now they're going on their way home, and this last chapter is so funny. I mean, everything she was asking him was just great. It was just so good. I don't know if you want to go into some of that. I'm not sure if there was anything that stood out to you as like a really funny question that she was asking.
Her just talking about how. Oh yeah. I mean, Superman, yes. He absolutely has presence. He's like one of the biggest archetypes of it.
Yeah, my God. I mean, like if you're thinking superhero, you think of the Man of Steel.
And I love how she's just asking him how he flies. And just getting, like, further and further down of, like, is it physics? Like, something has to push back to go forward. So and it pushes back. And then she ends up...
that next question, I know what you're going to say. That was funny.
I was like, do you fire stuff out of your bottom, you just don't want to tell people about it? So you can tell me, I won't tell.
I'll keep it a secret in school. He's like, no. But it's so funny because, like, I like how they just kind of... She's trying to make it logical, but he defies logic, and he's also not from Earth, so... I do like the explanation, though, because, again, as someone reading it for the first time who does not know much about him, just except animated series, I do like how they finally go more into that explanation of the Red Sun versus the Yellow Sun. And he's like, you know, he goes, on my planet, because I don't think on Krypton they flew... He goes, because I think the Red Sun's different, but he goes, because the Yellow Sun invigorates my DNA, I can fly here. So it's just something I can do because I'm on the Yellow Sun on Earth. But then I do like, he explains that, and then Alice just throws it out the window with actual physics, and he defies physics. Like, there's no explanation for why he can fly. So, like, it's just like, yeah, that's not happening. And then I think for me, like, where it was, where they show it here, and I was like, again. It's like, even when you think you're through all the tearjerkers, and Batman did the thing, and he saved the war, you see the terminally ill alien there, and he hugs him. And I was like, don't make me cry again, like, because it was so good of, like, where it really makes the reader think, did he or didn't he, and you find out he didn't, and, actually, I don't know, because they kind of skip over it, but Alice is like, did you cure him? And he goes, yeah. How did he cure his illness? Like, what happened? I don't even know.
We don't know.
Yeah, they don't sell us unless like I mean, no, that could not have been from the main villain because that was something on Darkseid's planet. So I don't know. Because I think I don't know.
Something happened off panel.
Yeah, something. Oh, okay, yeah. I guess like how they do like off screen and other stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he's not terminally ill anymore, and he goes to hug him, and this hug here was like, I just felt the embrace. I could feel it. Like you see Superman's smiling for one of the first times in the run, where he's not in his head anymore, and he feels finally at ease, and he was so happy to see him. And he didn't die, and like that made me so happy. And then, of course, you know, her question of who won in a fight between Superman and Batman. I think that's always the big question in any Facebook group I've been in. People get into fights about this. You know, it's just... And Alice is so sure you would definitely win. But I do like his explanation of, you know, he goes, I would let him. He goes, you know, for... And I think... I like his explanation even more, not because, one, he's like, I don't need it, because that's not what makes me happy, but it's something where he's like, again, showing their friendship. Which I don't know why every time they have these little panels with just their friendship, like, it gets me just a tad emotional, because I just don't see them that way, to see so much a connection between them, where he's like, Batman's been through so much, he deserves that happiness, I will let him win. And that got me, because that's like, you just, I guess you don't think of them that way sometimes, like going more deeper into their background. Although in an actual fight, I mean, I think for a lot of little kids, they just see like the superpowers, and she's like, you have lasers and ice breath and stuff like that, but it's also like, Batman's extremely intelligent, he probably would find a way to beat you, but he
has a couple times.
Yeah, he has, that's what I'm saying. I was like, I think Batman could win that fight. You know, obviously, you know, with the exception of a direct punch where he could probably just shatter his bones, but like, other than that, like, you know, it's just something.
Part of the reason he wins is because Clark is holding back.
Oh yeah. There's no way he's coming at him at full strength anyway, because there's no hatred there. Like, it's just, you know, It would just be to stop him if he ever truly needed to. But
Mm.
so I love that question, and then and I can't find it here, but I think she does one of the Lex Luthor questions, which was to me the funniest, where she's like, do you think he's bald because you stress him out or something like that? And he goes, or like, is it because of hate? He goes, no, I think he truly hates me. But he's like, I also think it's the bald thing, just like the stress thing. Like it was just a funny question. Yeah, she asking him so many questions, and I think culminating into like a final question, which literally skipping to the.
Well, also, I wanna make note of.
Of course.
She asked, who's your favorite Robin?
Oh yeah.
He's like, I like them all, and she's like, come on. He said, the original, the first. He's a friend of mine. So, a Nightwing is actually a Kryptonian bird.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. So when Dick went off on his own, he and Superman became really good friends, and that was partly just to piss Batman off.
He knew. I mean, yeah, I'm sure that was on both of their parts, because Nightwing's not his biggest fan either. So, because I know the relationship with Batman's very strained. Yeah, right, Costa. I didn't know that either. I was like, oh, that's an actual bird on their planet. Okay, cool.
I mean, leave it to the guy with the Nightwing
tattoo. My god, yes! I remember you showing me that. Your Nightwing tattoo looks fucking stunning, man. I love it. Yeah. So, and throughout this whole run, I guess we forgot to mention, because we were just laughing at all her questions, but it's basically they're like multiple galaxies away, so they're trying to get back to Earth. So it's just him flying her back to Earth this whole time. I think they even bump into one of those destroyer of planets where they try to find lone people traveling galaxies, and he fights him, and she's like, are you ever scared? He goes, of course. He's like, but I gotta do it. He's like, there's no like giving up.
Yeah, I've never heard of this character, but I mean, they might be they might be something
like a smaller villain. Yeah.
Might have been a one-off Silver Age thing. I don't know.
So they get back to Metropolis, the Daily Planet. She has him there, and she like, she goes, "Are you?" And he's like, "No more questions." And she's like, "Why are you surprised? I didn't ask you like, why you dropped everything to save me?" Which again, it's like it's something where I think before this comic I would have disagreed, but I do think where the comic went, his own inner thoughts, and why that this lone girl who technically is not, just more generic. She's not, like the villain said, not being a space princess or something with superpowers or whatever. Who he felt didn't hold any importance of why he did it, because it could have been anyone and he would have gone to save them. That's what Batman thought. That's what his father thought when he had the conversation with Pa Kent there. So, because even for me, again, like it's that decision of like, where even if he leaves for a day, that could be dangerous because so much stuff that happens in Metropolis. So, like, and putting all these people in danger just for her. And he did it anyway. And again, it harkens back to part 1, to when Batman said it, and she's like, it's just because you're Superman. I love that last final panel. I love that there. Like the vibrant colors, and again, it's just the illustrator's way of using these colors to show happiness and hope. It's the vibrancy in the panel there. So, I don't know. I think I've never really appreciated so much illustrated artwork than I have then coming to this comic, where I really just was like gushing over all of these panels. Like,
like a comic art can make or break the comic. Like,
1000%, yeah.
And when the art is good, love it.
Yeah. So definitely look, it's up in the sky. It wasn't even that expensive on Amazon for anyone that wants to purchase it. So it's one of the shortest that we've read. You can honestly, some of you could probably do this in a day. I just don't read as often, so it took me 2 days even so. Like, it didn't take me long. Maybe only like a few hours in total from beginning to end. It was not long, and it gets straight to the point, and it's absolutely stunning. I love it.
And yeah, this was the comic that made me a Superman fan.
And now I am too. I actually want to read more of, even going back to a list of seeing more about him, especially his older iterations, and of course some of the newer stuff. But maybe even reading, because I always said too, like, even I know now that we're going to jump into the movie, I've always said, and maybe they just don't have the rights to it, because Injustice is NetherRealm Studios, it's the same makers of Mortal Kombat. I was like either hire or they are, right? They're the same makers, I think. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, they made an animated movie.
Oh, animated, okay. But I was gonna say too, I mean, maybe it would be too much money.
It wasn't good.
Oh, it wasn't good. Okay. That's such a shame, because I feel that I was talking about this with Tiga last night, where out of any DCU movie I've seen, like, I think for a video game, I think Injustice has one of the best. I love the storyline in part 1 and 2. And I think it was so well done. Like, I was like, literally just copy and paste that and make it a live action. Like, it's so good. And it, because there's been a lot of failed ones, with some exceptions, because I actually loved the first Wonder Woman. I loved, maybe it wasn't true to character, but at least the CGI of Aquaman, I thought that was well done. But it's just, yeah, just take that storyline. It's so fucking good, and it has all of them in there. I mean,
I think maybe eventually down the road, but they're still kind of in this weird area where they've got to set up the primary universe before they start playing with extra stuff.
right, but
which
no.
I think is what really they did not do the last universe around. Like, yeah, Zack Snyder's trilogy was kind of trying to go that route.
Oh, so they want to go Injustice, okay.
But it was doing it without actually setting the foundations for a lot of the characters, especially not Superman.
Right.
Like, if you're gonna do Death of Superman in the second movie, you've missed the plot.
Right. Yeah, so no, I mean, that Up in the Sky, I mean, just for my end thoughts there, it makes me want to see more of Superman, actually seeing him more gritty, into his own feelings, really having inner conflict, because I think a lot of times, like, the way that they just show Superman is, like, it's very cut and dry. Like, he's gonna save them, period, that's it. He doesn't even think about it, it's the thing that he does. And typically, yes, even Up in the Sky starts like that, but now it's more of, for the first time, at least for me, really seeing him, like, having that doubt, like, why should I go save her? The Green Lantern Corps got her, and I can't leave everyone here. So that's the first time for me seeing that. Maybe they showed it in other mediums and I just didn't see it, but I liked seeing, that made it more enjoyable to see more of him and what he truly thinks. And there is that, part 8 really comes to that clash there with the Cosmic Lightning, seeing his Kryptonian side, that although it seems, because, he has a dark look on his face, it seems like he's more like a bad side of him, but it's not really. I think it's just more the cold, calculated, logical side of him.
And one thing that both the comic and the movie do is, like, he can trust on the other heroes to take care of things while he, like, figures out what he needs to do.
Yes.
Which you don't see that very often.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, no, they've got it. I can stop stressing about everything and just focus on this one thing.
And I like that at least that they even dedicated a part to him truly trying to reach Lois, because it's something where, not for him to forget about that, not treating her as just one of the other citizens, it is someone very, very important in his life. So it was good to see a part with that whole DMB thing, but it just but him even finally getting to call her, and again, where it's just one page and those words were enough for the reader to truly feel the emotions there. So you see it all around with his best friendship with Batman, how much he loves Lois, seeing how much he depends on the team and truly trusts the Justice League, and having that battle within himself. I mean, it touched so many points that I didn't think it would, so it left my mind blown on just everything, and again, even more so on Batman, which wasn't even about him. So I want to read more mediums on it. I definitely want to see more, maybe even some other movies, besides the more recent one that we're going to talk about, obviously. But I think there's a lot I missed there, because I just, like I said before, generic. I knew what he was. I felt like I knew everything about him, so I didn't care as much.
But now going back through and actually, like, oh, this is the character.
Yeah, and then like now I know his, like, headspace and where he's coming from and why he is this representation of hope. Because you kind of, when you see him, he's just thrown in there. It's like, okay, he's there, but there's no why to it. It's just he's there.
Yeah.
So,
like, so the first ever comic book movie I think I ever saw was the first Superman in I obviously I didn't see it in 1978, but the one that came out in 78.
Right.
And I liked it well enough when I was a kid, but it wasn't anything I like really grabbed onto.
Right.
I really liked when I was a kid. I really liked the Brandon Ruth version before I like realized the criticisms with it of like the plot's kind of all over the place.
Right.
Also, he doesn't throw a single punch in the movie. But yeah, that was a weird one. But
that is very interesting.
And then when like Man of Steel came out, I liked it as like an action movie perspective, but that was also when I was starting to get a little more critical of what I was watching.
Right.
And as it went on, I kind of like started realizing I had some flaws with it, or some issues with it. But I still liked it. So I was really hyped all the way up until the lead up until Batman vs Superman. And I don't think I've had a different, like, another experience of walking out of a theater feeling so empty inside.
With Batman vs Superman?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because, like, I was much more of a Batman fan.
Right.
And just seeing him killing half the people with a pulse was like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Like there's no like way around this. There's not like a no. He's just killing people on screen. Okay. Cool.
Well, I mean, before we even get into the movie, there, I'm just gonna take a quick bathroom break, and then I'll be right back. But we do want to get.
I was just going tangent wise with like, I was not a fan of like Superman.
Okay.
Like how you were
At
saying.
All. Yeah.
And then I read this like not even 10 years ago. Like like this is a very recent development for me.
Oh, okay. I got to see Batman vs Superman, but I didn't hear good things about it. I did not at all. You're better off. I did not hear good. And he said he felt more like Flashpoint Batman.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but I do know the parts of him just like shooting everyone because that was the whole like culmination like they did with the Marvel movies into Avengers, where like Gal Gadot comes up as Wonder Woman and they're all there fighting, and he has like this giant death ray gun, like a BFG from Doom or something. I don't know, but like
that part wasn't as bad because he was fighting something that couldn't die.
Yeah, they really had a hard time there. But yeah, so no, that's understandable.
Yeah.
Ugh. That's why it's good to.
I'll get more into that whenever you get back.
Oh yeah, no, I won't be gone long at all. I'll literally be like probably not even 60 seconds. Just to do a quick back.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so I don't know if that's something you want to do the same of, and then we come right back, or. No, did you want to take like a bathroom break or anything, or?
Oh, I'm good.
Oh, okay. So my biggest gripe was Lex from BBS.
Oh my god.
So 1 second, guys. BRB. Yeah.
That was one of my biggest gripes as well. God, I hated Jesse Eisenberg's Lex. I see what they were trying to go for. I see what they were trying to go for. It was not executed well at all, I think. And I really think it was more just like you could have taken the same lines and delivered them in a different way, and I think it would have worked better. But the way all of it was all together and just so frantic and just all over the place, like I love a Lex with a stoic attitude. And like I didn't like how insane he was at all times, firing on all cylinders. Yeah, Michael Rosenbaum was he's one of the best. And I think Nicholas Hoult took a lot from Rosenbaum and his performance, which I was very happy with. But we will definitely get into that as we transition over into the movie stuff. Whenever Krim gets back.
All right, I am back.
Welcome back.
Thank you. So yeah, see, try to get back.
We're just talking about Lex and how the Jesse Eisenberg Lex was not that great.
No. And you know, I thought he might be because I actually like him generally as an actor. And
yeah, like he's not a bad actor. It's just what was the direction there?
You know, it could have been because I think they always try to pick someone where Lex Luthor is like
it's like he just did a line before every line.
He literally, that's a good way to describe it. Literally, just because it's something where he just always seemed cracked out, and he's supposed to be more calm and then get to that point. So, which I think they did very well in this movie. Because I don't know. It seemed like he would have fit really well because he could play those evil roles if he needed to, but maybe he just took it like a little too extreme and all the time. Like you don't want to be at a 10 constantly.
and it was a 10 constantly.
Yeah, and that was the thing. It's like you want to build up to that because typically he's not too shaken. I will say that one thing from that, and again, it could be different. I don't know much about him in the comics, but in the animated series and most of the mediums that I know him from, he's at least a bit more animated, and he shows more of his like his true feelings than maybe. I guess if I had to compare him to a Marvel counterpart, like comparing him to like Kingpin or something, where Kingpin has his rage out moments, but for the most part, he's a lot more serious, like mob boss type. And I think Lex Luthor has the money, but he shows his emotions a bit more often. I don't think he's as like serious, straight faced as Kingpin is. Because even in the movies, the animated series stuff, like you see him show his emotions pretty quickly. Like I don't think he tries to be so straight faced.
As soon as his stuff starts falling apart, you start to see the cracks pretty.
Yeah, it's very fast.
Pretty quickly.
I mean, even in this comic that like he was shown in like only a few panels, like that race was so funny. Him just being petty, typical Lex Luthor.
Him just looking like
typical Lex Luthor.
And we were saying that I think Holt took a lot of influence from Rosenbaum and Smallville.
Ah, okay, I can see that. I didn't think about that.
Because, like, I feel like they're kind of going in the same kind of direction with that kind of, with the take on the character.
Right.
And I think Holt said that Rosenbaum was one of his biggest inspirations for what he was doing. That and the comic All-Star Superman, which so not much of the plot is based on All-Star Superman, but a lot of the tone is. Because that is one of James Gunn's favorite DC movies.
That compliments to someone. That's one thing I will say is that there are some villains that that even though they're so stoic, like you know they'll have some more sense, or even some superheroes like Batman. Like Batman's not egotistic. Like he knows what he can do. He's very intellectual. He knows the gadgets. He has the money, but it's something where he just tells it like it is. He says facts. Where Lex Luthor like also has the money. He's very like he's more like he's in his head. Like his way is the right way. In the movie that you know we're gonna talk about, you see it as well. Very typical Lex Luthor.
There's some comics where he feels like he's like
he thinks he's God,
human.
Yeah, like he thinks he's on Superman's level, which okay, delusional. Like, so no, Custer, you're right. I can't remember a single episode of the animated series where he complimented someone. Maybe except when they had the few, you know, Batman and Superman were together, and he was trying to team up with Joker. But, like, other than that, like, and even then, I don't think he was trying to compliment Joker in any way possible. But
that was a tenuous acquaintanceship at best.
Oh my god, yeah. I mean, especially like if you're dumb enough to trust Joker, like you're an idiot.
Yeah.
Like, no way they were not going to backstab each other.
But yeah, so I kind of listed up to Batman versus Superman. So that was the last time I had been like excited for a Superman movie.
Okay. Oh, well,
so,
that crushed all your experience of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so after seeing that, and then seeing everything just kind of fall apart for DC.
So what were some of the movies after Batman versus Superman, like, that were bad?
There was that were bad.
Yeah, because you said it fell apart after.
Yeah, so the theatrical release of Justice League didn't really do too well.
Okay, I heard that. Yeah.
Oh, thank you, the coolest.
Oh, hell, the Baldy! Of course he's gonna come in like that. Jesus Christ. Ooh, yes, Custard. I forgot about that because the first Wonder Woman movie. I don't think just like how you were disappointed in Batman vs Superman. I don't think I ever was so disappointed because I was like, DCU's doing better. I enjoyed Aquaman. I enjoyed the first Wonder Woman. Now, what the hell happened in '84? like the first Wonder Woman was so good.
I don't know.
And I was like,
yeah,
that pissed me off because I was like, damn, she was so damn good in that.
Mm-hmm. And so, like, and that whole vision of DC at that point was not landing well with audiences.
Right.
There were some moments that really landed with people. Things like Shazam and Aquaman actually ended up being like decently well. And then both of their sequels kind of bombed. Yeah, Black Adam. Well, the hierarchy of power sure did change for the DC universe.
I know. I mean, and it's so the way they thought. It's so funny you say that, to Coolest, because from the reviews I was reading, even with the Superman movie, a lot of people, which I didn't get at first, I had to Google it, and I was like, oh, okay, I get that, because it's funny. A lot of people are just writing reviews of like, thank you, The Rock, because I guess how bad Black Adam was. They're like, okay, now we got the Superman.
there was more to it than that. It wasn't just that. The Rock tried to make a play to buy DC Studios at the time because they were in such dire straits.
Jesus.
And they didn't want that, and especially after it bombed so badly, which is honestly, like, there was some decently cool stuff in that movie. Nothing to do with Black Adam. It was the other characters that were actually cool.
Right. Yeah. Nothing to do with and then because there's like, oh, the movie Dwayne Johnson claimed it was a box office. Yeah, of course he did. He was in it. Of course. Why would he's gonna claim that? He's not gonna say it was shit.
But yeah, he thought he could just buy DC Studios after that, and that didn't work out at all for him. But what it did do was clear the way for James Gunn to take over. Because
that's why people are like, I saw so many comments that just thanking him.
Because while all that was bombing and tanking, almost at the exact same time was James Gunn coming in with the Suicide Squad and Peacemaker, which was like incredible.
I have
it was
to
like
say,
some of the best DC that we had seen in years.
Suicide Squad pleasantly surprised me. I was just not expecting that, even with characters that I don't know, because I knew some of them. Of course, I knew Deadshot. Of course, who doesn't know Harley? Maybe like Boomerang and stuff like that. I was like, as a team, they just meshed so well.
The second Suicide Squad.
Oh, you're talking about the second one?
Yeah.
Oh.
I
read Boomerang. But then you also, and then the only movies he did that were good were Walking Tall was good, and of course Scorpion King's a classic. But that was like what, 2000? How old is that movie?
Yeah, actually, the first Suicide Squad did not do well for DC. That was actually another.
I enjoyed it. I don't know. I was good with it, but
it was okay. It had moments.
Yeah,
but it wasn't. It did not do great. Especially not with Joker. So then, when
I know that's why I feel the same way to Close. That's why I was like, okay, maybe, but that's how we personally feel about it. It didn't do well box office wise. Yeah.
Like, I like it more than the general audience did, but that's what's important. Like
the general audience.
It didn't make money.
Yeah, it didn't make. Well, yeah. That's. I mean, any medium. If the first one didn't make money, there probably won't be a sequel.
Yeah.
And it did. It got a sequel anyway, though. It did.
Yeah, this one did, but it was kind of also a semi reboot. Like some things stayed, some things didn't. Um, and it was definitely like a tonal reboot for the whole thing.
Yeah, because the tone, in the first one, I mean, and then there's also Jared Leto's Joker, which is like, don't even get me started on
that. And especially now with like all the stuff that's been made public about Leto, and it's like, okay.
And that too, yeah. Let's be happy we went with the Wonky Phoenix version. Thank God.
Yeah. Well, even that, the second one.
Like Gaga, come on, girl. I don't know. Another one that
basically DC's been struggling for a bit.
Because that first one was good. I really like going really mentally deep into the Joker like that. I thought it was pretty good in the first one with Joaquin Phoenix there. And then the second one, like, what the fuck happened? Again, just like with Wonder Woman, what happens after these first movies? Like, they can't do a sequel to save their life. Except Suicide Squad, which I guess because it was a different director and a different tone.
Yeah. Yeah, it was just an entire shakeup for that, and that was because after Gunn got fired from DC, or not, got fired from Disney.
Right.
DC picked him up and basically gave him a blank check of like, any movie you want to do, you can do it. And they even offered him Superman. Yeah. They even offered him Superman, and he at the time he didn't feel like he had a way into the character.
Right.
And so instead he was like, okay, I'm gonna do something that's more along my speed with like the Guardians movies and such, and I'm going to make a rated R Suicide Squad that is a lot closer to the comics.
Right. So he wasn't used to, I guess, single characters at the time. He likes the groups.
Yeah.
Right.
And a lot of like characters that you wouldn't normally see, like Polka Dot Man or
right, but
or like
I think with
Suicide
Squad in general, they just introduced so many that went over my head. I had no idea who some of those people were. So I think James Gunn makes his movies in a way where they can't exist separately from other movies, like he did with yes, very true. And I think I liked all three Guardians. I know some people might disagree, but the Guardians movies, I mean, yeah. Can I just say we can start villains now? Wait, can we start villains now? We've seen so many different heroes. I think that's good too. I think a lot of people just maybe they feel like it doesn't do well because people want to see it from a hero side, and eventually when you get to
we are getting a Clayface movie like fairly soon.
But I heard like some rumors about that, and I'm very excited because like I think DC. I'm pretty sure me and you have talked about this, and we could chat about it a bit, Wolvie. But it's so funny how underrated he is, especially in the Batman animated series. But he was always one of my favorite. Like some of these Clayface is not one off. He's actually a more recurring villain, but. Even remember when they had Dollface that she was like really an adult trapped in a child's body, the Scarface that he's like the puppet and whatever like that, and like those characters I've always loved. So to see something where it's like where they don't probably consider Clayface such a main villain, I actually would love to see that. Can't wait for no. As I said, James Gunn was making a DC before they picked him up with the suit. Yeah, Clayface.
Well, Brightburn was directed by his cousin. Gunn just produced it.
And Clayface and Bane are the closest to kill Batman. Love Clayface. True. I mean, especially with Clayface, he had to get really intellectual.
It's written by it's the first draft was written by Mike Flanagan, who did like Midnight Mass and like Doctor Sleep. Like he's a really good like horror writer, so yeah, I'm fully on board for this.
I also like those type of characters because I guess maybe it's just my love of RPGs and video games, but these type of like villains that are not really human, like human-ish, or that something happens to them that now they're like this, like Clayface and how Sandman became Sandman in Marvel and things like that. And again, just like with Clayface coming close to killing Batman, Sandman's one of the few that came close to killing Spider-Man. They just didn't know how to fight them because like they're not used to supernatural. So I guess if that's what you want to use, I'm not sure if that's the right word for it, but it's something where Batman had to get a gadget for that to even try to stone the Clay, and the same thing with Sandman, where I think he tried to freeze him, or I forgot what it was with the sand. But they had to get really outside the box of their typical abilities.
Oh my
God, Constantine would be amazing. I love I love anything with Constantine.
Mm. I hope. I hope we get Matt Ryan back. I really love him as Constantine.
And his interactions with Batman are just golden. I love him with Batman.
But yeah, so while Gunn was filming the Suicide Squad, for one, the pandemic hit, which kind of threw everything out of whack. And while that was going on, while they were quarantined, within 2 weeks he wrote the entire 8-episode script for Peacemaker, and that immediately got greenlit, which that show is incredible. Oh yeah, Viola Davis.
Oh my god,
amazing as Waller.
It made me hate her, but I love her. She did such a good job. I also just love her in all her mediums, like in How to Get Away with Murder and stuff like that. So I just like her as an actress.
The biggest thing that happened during all of that was James Gunn's father passed away. And that hit him very emotionally. And in the grieving process, he managed to finish out the movie, but also he said that through that process he found a way into Superman.
Okay, like using the grief to kind of fuel him.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And also, to help the process, he got a rescue dog, which ended up being a big influence for Crypto in the movie.
So I went to the movies with my mom to see it, and even she was surprised to see so much of him. And I know where he comes from. She doesn't know, obviously. Like, she knows Superman movies growing up, but I know a bit more on that. That's why I wasn't surprised to see Supergirl and all that. But it's just that to see much more of him, where he helped him right in the beginning, but so many more scenes of that, it was actually really interesting. It also made just like a lot of like cute, funny moments. It was too adorable with him.
Crypto's not exactly the most serious character.
No,
like he can still do a lot of great things with him.
I think he did a great job at showing that dog is not serious at all. I think they did a good job. I have to say, like, with any gripes I had with the movie, Crypto was not one of them. I absolutely loved his portrayal. Just, where beginning, middle, end, it was just great. Everything. Because it showed his power, but then at heart he's a dog. He just wants to play.
Yeah. He's a dog, and it's not like his owner's training him.
Well, oh god. Even the scenes in the cave, in the robots, I just love how they just address Crypto in general and how they talk of him. They're like, he's just a wild animal. Like, we can't control him. Yeah, an animal's
they're like, it sees us as inanimate objects, and we cannot, in our heart of hearts, care.
I know. I will say the interactions with the robots were like, that's where I know before you said I saw the movie, you were afraid I wasn't gonna like some of the jokes, but actually it landed a lot with me there. I think I found a lot of it funny. I think besides Crypto, the robot parts were really good because they just they were funny. They were very almost like hypocritical of themselves because they were like, we could care less if the dog lives or dies. Like, we're robots, right? Like, we don't have emotions. But then, I think the funny part was the self-awareness of that. Most robots wouldn't say that out loud. But then there's other parts where they're like, when there's the new girl robot, and she's like, oh my god, he looked at me. Like, like she got so excited. Like, it was just this whole contradiction with them. The robots were some of the best funny parts.
I loved Alan Tudyk as 4.
Yeah, 4, yeah! Oh my god. But there's just numbers. He's like, you haven't even given us names and you want us to be more personal? Like, we don't have names. Like, these robots were the best comic relief with these Cryptos. It was so damn good. No need to compliment us, sir, as we will not appreciate it. That was another line. The comic relief definitely hit for me on a lot of points, and I was surprised on that, because I think when I first saw the trailer, I had DM'd Wolvie about being worried about that. And also, me not knowing much about Superman, I'm just not used to him being so lighthearted and funny. I see more Flash for that, like that jokester type. So
yeah, but I think this movie did a good job of, like, he is lighthearted without being like a quipster. Like, he's not like Spider-Man. It's just
he can't throw it back.
He just makes everyone around him feel happy. So
he'll say sarcastic stuff, but. No, Flash and Spider-Man are on a different level. They're, like you said, they're more like they could throw it right back at you. And that's when like
Yeah.
the joke always with Spider-Man that if he's not joking, then you should be worried. That means he's serious.
Also, I love that scene in the fortress to start, where like it shows how polite Clark is, even though the robots are like, this isn't doing anything for us.
Yeah,
It's like,
but,
eh.
I mean, again, but I guess if it's Superman, right? He's gonna be polite till the end. That's who he is, and you know,
I loved David Cornsweet as Clark.
Me too. It's so funny because Henry Cavill's a beautiful man, obviously, but it's just that for whatever reason, I mean, maybe I could comment a bit more because obviously I like men, so it's a little different. But it's just that, like, even though Henry Cavill's a bit more probably in that fit, for whatever reason, I feel like what's the full name again? You said his name?
David Cornsweet.
David Cornsweet. Okay, I forgot the first name. I remember Cornsweet, but where for whatever reason he just fit the look better. I don't know how that worked. I thought he fit it better than Henry Cavill did as far as the look of Superman, with the hair and the face and even
he looks a lot closer to the comic version.
Yeah, that's why, because I think from what I just know of him, that's how I would imagine him. Like if it was like a real life thing. And I was like, he just looks a lot closer to it, and of course, he's extremely handsome himself. But like, definitely fit the character because like, wow.
That scene of him in Lois's apartment, I'm like,
right, yeah,
okay.
Right, yeah. I will say for any of you in the chat, maybe and you as well. If any of you are like, if you haven't seen this movie yet and you're going to, and you're bisexual, you better get ready for some bi panic because that scene in their apartment, and even me as a gay man, because I'm not bisexual, Lois was fucking hot. Like whoever this actress is, she's beautiful. Like
Rachel Brosnahan.
Don't think I've seen a prettier Lois in any other Superman movie. She's very pretty.
She did 4 or 5 seasons of a show called The Marvelous Miss Maisel.
Oh, okay.
Where she played a stand-up comedian, like one of the first female stand-up comedians.
Oh yeah.
And I think it's like loosely based on Joan Rivers' life, but I'm not too certain.
I was in the movie. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
But like, yeah, she's
Yeah. Like, there's the part of the apartment before they get into the full argument, which is one of my favorite parts in the entire movie.
That is one of the most like erotic kiss scenes.
So I was just about to say that, bro. Like, and again, like, not even me being into women like that. Now, I also don't really, we see straight couples kiss on screen all the time, no big deal. Mm-hmm. But like the way that they like, it makes you wonder if they're dating off screen because that was some natural chemistry. They're like, I was sitting there like.
2 things. One, their spouses are the strongest people on the planet because they're both married.
No, right? Yeah, right.
And 2, that is just Clark and Lois. They are. There's multiple times in the comics where it's hinted that they have a pretty active sex life.
Oh yeah, you could. I mean, I think if you didn't know that before, this movie solidified it because you could tell that they're doing it all the time. Like, I mean,
so at one
very
point,
clear.
There's a whole comic arc called Superman War World, where Superman is essentially like Planet Hulked, where he's thrown into a gladiatorial arena and has to fight his way out. But he wears a very skimpy slave outfit. It's basically just the trunks and then like the shield,
like a loincloth,
and then there's chains holding the shield in place.
Oh, send me that picture later.
Well, you should mention. There's one point in a Superboy comic, where Jonathan, their son, opens up a closet. And that outfit is in there. And
oh god, that's awkward.
And Lois is a purple blur.
Trying to stop him.
Running to slam the closet shut.
I love that that's where I will say, as far as a comic couple or just heroes in general, where they make them so much like, because they're. I will say that, and not even just in comics or animated series, but this movie did very well at portraying them as your everyday couple, like what we go through. Like, you could tell how much they love each other, hypersexual, and you know, I mean, I'll blame her. Shut up. Like, you better take that outfit home. Like, you really, it makes you just more connected to those characters. They don't feel so, like, because I think that was the big thing of, like, if I could use Spider-Man as an example, even with Mary Jane, where he left her alone so often, and reading the comics, because ever Maximum Carnage, how, like, it wasn't as in love with her as we thought, where, you know, he kind of almost cheats on her with Black Cat and stuff like that. So, like, because he leaves Mary Jane alone constantly, but with Clark, he's for Lois, they're there. They're probably doing it in the air, in the sky, or whatever. I don't know. I don't know what's going on, but
they have in the past,
and they have, and they have. I mean, come on, you're not gonna leave a man that's like doing that to you at 100 miles an hour in the sky, I guess. It's like Clark is definitely the most polite one, no matter how. Yeah, I mean, there's so many times Batman really tries to like just beat him down verbally, and Clark just. He's not good at quipping back, first of all, and secondly, he's too nice. I think some of the sarcasm goes over his head sometimes too. So I imagine that's hard for Clark, no pun intended. But getting all hot and bothered, but needing to walk on eggshells otherwise. Oh, okay. I always thought about that too. Like, where you might kill someone.
In some variations, they have some red sun lamps set up in the bedroom.
Okay. That's his version of like a Blue Chew.
as like
that's funny as hell.
Wholesome and like I don't know the right word for it, but like as nice as Superman is, and Lois, like they get freaky.
Oh yeah, I keep forgetting. No, the coolest is right. I was thinking the opposite of that. I forget that the yellow sun makes him stronger. Red sun actually would, I guess, make him more on her level.
Yeah.
So he doesn't.
Yeah.
So he doesn't murder her. Because that's another thing too. I think a lot of us have wondered that, like, even like, you know, it goes back to the donkey and the dragon and Shrek. How the hell they even had procreated? It's insane. Like, without her just absolutely annihilating him. But so let me see.
But yeah, so
okay.
should we like do a beginning to end kind of review? Or
yeah, because
that's how I've got my notes set up. But
no, please do. I mean, I think you have more notes than I do, because for me, I was gonna let you lead this part more, because for more of my notes were on the comic outline. So I remember. I mean, I literally just saw it yesterday, so I actually remember this movie very fresh. I think you said you actually had early access. You saw it earlier in the week, so I'm sure you have notes.
Yeah, I saw it on Thursday, so it's been a few days. But
and
I still remember quite a bit of it.
Oh no, same here.
Really damn...
And again, like, I guess I'll let you go through it, and anything with my pros and cons, I could save towards the end. I think for me, just more, the only thing I could comment on, just going from comic to movie, was that they kind of somewhat had that same tone, because there was no origin story here. It's just straight into Superman, and honestly,
this is the most like this might be the most comic universe that felt like you just picked up a comic and started reading it off the rack,
like an issue, like right there. Yeah, like you're in the not the first issue, like you're in the middle of the issue. And Up in the Sky, I think that's where that was a huge correlation for me after reading Up in the Sky as well, where they both felt like that. They took that same vibe. It's not anything going into some origin story, and I think I love the way this movie opens, because, and you told me about it before I even went to see it, like how they do that opening that may have hit or miss with some people. It definitely hit for me, because just literally, like, we're not doing an origin story. This is it. This is three decades, 3 years, 3 months, and 3 minutes ago. So, and now we're into this fight.
3 centuries, like.
Oh yeah, they went to centuries.
This is a world that has grown up with metahumans. It is a part of everyday life.
That opening was very good, because that just really set you up with, like, okay, this kind of like how Star Wars is their openings, but not as lengthy. It was much more to the point.
Yeah.
And that's all I'll say on that. So I'll let you lead from the movie to comic perspective.
Yeah, I loved that. I loved the text opening, because it was a bit to read at first, but like, with how they're throwing you in, you need it.
Oh no, yeah, and if anyone skipped that, like, if you watch this movie, do not skip it. I know sometimes that could be annoying to read some of that stuff, but it is nowhere near the amount of words of a Star Wars opening, and it's very important that you do, because right after that reading, boom. So like, you need to know.
Well text boxes, like,
yeah, like, rewind it and read it again. Well, if you're watching, when it comes out later, but.
And that moment of just the last one of 3 minutes ago, Superman just lost his first battle.
Yeah,
and
so
it's like,
you already feel like the somber moment.
Okay.
Yeah, you're like, oh shit. Okay. Like, shit is hitting the fan in the first 3 minutes of this movie. So
the literal opening scene is Superman crashing in the Arctic and Crypto showing up. And like I love how he interacts with Crypto.
I mean, once I heard the whistle, I was like, I mean, I know more because my mom was asking me what that was, but I was like, Crypto, like, but I will say my mom was a bit more than I thought. I don't watch a lot of this stuff with her, but I think she was a big Superman fan growing up, so she knew Crypto when she saw him.
My mom doesn't know a whole ton about really any of the characters in this.
Okay.
And she was like tearing up at multiple points, so I'm like, okay, this is doing good for like the general audience stuff.
Yeah, well, that's what I like too. I mean, it's like, again, we're more fans, we're gamers, you know, we're the nerds and everything. But like, I think it says a lot about a movie when they know nothing about this medium or this character and they still get touched by it. So
yeah,
I think it's good to see both sides of that, like hardcore fans and people who are just completely new to the concept.
And so Crypto drags him to the Fortress of Solitude, which is the coolest version of the fortress I think we've ever gotten, where it just rises up out of the ground with all the crystals, and
it looks damn good.
I love how that works.
It looks damn good. And then the funniest thing, Crypto's bark was the bastard. It was just so cute. He's so cute. Like, my mom starts laughing, like, the door recognized his bark. Like, it's too...
I think it recognized Superman's DNA, is what... Because that's... Spoilers, that's how Lex gets in as well.
Yes, which is...
Yeah,
later on they show that. Yeah, no, I agree, Custer. I think Custer's speaking of, like, that being the best-looking fortress there, the Fortress of Solitude.
Yeah, like, because it's been done several times in multiple different ways. And I think this might be the most unique, where it's like... It's not just a thing that exists. It can just sprout up where he needs it.
Yes.
Like,
yes.
And I love that, because there's some science fiction stuff going on that isn't fully explained, and we don't need it explained because it's just cool.
No, yeah, it's like, that's why some of it I kind of just took myself out of that mindset and be like, this is just a great movie to watch. Like, and that's how I felt like when I was seeing Wonder Woman and Aquaman. Like, sometimes, like, I was saying it to when I was talking to Dakulas last night, just where some things, yeah, you want to be comic accurate, but at the same time, some things just work better in a movie medium. Like, just and it looks better that way instead of being comic accurate. Sometimes comic accurate is not the best look. So that just works really well for that fortress.
And then we see the robots, and we already talked about them and how adorable they are.
So damn funny. Jesus Christ. I
And
could
then
see a
we
whole movie on the
see-
robots.
We see the first part of the message from Jor-El and Lara. And Jor-El is played by Bradley Cooper, which was a nice little touch.
You know what's funny is that the angle that they showed him in, because I literally remember just, sorry to cut you off, just like leaning to my mom, and I was like, that looks a lot like Bradley Cooper. She goes, it is. I was like, because I think the angle, it didn't look like him. They had a weird face angle, and then it kind of spun around, and I was like, okay, that's him. But like, I mean, he has beautiful eyes. You could definitely tell just from the eyes alone. And what the coolest is saying here, the pitch of his bark produced by him. Oh, it's unique to his bark because he's so strong, kind of like how Superman had a key that weighed 1 million tons. Okay.
That's how it's been a few times in the comics.
Okay.
But here specifically, because there is another scene that explains how they get into the fortress, it's partly because he was dragging Superman with him, because Superman's DNA was there.
Right, and yeah, that's what the coolest was saying as well. The DNA. Oh, okay, so yeah, that I didn't pick up on. I thought it was just his bark. I thought it was cute.
It was a very cute scene.
Yeah.
So then we get like the first part of the message, which there's always a message, and it's almost always that first part. It's like the whole thing, like, yeah, like was.
The million cent key's a big fuck you because it's in the front, or literally under the mat. Very loyal to actors and actresses in his previous movies. Actually builds friendships with them, so it's nice to see Bradley Cooper, Rocket Raccoon. Oh, very true.
Yeah. He, like, I love when he'll bring his friends in, but not in like he'll only give them major roles if they make sense in the role.
Right.
Otherwise, they'll just be like cameos. That'll be just like fun stuff.
I mean, that's good.
Like
He's a director that cares.
Yeah, like specifically Nathan Fillion was Sky Gardner to a T.
Like,
yes,
which that was one of my gripes, because I think for a general, I was talking about with the coolest last night, that how we just said with, like, you know, the Fortress being more like movie CGI, looks beautiful, maybe not comic accurate, but it did very well for the movie. It's like, I get it. I think for a modern audience, it's hard to swallow, because again, like how you saw with your mom, and she doesn't know. My mom knows, but not as much as maybe we do. So she's like, who the hell is that? Like, you know, I think for a modern audience, I think when you go to Howard Jordan or Jon Stewart would have done just better, and I get that it's a new movie, but it disgusted me. So I'm like, what is this bowl haircut? What is this suit? I did not like the Green Lantern and Hawkgirl thing at all.
Hal and John are getting their own series.
Yeah, and again, I'm sure it fits in this new Superman world, and he's only 3 years in. They said that at the beginning of the movie, so make sure you read that, because they mentioned that.
Like, but like also, I couldn't see John or Hal signing up to be part of a corporate superhero group.
Oh, yeah, true. But I mean, I'm just saying, you know, I mean, that's logistics of it. I'm saying in general to a modern audience, that's what they know and how Green Lantern typically looks. So even though that is very comic accurate and he did the job well of him being an asshole, all that good stuff, just like that whole character, that's probably not the best introduction. I mean, Green Lantern hasn't done so well in the past, especially the Ryan Reynolds movie we don't talk about. And even in the animated series, where unfortunately he just gets thrown away as a character, which is such a shame, because the lore is so strong with Green Lantern, with yellow, red, and white, and all the other ones as well. Like,
and we're gonna get a lot of that in Lanterns.
And that's what I hope too, because this one specifically, I just don't. I get it's comic accurate, but I don't like that look at all. I mean, they could have made it a bit more pleasing in a live action. That yellow ball hair. My mom goes, he looks like a Dutch boy, and I was like, what are you talking about? She literally Googles it, and it's the same haircut.
Well, that's also just part of him as well. Like, even in universe, people make fun of his hair all the damn time. He thinks it's the coolest damn thing.
I will say that
no, it's not.
I will say I like most of the scenes in this movie, the action scenes, and just anytime that Green Lantern and Hawkgirl on that, and because again, my gripe with Hawkgirl too is that, you know, Banshee and Marvel uses sound waves because it propels him through the air. He bounces it off the floor. Black Canary is her primary superpower, but why is this bitch screaming? Like, it really pissed me off. Because yeah, but it doesn't need to be legit. Like, in what animated series is she doing that? I do not like it. It's literally just. I mean, people are covering their ears in the theater. It's screeching. It's like, and I get it. It's what a hawk does, but girl, shut up. Like, it just. You don't need to do it. You have wings and you have an electric mace. It's not part of your powers like Black Canary or Banshee. It's like, what are you doing it for?
It's a mystical mace.
Oh, true, yeah, because it's more magical. Very true. But it's just
there's like a brief shot when she slams it into something.
Thank you, Custer. Oh no, her mace, because I think like, so. Can you explain that?
There's
a bit
brief
more?
shot where you can see the runes on it, but
I don't want to have you go off on too much of a tangent, but I actually don't know much about Hawkgirl just from the animated series. What is her mace exactly?
It is made of nth metal, which is a mystical metal that can, when impacted, absorbs the energy from something.
Oh, so that's when in the movie that happened, because I remember seeing the impacts and I was like, what's happening? I didn't fully understand. Okay, that's what it is. So you said there's runes on it, so it's magic.
Yeah.
Okay. That helps me understand.
This version of the character is magical. There's also Shiera from the animated series, who is an alien and is from a planet of hawk people. But this one is magical. This is Kendra Saunders.
So that's why she can destroy Superman, because he's weak. Yeah, because he's weak to magic. True.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's I mean, again, look, that's where it's like there's some mediums where I understand you want to be comic accurate, so please, but maybe you just don't need to be sometimes. Like, she's doing it just for fun, because that's the way I'm looking at it. It's not part of your powers. You don't need to do it to fly. Like, you're just being annoying. But that being said, with my gripes with Green Lantern and Hawkgirl, I loved Mr. Terrific. I think that.
Oh my god.
I think that and actually, I think because I googled him a little after I saw the movie because I didn't know much about him, and the actor that they chose, he looks almost exactly like the comic character. They chose someone very well for that. So, and I guess technically Nathan Fillion and the other girl probably look like their characters. I just didn't like those looks, but I think that how Mr. Terrific was talking, and oh my god, we didn't even talk about that with the comic where, because we were making fun of so many of other Alice's questions, she does ask that question, which I skipped over, and it just made me think of it now. Like, who do you think is smarter, Mr. Terrific or Batman? And that Superman says, Mr. Terrific says that he's not. She's like, do you believe him? He goes, no. He goes, and when I Googled it, from what I know, he's one of the top 3 smartest in the DC universe, so he technically is smarter than Batman.
Yeah, he is just barely smarter than Batman.
Yeah, but I think that's his only...
even Batman knows this too. Like he's mentioned it a couple times. Yeah.
That's why I like with Batman. He's not egotistical. I'm sure he doesn't care that he's smarter than him, but it's just that Mr. Terrific definitely, the personality, the energy, his ego. I loved every scene he was in, and I'm glad he got more screen time because the other two I couldn't bear too much. But I do like his screen time, Mr. Terrific, and how intelligent that they showed him.
I loved seeing him basically be comic accurate because like it felt like an episode of Justice League Unlimited. Like I feel like this whole movie felt like an extended episode of Justice League Unlimited.
They kept making fun of it. We're the Justice Gang, and they're like, we're not calling ourselves that.
That's not gonna stick.
Yeah,
that was a Guy Gardner decision.
I think right, but I also think that from a director's point of view, that's just setting it up where eventually there'll be the Justice League movie.
Oh yeah.
So
even their logo, like you can actually like kind of make out the J and the L.
Oh yes, yes.
Yeah.
No, so that's why it had me excited. I was like, I know nothing about this Mr. Terrific guy.
It's technically the Lord Tech logo, but it's gonna turn into
Mr. Terrific reminded me a lot of Tron because he has like hyperspheres and stuff. So it was like very Tron-like.
Yeah, the T spheres I loved.
Like
oh my god,
he's the only character I didn't know, and I liked him the most.
breaking the like going in order here. That Mr. Terrific fight scene. Oh my god.
Yeah, and it's funny because when you Google him, they'll say, he's modified himself for physical prowess. He's actually a great martial artist. His gadgets that help him fly like the T-spheres. But I was not expecting that at all because I'm like, Mr. Terrific is just one of the smarties. Like, he's not going to get into a fight like that. And it's just like, dude.
No, he'll throw down.
He's like Iron Fist out here. Oh, wait.
He got fair play on his arms for a reason.
But you said, Custer said he was the evolution guy from X-Men First Class along with Luthor, who was Beast Boy.
Yeah, the actor Eddie Gathegi.
Oh,
he was
the
in
actor.
First Class as Darwin. And they butchered his character so badly. Because Darwin's power is that he is supposed to be able to survive anything.
And he died.
Whatsoever.
That First Class movie, people still talk about that to this day with Darwin's death, how bad that was. It's
like in World War Hulk, when he goes up against Hulk, because they're like, okay, well, this guy will be, he'll create something. He'll do something to survive this. He shows up and his body teleports him away. Because that's the only way he's going to survive.
Darwinism is survival of the fittest. He's going to be alive. Yeah, like it's kind of like oh my god,
the fact that they managed to kill him without him doing anything.
Well, I don't even think it's the managing to kill him. That's part of it. It was more how simple the kill was. Like there was no dodging, there was no fight scene. It just he got popped, and it's like what the fuck.
he used like one superpower and it didn't work. And so nothing happened.
Nothing. You know what it reminds me of in the Deadpool movie where she's the luckiest girl in the world and he's like, that's not a superpower, and then he sees her fight and like literally everything that could work, luck was on her side and nothing was harming this girl, and Deadpool was like, you're on my team. And it's just like, so I guess same feel there with the Marvel comparison. You said people need to know talking about Batman, he is an Iron Man. And so it's funny you say that, the coolest, when I googled Mr. Terrific and who's smarter, I actually googled that this morning. That's exactly the description that you see online that AI comes up with, of like, Batman knows that he's smarter. Mr. Terrific just kind of says that Batman is smarter, like as like a quip or just let him feel better, but that it's something where Batman, that their intellects are in different intellectual levels. That Batman's very intelligent as far as the human psyche, being a detective, where when you're talking about actual intelligence, that's where Mr. Terrific is higher than him because he knows scientific intelligence. He's very good with
Yeah.
gadget building. Because you gotta remember, I mean, Batman has a ton of very nice gadgets, but he doesn't build them himself. He has money. So it's a little different. He's a rich boy, right?
Some of them himself.
Yeah, I'm sure he knows because he's smart enough to do it on his own. But Mr. Terrific is all his own doing, and even with the portal scene and all that. Going back to my comment earlier about Lex's compliment, it was actually to Batman, saying that Batman was the smartest man in the world. What's that? Wait, you said in front of Lex?
That he was just ahead of Lex in terms of intelligence.
Yeah, Lex would never say that about anyone.
There's one moment in Deceased, where which Deceased is like DC zombies, and spoilers, Batman dies fairly early on.
And wait, and what iteration is this?
Deceased, which is DC zombies, basically.
I like that play on DC. Deceased.
Yeah.
That's funny.
It's a really good book, but Batman dies fairly early on, and Lex is like with a bunch of other heroes, and he's like, someone asks him like, well, you're the smartest man in the world, right? And Lex is like, Batman's dead, right?
He's like,
he's like, and they're like, yeah. He's like, yes, I am.
I'm sorry, that's so funny because I can literally imagine hearing Lex say that. Like, that is such a Lex Luthor thing to say. My God.
It's such a great
The
scene.
sarcasm never ends with him. Jesus Christ. You said because Batman never bought his stuff. If anything, did you mean Lucius? What? I'm not sure if you want to clarify that. I'm not sure what you mean there.
Some variations he uses the Bat computer to create gadgets. Some variations he uses Lucius plus the Bat computer.
Lucius. Oh, I don't know who Lucius is. Maybe that's why I was thrown off.
Lucius Fox. It was Morgan Freeman in the Nolan movies.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't know that about Batman.
Yeah.
Because I just assumed he bought or made some of them.
In some variations, he's built the Batmobile. Like in the Batman, he built the Batmobile.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. Lucius was in the animated series?
Which animated? Like the OG animated series? Or are you talking about Beyond? What's the most recent one that he looks like, his face looks insane? Is that Caped Crusaders or something? The most recent animated series that he looks weird? Batman looks very weird in the most recent one. Like it's fixed the Batmobile, which is a 12-piston car. Oh, OG animated. Damn, I don't remember that because I've seen literally every single episode of the OG animated. Damn.
I don't remember him either.
Lucius was in the OG? Yeah, I thought maybe you were talking about Batman maybe. Beyond or something. Yeah. Well, Batman Beyond, he would have been old because Batman's old. But, oh, okay. I'll rewatch the series again because I think they're on Hulu or something. He was really in it, but he was okay. So maybe I just saw him as a side character and I blanked him out of my head when Robin came in. Okay.
Same.
Yeah, right. I was like, he's just a guy that he buys gadgets off from, whatever.
Like, because I didn't really know who the character was until the Nolan movies, so like.
Right. So I don't remember that in animated either. Okay. I guess that went over our heads. But please continue.
Yeah, we were talking about Mr. Terrific.
Yes.
And like, yeah, just that I loved that action scene, and like what the camera was doing too, where it's just like spinning around Lois. Well,
but so angles in this movie, my God, they did so well with angles. I mean,
it felt very reminiscent of like a cross between the hallway fight in Guardians 3 and the Peacemaker helmet fight in the Suicide Squad. Where there's a moment where, for anyone that hasn't seen it, like, Peacemaker and Rick Flag are in a fist fight, and Peacemaker's helmet is on the floor, and you're seeing the whole fight just through the reflection of the helmet as the camera spins around it, and it's really cool.
That's what I'm saying. Where it's like, when you make it a movie, because that angles, the reflections, that's literally cinema. Right, that how they did that with, I know you'll get to that part later with Superman, but another like spinning camera thing that was one of my favorite scenes towards the end. Like, I know you know the part I'm talking about. But it's just we just get a taste of it earlier in Mr. Terrific. But
they did some really fun stuff with the camera.
Oh
in this
my god!
movie.
And what I like too,
even from the first flight in the beginning.
Oh
like,
yeah.
When right as he's like leaving the fortress, and he's like, I got to go fight the hammer.
He's revived. He's up, and boom, and he flies right out. And I like seeing that like camera like in his face, where you could, like again, like up in the sky where Alice is kind of making fun of him. They're like, you defy physics. It doesn't make sense. But in here, I feel like in the movie you saw the physics a bit because you could feel like this G-force pushing back on his face. Like you could see it.
I love seeing all the little particles that
Yeah.
were just like bouncing off of him and the screen, and like...
He's probably technically moving faster than at least light. I know they always say he moves faster than the speed of sound, but yeah. So like you would think he's like at least breaking sound barriers when he's flying, which I think in some mediums they do show him doing that. But
yeah. He can.
Yeah, he definitely does his sonic booms there. But no, I think the angles were absolutely. That's one thing I had no gripes with. I mean, that action scenes were just stunning. It was just great to look at. Watch that multiple times, like. And with all of them, and again,
I loved the action.
I'm glad you told me what James Gunn has done, and just going from Guardians, we did Suicide Squad, now something like this, where I'm like, oh, because I didn't know about that till just now. But now thinking back on it, where technically this is a solo movie, I guess some of that Guardians and Suicide Squad part came in again because you could really see the camaraderie Superman has with Green Lantern, Hawkgirl, and Mr. Terrific, and like them being like a group where they're not just these side characters. You know,
and being the building blocks for what will eventually be the Justice League.
Right. Which I hope when that happens, it's Guy Gardner, but whatever. If it is, I'll deal with it. But it's just you know, I understand it's 3 because that's what I was explaining to my mom too. Because I know she wasn't that happy with it, but I was like, you gotta understand this is 3 years in Superman. Like he only did. Yeah. He's very young here. Like this is not this is the beginnings.
Like they got the Hall of Justice, which was beautiful, by the way. And the I don't know if you caught it, but there is a mural along the top of the inside of the Hall of Justice,
right? That
shows a bunch of different heroes that have been superheroes previously in this building.
Right.
There was everything from Wildcat to Jay Garrick Flash, Atomic Knight, Black Pirate, Freedom Beast. Trying to remember the rest of them. Dr. Fate,
yes.
Vibe. There was just a bunch of paintings of superheroes that have like already existed in this world.
Is Dr. Fate the one with the Ankh? Is that him?
Yeah.
Okay. Because I remember him from Injustice.
Yeah.
Okay.
His main thing is the helmet that he wears has like the God of Order inside of it. And will possess him.
Yeah, no, because I was like, I remember reading some of his origin when I didn't recognize him in Injustice, so I was reading some characters I didn't know, and I thought his background was pretty cool. And then is Wildcat just like I don't know much about it? Is she like the DC version of Black Cat?
It's a guy. And
it's a guy.
He's a boxer.
Oh, okay. I don't know anything about it. I thought it was like a DC version of Black Cat or something. Oh, okay.
No, he wears like boxing wraps and then like a full body suit of like a panther kind of suit.
Oh, so he's more Black Panther-ish?
And he's just this old boxer named Ted.
Oh, okay.
He just grew up on the streets and became a hero. And
anyone can do it, right? Look at Green Arrow.
He's one of Batman's mentors when he's first starting out.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Trains him a little bit for a short period of time.
Batman
had a lot of mentors.
I was about to say, like, he would have been a lot younger.
Yeah. Yeah.
But no, I caught some of that, yes. But
an amazing character.
But you probably also, I'm sure that scene was even more grandiose for you, because, like, I just, of course, I'm sure there's a lot of characters
I didn't even catch it.
Oh,
I didn't.
Because I was gonna say, I was like, there's probably a lot of characters I just would not have even known anyway.
This was something I saw afterwards that someone had took a picture of, and I was like, oh my god.
Oh, okay. Because was it like a quick glance? I'm wondering if I caught it. I don't think I did.
It was when Lois was talking to the Justice Gang.
Mm-hmm.
Just at different camera angles, you can see but you're not really focusing on that because you're focusing on Lois. But
Right. Yeah, that's okay.
it's just in the background. There's like paintings of all of these heroes. It's like, oh wow, this is like a fully fleshed out
Yeah.
world.
That's pretty
this,
cool.
this is the Hall of Justice, and it has been used for a long time. There has likely been the Justice Society of America here.
And I will say too that you know, this is one of the few movies where Lex Luthor appears in a lot. That's one of his main villains anyway. So he appears in a lot of Superman movies, animated series, whatever. But I think this is one of the movies where they really delve into him a lot more than usual. I think even I heard some people in the theater, and even my own mom said it. Oh, they have? Okay, because I think I heard some people in the theater, like, or just overhearing them say it, and then my mom said it after the movie was done too, that she's like, that wasn't even a Superman movie. She's like, it was a Lex Luthor movie. She felt it was so much more about him, which, okay, and that's probably true. I can see it from that perspective. But it's, but I think it's also good to show.
I don't think I agree with that.
I know, yeah. I think some people were saying it. Maybe they just felt his scenes were a little too much, or he had too much. I don't know. I don't know why they said that, but she felt that.
He was only in a handful of scenes.
Yeah, so I don't know. Maybe because they just dove more into like what he was doing and not as much. But I guess the movie does set itself where Superman is already kind of he's there already. There's no origin thing, so it just seems like, I guess from that perspective, yeah, Lex Luthor has a lot more dialogue scenes where he's talking about more what he's doing and why he's doing it. So maybe they're doing it that way. I think people are just used to origin stuff, but they also beat origins into the ground in every movie.
Yeah,
like I know
we've had like 4 different versions of Superman up to this point that are big
origin things,
big like film events. Like,
and the same thing with Batman. Like I swear, there's another Batman movie where I see his parents get shot. Like, we know, stop. Like, we get it. They got shot in an alleyway. Like, we know.
Yeah,
like I think
that's one of the things I loved about the Batman, where it's just like, yeah, no, we know. Let's just keep moving.
Yeah, like if they do a Batman movie with that same opening, but just with just the words, and then it goes right into it, I'll be okay with that. Like I already know about him. Like, you said this was kind of like Superman Homecoming. I like that. That's funny. I could see that. Yeah, but I was just saying that's just some things people overheard. I don't really agree with that either.
Yeah, I don't know where they're coming from, but fair enough, I suppose.
Right. Yeah.
But yeah, we get so after the first flight scene, we get the Hammer of Baravia, which was a cool suit, but also like that. They're not gonna do a whole ton with that. Like I could already tell it was like, oh, this is a one-off like thing here.
It's so funny you chose Up in the Sky, because even the main villain, which was identified anyway, it kind of reminded me of the villain Up in the Sky, like having a bit of that same look and very dark brown, and I was like, this is a little too coincidental. Maybe he got
just like,
yeah, like the same like villain that's just edgy and probably insignificant. I don't know. Well, until we find out.
Yeah, he's just supposed to be making a show, basically.
Yeah.
And then after beating Superman into the ground again, because he's stronger than him somehow, which we find out later. But
yeah, my mom made that comment. She's like, because I guess in all the other movies, which I kind of like, I don't know. I guess it's a pro and a con, depending on how you look at it. But she was like, I guess she knows the movies growing up, so she's like, he almost never gets his ass beat like that. She's like, he got beat way too much in this movie. And again, just understanding he is younger and maybe he's weaker for whatever reason it is, but.
Well, as going back to the comic, he was getting his ass beat like once a chapter.
Yeah, I mean, even in Up in the Sky, I mean that Mido fight, I mean, he almost killed. It looked like he was about to kill him. And that was just a boxing match. I mean, he was using his powers, to be fair.
And I think it's mainly just because we haven't had this kind of like comic accurate Superman.
Yes, that
on screen.
Like the comic
that a lot of people are like, huh?
Because when we're watching like early cartoons, whether it's 90s, live action movies, he's always just so invincible. So like I think that's all people know him as, where there isn't this weak version of him.
And the animated series did a fairly decent job of like any villain that showed up, no matter how strong they were, got a few hits in.
Oh yeah. Even if he got dragged, he still got a few hits in. I mean,
yeah.
I think the one that stands out to me the most is when Darkseid absolutely just like tortured him for like 2 episodes. Like it was
oh my God.
It was very bad. Yeah.
That was an event.
Yeah, where Batman eventually ends up overcoming him, of course, because he's Batman. But it's just that was crazy. I mean, he washed the entire league. Like, it was insane. But I think that's also good to see, because when you have someone like Superman who's so invincible, it's that's why I didn't mind it in the movie. Like, I get that viewpoint, but when someone is that powerful of a superhero, sometimes you want to be like, okay, he needs an adversary that can't take him, though, because then it's going to be very boring. It's like, I want to see him struggle. So,
and I think they did a good job in this of like establishing the villains to having a reason why they could do what they could do.
Yes. So that and they didn't just seem random. I mean, even with the Hammer of Baravia, I mean, okay, he was hired by Lex Luthor. He's a pawn, whatever. Yeah. But like,
it is just a blatant Lex Luthor scheme, like from the second he shows up.
Yeah, and I think that's why I did good with it too. Is that like, instead of just having parts with Lex, and I could see why I guess some people think the movie revolves around. I guess it kind of does, which is fine. I don't think it's a negative thing. But it's just that like, you just feel Lex Luthor's like energy throughout this entire film from beginning to end of like typical egotistic Lex that's so sarcastic, hiring this dude just to create a fucking, war that is very reminiscent of a real life one, and between these two countries, and because he's gonna make money off of it because he's just an asshole. Like it just screamed Lex the entire thing.
Oh,
and
yeah.
It just like, that's where the actor did such a good job, because he really played into that.
And like, it kind of did a little bit of the Hugh Jackman plot, or not Hugh Jackman, Gene Hackman plot from '78.
Okay. Yes.
Where like, oh, I want this land here to build my own nation. But then in the end of this, Lex is like, no, I set all that up just so I could have an excuse to kill you. Like,
yep. And again, it's so funny because like, oh my god, how did I even think about this? Because I remember that line exclusive. That's one of my favorite lines in the movie. Again, going back to Up in the Sky, where like, even at that final chapter, this unknown villain tells him, he goes, I didn't kidnap the girl to get you here. He goes, oh no, not that. I think when he sent Mito after him to like, stop him from getting the girl. He's like, I didn't send those people to stop you from getting the girl. I just didn't want you to destroy my army. He's like, I don't care about this girl. Like, because then Superman.
Like, I just wanted to get you here.
Yeah. Like, he thought Superman was trying to like, that the villain was trying to like defend him from Alice, because Alice probably was like a special. He goes, no. He's like, I don't care about her. He's like, I didn't want you to destroy my army. Like, so like, it's the same shit. It was. I can't even believe like now I'm correlating all these vibes in my head to the comic, but
I'm telling you, so much overlaps.
Yeah, like I got a few of them as I was reading Up in the Sky, but I didn't. Oh my god, that's the line that probably stands out the most in the movie, because that was penultimate Lex when he said that line. Like, out of everything in this movie, that line was literally him.
It was during the final fight too. Like,
yeah, where even you see some of Lex's own people of like giving him the side of like, we don't know about that. and I love that. I know this is, I guess it's not really a tangent, it's part of the movie, but just that like girl that she actually really likes the guy, and unfortunately Jimmy Olsen's using
Eve.
her. Yeah, he's just using her to get a story, and he doesn't really give a shit about this girl. But it's so funny because like she's supposed to play the dumb blonde, but I actually felt for her because you could tell at the end when
she was actually smart.
Yeah, well, what she did when she sent the pictures, because he's like, oh, you just sent me like 100 pictures of your selfies, but her selfies were in his place, she was
constantly taking pictures of
everything. And then Lois is like,
she was doing that because she knew that she was being overlooked by everybody. And again, bouncing around the movie.
No. And that's okay, too, because that was towards the end, but it's just that for me, it's like, I kind of picked up early on because I was like, I think this girl's playing a game. I think she's doing this on purpose.
Yeah.
Like, her like, dumb bimbo attitude type of thing. I was like, maybe she's doing that just so no one suspects her. And then when Lex threw the pencil at her, I was like, okay, she's going to get mad. And then, like, even the picture thing, Lois is like, she's a genius. Or not, or maybe it was Jimmy, because Jimmy called Lois after he found it in the picture. But, yeah, I felt for her. I felt for her.
Lois does call her a genius when it's like when they have the board of the pictures in front of them.
Yeah. No, I don't know. I liked her as a character. I think that was like.
Oh yeah, she's great. She was one of the highlights of the movie.
That's why I'm like, when she finally hugs him, I just felt for her. Like, there was like a true. You could tell she was so excited to see him. It's like you feel for people.
I love that they actually kept Jimmy as like, because even in the comics, like you haven't seen it yet, but Jimmy
Right.
is like, for some reason, ends up pulling everyone.
Well, so I saw it in the movie, and like, even me, like me and my mom were looking at each other, and even as a gay man myself, I'm like, he's not even the hottest guy in the room. Why are all these women staring at him all the time? Like, and then you have Clark Kent here, which is like 10 times. Like, I mean, if Jimmy's an 8, Clark is like a fucking 108 on the scale.
It is absolutely a running joke with Jimmy where like everyone falls for him,
and they're like,
for some reason.
He's so hot. I'm like, hot where? Like, what?
And the wildest thing is I've seen multiple women on Twitter now being like, no, I get it. And I'm like,
well, I could say after seeing the movie, because when they first introduced him in the beginning, I was like, what do you see? But at the end of the movie, a lot of that hotness does come from personality, and I think it's also he has like a baby face type of thing. Because towards the end of the movie, I was like, okay, I can see he's kind of like I guess they were trying to make him more nerdy, but he does have a cute face. But he's not like where he's gonna have a harem of these girls following him. Like, it's like, come on, dude. Oh, wait, Custer. Oh, you said mutant cell? I don't know. Wait, what are you talking about?
that was what he had Eve as in his contacts.
Oh yeah. I must have forgot that. You said she was. Yeah, no, I loved her sneakiness in that. I think she's an airhead. Well, and that's the thing. I picked up on that immediately. The coolest. I was like, when I saw her doing that, I was like, okay, this girl's planning something, or maybe she wasn't. She really was just that dumb and got lucky. Whatever. Either way, I think she was a great character.
I think she was doing it on purpose because, like, also in the '78 version, she's the one who takes the kryptonite off of Superman and helps him.
Ah, okay.
So like yeah, she's every variation of her helps out the heroes in some way.
Right.
This was like, yeah.
I guess speaking of the kryptonite part, I do like it's Metamorpho, right? Is that his name?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I really like this iteration of him. I didn't think I would like it so much.
It is straight out of the comic, and I love him
because
he is such a sweetheart, and he is so overly powerful.
Well, that's the thing too. It's like when I actually Googled him, because I know of him from like the series and stuff, but I was like, let me Google him just to see more of his powers. I'm like, oh my god, he's like basically a god. Like, he can turn into anything, and he can turn into any material. That's why like the scene, and maybe I'm skipping around a bit, but when he helped him break out of this prison, and the 4 of them are surrounding him. And they're like, what are you going to do? Like, spit at us or something like that? And he goes, yeah. There's a vat of acid in every direction. Melts their faces. Like, that shit was so funny. I was like, Metamorpho just became one of my favorite characters.
I love Rex
that
so much.
shit had me dying. It was just, because then, poor Crypto stuck in his, like, infinite chasing squirrels or whatever. And, like, they break him out of there. Crypto's fighting. And then he just, like, burns everyone. Like, some of these jokes really landed a lot better than I thought they were going to do just from seeing the trailer, and it made me laugh a lot.
So I don't know. Do you remember when we were talking beforehand, and I was like, "There's going to be one joke. It's not really used very often. It's just kind of an off thing that it was either going to land for you or you were going to find it stupid as hell."
Okay.
It was the monkeys.
The joke about the monkeys?
Yeah, the monkeys posting on social media.
Oh yeah, well okay, so I don't think it wasn't funny, but like maybe it just went over my head a bit because I wasn't sure what was that supposed to be like referring to.
It was a joke about like all of the hate that like the movie had been receiving ever since it got announced.
I actually think that was actually kind of funny because like I mean honestly I think the whole movie theater audibly laughed out loud when it was hashtag super shit. That shit was funny as hell to me. Yeah. And he's like, I hate that. Don't put that in there. And like that I thought for whatever reason, as stupid as I was, I did laugh at that. And
okay.
Yeah, it's okay. You're talking about like more in the beginning. Yes.
I was like, this is one of the most Silver Age stupid, like, I have an army of monkeys that are posting about you on social media.
No, that was funny. Actually, I didn't even know that. So Metamorpho was, and Zaz and that Gotham, I mean, we could do a whole podcast on Gotham TV show. That show was very, very good.
And did you see the show Barry?
I did not.
That's a really good show. He's part of that as well. Hilarious. I love it.
Oh, he's in that?
Yeah.
Okay, isn't that the only reason I know about it is I remember so many people being mad that they didn't use the actor for the Flash there in the Batman vs Superman movie. That was two different actors. It wasn't the same.
No,
Flash
no.
actor?
It's not a. It's just a show called Barry. It's about an assassin.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant the Flash.
No.
Oh, okay. I thought I missed the channel.
No, it's a show starring Bill Hader where he plays an assassin.
I would watch it for him. I like Bill Hader actually, so
it's probably his best role ever.
Really?
It's incredible.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
and Anthony Carrigan plays an incredible side character.
Wow, I wouldn't expect the two of them together. I could see that though.
He is flamboyant.
Who, Anthony Carrigan?
Hilarious, yes.
Oh, okay. I can actually see him doing very well with Bill Hader though, because I'm just the SNL thing that I've always liked Bill Hader.
So he killed it as Rex. I loved it so much.
Yeah. That's what I was gonna say. These characters that I barely know, I ended up enjoying the most. I was like, I loved Mr. Terrific and
again, James Gunn doing the James Gunn thing, where it's like these characters that no one knows beforehand, but are like really cool comic characters.
Like I look forward to actually seeing them in
another movie.
Are. Yeah, I look forward to seeing them in another movie, honestly.
Because they're already talking about possibly doing show spin-offs for Mr. Terrific and Jimmy.
Oh, Mr. Terrific.
Because Jimmy has some of the weirdest comic plots in his own comic that are absolutely insane. Darkseid was introduced in a Jimmy Olsen comic.
Wait, who was introduced? I'm sorry.
Darkseid.
Jimmy Olsen comic. Fuck. Yeah.
I'm telling you, these comics get fucking
wild.
Wait,
in the first introduction ever, you mean? Like the
first introduction ever.
The first appearance of really? I wouldn't even think about that.
The entire Fourth World was a Jimmy Olsen comic.
What the fuck? Especially out of all the villains, like the worst villain.
He's currently dating in the comics Silver Banshee, who's a Superman villain.
He's dating a villain?
Yeah, well, she's reformed now.
But... Oh, okay. I was like, oh my god. So I thought they were friends.
She wasn't when they first started.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, I kind of like some of those storylines. They get them to change.
Yeah, like, so while on the surface a Jimmy show feels like it'd be like, why? It's like you start digging into it, it's like, okay, yeah, no, they could do some wild stuff with this. It's like people turning into kaijus and all sorts of
Actually,
stuff.
as a TV show, I think that would do really well, because they could literally use the most imaginative plot ever. Yeah. But I would also see Mr. Terrific, because I kind of like seeing more, like, again, I love Powers, X-Men and all that, but like, it's just, I think seeing some of these that are just, your everyday, like Daredevil. And that's why I think the Daredevil show is also amazing. But
and also the character is so charismatic. Like, I could listen to him talk. Like I wish we got more of him. Like, because it was.
I mean, a lot of the funny parts in the movie were him. Yeah, he had a lot of funny things to say. He was just good in general.
I'm goddamn Mr. Terrific.
Right, he's like, I got this. Don't worry about it. He's very confident. I'll give him that. Go ahead. I'm sorry. So did you? I wasn't sure. No, I just was saying. I'm not sure if you want to touch up. I know we touched up on like a lot of the main parts of the movie. Was there anything that stood out to you towards the end, or?
Oh, at the point we left off, that's when we get introduced to Ultraman.
Right.
So Ultraman as a character, it means something very distinct to comic readers. And I think that's why they used the name, because it was to throw people off.
Right.
So Ultraman in the comics is from Earth 3, and he is an evil Superman leading an evil Justice League.
So it's like a Bizarro type of thing?
But less monstrous and more just an asshole.
Lex Luthor Superman, basically.
Yeah. So that's, I think, the reason why they used the name, because there was a lot of leaks about this movie going in, and it was a way that they could mask who he was really without, like, even if the unmasked scene got revealed. Because
Are you talking with Ultraman and the Justice League and stuff? Well, his own Justice League. Sorry.
Yeah, because like, well, okay, we'll get there. I have a few things I want to cover before we get to like the end stuff.
Of course.
But that is just something that they're setting up. I loved the theme of Lex Luthor Corp.
Yes.
Like that music was so good.
So
that scene of like the Hammer walking through, taking off the helmet, and it's Ultraman, and then they used it again when they were taking or when they went to the fortress to raid it.
Yep. That
like,
big,
I loved that.
And it gave, I will say that the actor himself, it gave Lex Luthor, because even though he's typically egotistical, he can be funny just because of how he crashes out so often. But it did, in those scenes with that theme song, it gave him this, like, this, again, like how you said with Darkseid, this imposition about him, this imposing force. That, like, it's like he's coming in, like, hot right now. This is not, I mean,
absolutely.
And even that whole scene, them walking into that Fortress of Solitude, and that well, I guess fight scene, if you want to call it, is very quick, but, that was like, whoa. Because even the people with him, I didn't realize how strong that they even were. Like, and then
yeah, like Engineer, she is a part of a different team called the Authority.
Okay.
So at some point, those nanites, you could see how the more she used them, the more they covered her body and the less control she had.
Yeah.
That is very key, because at some point they entirely could take control of her body, and she becomes a member of what is essentially like a Black Ops Justice League. Okay. Who use a spaceship that can warp around, and are basically like, they're led by a gay Batman and Superman. Well, actually, no, they're not really led by them, because the leader is actually Jenny Sparks, and then later on someone else. But they're a complicated team.
Yeah.
And they have a project coming at some point. It's on the slate. I think that might be what James Gunn works on next, because he called that a passion project of his.
Okay. And then, yeah, even the girl herself in the movie says how, like, she just sacrificed her humanity to help him get rid of Superman and what she wants to do. So, like, I saw the nanites clearly, but it was interesting how they showed the progression of it, as she was, like, even when she did her backflip and it kind of flipped her around all of a sudden, like, it kind of, like, did a 180 of her own body. And then, I will say, in some parts, I kind of wish I saw the movie in 3D, because they really set it up so much for that.
From what I've heard from people who've seen it in 3D, it was really good. I don't typically watch 3D because it can give me a headache sometimes. But
right.
Apparently, this is one of the ones that was like, oh yeah, definitely check that out.
I just couldn't find any open theaters yesterday that weren't already sold out for 3D. But it's that scene was probably the best scene for it, because as Lex is like, which is crazy, he's not even flinching as these saws are coming 2 inches away from his face. But like that scene alone would have been so good in 3D. How they were coming at the screen.
Then they kidnap Crypto.
I know, that's what at least Crypto, like, bit her face, but then we're like, oh, she's not human. Yeah. So, like, some wiring underneath. And then so who's the other guy that kind of just flew in like Superman or something?
Ultraman?
Well, no, like, I think when Lex walked in, was that him though? He was like in a full black suit. Oh, okay. Because
that was Ultraman.
And then the girl was on his right side. Okay.
Yeah. So they come in, they smash up everything, and they decode the rest of the broken message.
Right. Which they bullshitted.
Depends.
I know, but I guess that's why I kind of second guessed it too, because it's like you can really write whatever you want with these parents. We don't know. I mean,
yeah, that's kind of what I was saying early on. It's like Jor-El and Lara don't necessarily have a ton of character from iteration to iteration.
Right.
The most recent iteration we've got of them was from the animated series My Adventures with Superman, which had Kryptonians as a conquering race.
Right.
Which was a bit of a spin on it, and it mainly came from the comic Superman Birthright, which in that one Lex did manipulate the message to be like, let's be this conquering force.
Right.
But like here they make multiple notes to be like, no, this is actually what was said. And like even Lex himself admits like, oh, I didn't even do anything to this. They just gave it to me. Like, yeah.
But I guess a lot of it's also hard to believe because Lex lies a lot too. So it was just like, okay, like, is it a true message? Is it not? I mean, because it's hard to believe Lex, and then the rest of that message, like, how do you even sure, like, no one can speak Kryptonian? Like, how do you really know that's what it says? So, I mean, the people of Earth believing it is not surprised. I mean, we see the political climate now. Obviously, they fucking believed it. But it's just that, like, they believed it so easily, even though he saved you literally 1,000 fucking times.
But, like, I'm inclined to believe that is actually what happened.
Right. I mean, but even if it did, I guess, to me, it doesn't matter, because it's, like, you know, I'm always a big deal, like, even with adoptive parents. It's, like, I know there's a lot of people that say it, but like a lot of your genes is really just physical looks. It's not really a personality. Like, he didn't grow up with them. He was sent here as a baby. Everything that he knows about hope and what he believes in is from Martha and John. Like, those parents have no influence on him really, and that's not, you hating people is not a genetics thing. You learn that growing up. So like, I guess that's why, like, I guess I didn't care much if it was a real message or not, because it doesn't change anything.
And I think it's going to be explored more in Supergirl.
Okay.
Which is coming next year.
Right, because they had her cameo.
Well, she did grow up on Krypton.
Right, hers is different, yes.
Yeah, she was already a teenager when they sent her and Cal off into space. And various versions have different ways of doing it, but somehow she arrives much later when Cal's an adult. And
right.
Sorry.
Don't get attacked now.
I saw something. I thought it was a spider for a second. I was like,
BRB.
So I think it'll be interesting to go like from her perspective, growing up on Krypton, and her being raised by this conquering race.
Right.
And like, what kind of trauma is she left over from that? And like, because she is a very interesting character to go into, of like, she's a lot more brash, she's a lot more angry, and she has a lot more trauma than Cal does.
I just feel like a lot of it is, even though she's older, it's just, it looks like teenage angst type of thing, and which is part of it. That's just her character, but it's something where, you know, like, her, even when she comes in, you know, all funnily in the cameo where she's drunk. Because, like, they can't get drunk on Krypton because the Red Sun doesn't allow it. So they go to other, like, planets or something. That's why she likes Earth so much, because she could party here. But it's just like...
the Red Sun does allow it. She can't do it on Earth because she's superpowered.
Oh, sorry, it was not... Yeah, you're right. It's the opposite way, because I think she was looking at other... She was trying to fly to other places. Yeah. Literally, like, going, like if she was bar hopping.
So the comic that it's based on, which we will cover at some point because it's one of my favorite comics of all time, is Supergirl Woman of Tomorrow. And
I do want to read more on her. I'm glad you mentioned that, because I've always been interested in her.
In that, literally the first scene is her at a bar celebrating her 21st birthday.
I can't even imagine how that went. No, just knowing her, like, she reminds me...
It definitely goes interesting.
Yeah, I'm sure. Like, knowing her, she reminds me of, like, a Coyote Ugly movie, like, times 100. She's that girl. Like, which I love. I mean, I don't... That's nothing negative.
She was actually a Red Lantern at one point.
She was a what?
She was a Red Lantern at one point.
Oh, the anger one? Okay. Interesting.
Yeah. I'm telling you, she's got a lot going on.
I can't even imagine her on the level of, like, Atrocitus, because Atrocitus is, like, looks evil as fuck. But, like, wait, you said
her movie's going to be a direct adaptation of Woman of Tomorrow. So we are definitely covering.
Then we could do side by side. You said a trauma. Yeah, I was about to say that, because the trauma, which explains the drinking, because now it's like, okay, like, now we know why it's not just teenage angst. Because I think when she has a cameo appearances in, like, you know, a video game, animated series, whatever, it's more like She's just like, she's a lighthearted girl, likes to have fun. She's a party girl, but they don't really go so much into her backstory. And they'll show some poignant moments with her, but it's never too deep or like really about her. It's always in a Superman episode. You said good pick, as that's where her movie will be. Yeah, that's what Wolfie was confirming. That will be based on that.
And I think a lot of this Kryptonian message will be explored more with her, because that is a big part of her upbringing and a lot of what she had to break away from when she got to Earth.
So the Kryptonians were assholes.
yeah, basically.
So
I do love that theming of, like, as you were saying, like, it's how Ma and Pa Kent raised him, which I love them in this movie. They are incredible.
Yeah. Oh my god. Even when she's like, literally, it's just so typical, like, older, like, person, because, like, I'm like, why doesn't she just hold the phone? She's, like, literally in her face into the table, talking into this phone. I'm like, girl, like...
talking on speakerphone.
Yeah, it's just so funny.
The amount of times my grandparents have done this.
Yeah, oh my god, I know. Because, like, they feel they need to be that close for you to hear them. My friend thought Pa Kent was Kyle Gass from Tenacious D.
Oh my god.
I will say that Pa Kent is typically shown like very like thin, like he isn't up in the sky. So I guess that was an interesting choice for his character in the movie. But same feel, they did such a good job. Both actors, the actor and the actress, for the mom and dad there.
Yeah, they were both like they were perfect. I love at the end when she's like, "I'll go get your boots."
Just treating him like he's still a kid.
Your boots for you.
Yeah. I mean, and that's for any mom and dad. They're always gonna look at you as their little boy, you know. So like, and I think it's great. They give him such great advice, and I think that's what's so.
Oh my god, that bench scene with Pa had me like tearing up.
I mean, again, going back to the Up in the Sky comic, that one page there, just with him telling him, it's like, you could let Green Lantern Corps find them, but she'll be waiting, always hoping that someone's gonna come get her. So
yeah,
and it's always good. Even in the animated series, I think every scene was always really good advice from his parents, and I think that's why I like the interactions with Supergirl, because there was a lot of stuff where he kind of had to reel her in, so she could finally be like, okay, like maybe this is a better way for me to act and actually care, because I think Supergirl comes off like she doesn't care for sure. And I think like
no, that definitely her character arc in Woman of Tomorrow is 100% about her like having to take responsibility.
Yeah.
And it's very, very intense.
No, I mean, it's always hard to come to terms with that. You gotta face yourself. It says you brought your dog with you. I didn't want him to go to my parents' house.
Yeah, I loved that.
And that's the thing. I mean,
because I saw Crypto playing with them, and I'm like, oh god, no.
I know. I mean, at one point when Superman comes back to the Fortress of Solitude, he's like, everything's destroyed. It's just they're like the canine is unwily. We can't control him. It's just like going, and then at one point he's even like almost smashing the robots, which I feel like the dog doesn't know its own strength, because I don't think he's doing it on purpose. Sometimes he just like charges you. Even when he sees Supergirl knocks her down to the floor, he does it to Superman too. But it's just like I'm not even sure he's aware of how powerful he is. Yeah. And I mean, sorry, go ahead. No, I was just gonna say that besides just Crypto being cute and like I know he flies and has super speed, I'm not sure if he has other abilities. Maybe it's just that, but I know they just normally portray him as he helps Superman in need and stuff like that.
Yeah, pretty much. He also sometimes has the laser vision too.
Yeah, I only remember, I know Crypto mainly from the cartoon growing up where it was like Crypto the dog, and I loved that show.
Dog was streaky.
Yeah, and then they had Batcat. That show it was just so fucking. That show was so funny. It was great.
Yeah, I grew up on that show.
Yeah, that's literally the only reason I was like Crypto, because I just know him from the animated series, and I love that show.
And yeah, it's and over the years he has become more Supergirl's thing.
Right, because she came to saying that it was hers. Yeah.
Like he plays a big part of Woman of Tomorrow.
Oh, okay, that would be interesting.
Yeah,
but I do like that. I know we did Up in the Sky more as like a correlation, just to get to know more about Superman. It's your favorite, but I look forward to doing the Woman, the comic to this, because now it'll be a direct adaptation, so we could see how much they actually took from it. If what they actually changed, that would be a nice review to cover. Because now being more direct. Although, honestly, with this Superman movie, there was a lot from Up in the Sky.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
And they've actually re-added a character that got cut out of the original version of Woman of Tomorrow.
Cool.
So that'll be interesting to see how he plays a role.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so that's gonna be cool. But yeah, so we're talking a little bit about the interview scene, which was just I love how I guess emotional like Clark got, where it's like it's refreshing after having basically just like this really stoic Superman for
He's always
forever.
been, yeah, for like decades, and like that's why like it threw me off too. But I also loved seeing. I think besides just him, it showed the passion between him and Lois as well. Just really,
Oh yeah,
how like, and they were able to disassociate for a bit, where it was just like, this is an interview. We're not boyfriend and girlfriend right now. It's just like being very serious of how he fought as Superman and why he did what he did, because those people would have died. And I get that, but then it's also agreeing with Lois that like you can't make that judgment call. That's like you can't really interrupt a conflict like that,
Exactly.
So it's tough, and yeah, it that makes it a very hard scene to watch. But at the same time, it's like I was like rooting for Lois there, because like just her journalism and how it comes first, and she's such a good journalist, and like really getting to the bottom of it, of it's not just asking random questions, but really the heart of how he feels about it and why he did what he did. And especially he's interviewing himself before that, it's like, okay, obviously they're going to be good interviews, so so but that's how
and
I did
then
it.
also the evaluating their relationship. Like I love how complicated their relationship is in this movie,
Yeah.
where it's like she's so married to her work that she's never been able to have like a solid relationship, and he's just like loving without abandon, to a point where it's like it can be a bit much for some people.
No, yeah, that's very true.
And then like them kind of coming together at the end of like meeting that midway point of like actually fully understanding each other.
Well, yeah, because I mean, right after the interview scene, it almost made it sound like she was trying to almost break up with him. That she's like, I know this won't work.
Yeah.
And a lot of people, I mean, because sometimes I think when I'm putting myself into that relationship status, I'm probably more on the lowest side than Superman, just because like I know how it feels, where it's just something where it's hard to see a future with this person because of certain things, but then you try to kind of make it work. So I get it. It's like it's hard to even blame her for that, especially if she's had a lot of previous traumatic experiences with just relationships in general. But for him, it's always been Lois. So like, it's always hard when you have that one person where like you're their first and only, and then you've been with many people. So like, it's just like,
Yeah.
You have a lot more experiences to compare to, and they only have you. So, it was raw. I think it's the best way to put it. Like, that really how Lois truly felt.
Every conversation that they had about like where they are, like when Superman's looking for crypto, and they have that scene where like they're having this heart to heart while also the Justice Gang's fighting an interdimensional imp outside.
Right. He's like, oh, and speaking of, that was just so cute. He's like, they open the cage and it's this little thing. He goes, that's a very small distraction. And he's like, oh, he'll grow. It's like, and he's like, and then like,
with the kaiju.
Oh my god, that was so cute. He was adorable, and then just like bam, and he's like, and
I loved the kaiju fight so much.
I did
because not only did it show off everyone's abilities very well, but also how much Superman was willing to go and just save every tiny little thing.
When he saved the squirrel, the whole theater was like, "Aw," because the squirrel was so cute. And then like what is Batmite? I don't know what that is.
So to understand Batmite, you'll have to understand the Superman villain, Mr. Mitzius Pitlick.
I don't know what that is.
People shorten it to Mixie because it's easier to say.
Oh, okay. I think I've heard of that. Yes.
He is an interdimensional imp, like they mentioned in the movie.
Okay.
And he can essentially just change reality at will.
Okay.
He is Superman's most powerful enemy. Thing is, he only ever just wants to cause chaos and not so much like death.
Oh, okay.
So he ends up being more of a goofy villain for him to face. Batmite comes from the same dimension. I think it's the 5th dimension. And Batmite is one of those, but he is a Batman superfan.
So, oh, okay.
So he's wearing like a little Batman costume.
Oh my god, wait, I gotta Google this thing. That's so cute. Hold on.
they actually reference him in Peacemaker season 1.
Oh my god, he is wearing a... That's too cute. Hold on. I don't know if it's gonna show up really well on my green screen, but...
So those are the interdimensional imps. Yep.
Yeah, my god.
That's him from Brave and the Bold.
Yeah, that looks like Brave and the Bold. Oh, that's the one.
I don't think the one in the movie is one of the named ones, but it is definitely just establishing. Oh yeah, that is there too. Like.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, I gotta Google it. This is too cute. Oh my god. Oh yeah, Mr. Mitspicked. Oh, okay. Is it like a Rumpelstiltskin thing? His name is so weird.
The way you defeat him is by making him say his name backwards.
Oh, it's like Rumpelstiltskin. Okay. Well, except, that's, you just say it directly, but yeah, okay, so him, it's backwards. Oh, so yeah, no, he's been in the animated series, because I remember when he has appeared a few times, yeah.
He was played by Peter Godfrey.
Yeah, and they just didn't know how to get rid of him, yeah. Because and he was a tough villain, because since it was so hard to catch him, because he could constantly just change reality, so he was insane.
Yep.
But yeah, but you're right, he was super goofy, I remember it being
So those are the interdimensional imps. So when Superman mentioned while they're having that conversation and that whole fight's going on outside, and he's like, "Oh yeah, that's just an interdimensional imp. They got it." It's like, oh
yeah. He's like, "I'm not gonna worry about that." But they had a hard time because even like Hawkgirl was hitting him, she's like, "I can't even break through his barrier, like his hide or whatever."
Well, that's the kaiju. I'm talking about like there was like a big glowing ball.
Oh, that yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and Clark's just like, they got it. But yeah, I loved the kaiju fight. I loved Clark trying to save everything. And then how heartbroken he was when they killed it. And he was just like, we could like take it to an intergalactic zoo or something.
I know, that's where Mr. Terrific was getting so annoyed with him. He's like, you want to save everything. He's like, we can't do that. Yeah, because he's like, maybe we could maybe we could examine it and do some tests on it. And he's like, no, like just kill it. His interactions with Mr. Terrific were so funny. But
I love them.
It showed Superman's like going back to his humane side. Because he's just like, he's like, oh, maybe we can learn something from it and examine it.
He's such a sweetheart.
He is. That's why it's just like, where, I don't think she did in this movie, but they're also more established in a relationship. But I know a lot of the animated series, I think even in Smallville, where she just calls him like Kansas or Smallville or something. Like Lois always refers to him as that. And even up in the sky, like when the sergeant meets him, he calls him Kansas because he can't remember his name. So it's just like, that always harkens back to that, where I feel when they're calling him that, it's like because of like, like the sweet hometown boy, that he's just very nice to everyone and his being like a heart of gold type of thing.
Yeah.
Very typical American, all American boy, like type of thing, yeah.
Absolutely.
Although I'm sure when Lois says it, there's some hidden sarcasm there and she just probably means it as like a dig, but that's just Lois.
And then there's the sequence where Superman storms into Lex's office.
Yes.
Where it's their first interaction, and Lex is such a rage-baiting asshole. I love how Nicholas Hoult played Lex. He is just like
such a good damn job, really.
I absolutely love it.
Also showing a perfect rendition was the scene with Malik.
Yeah, I was gonna talk about that next.
Oh, okay.
So after all of that, and then Superman turns himself in.
Yes.
And they go into the interdimensional prison where Metamorpho's being kept, and they have his son. And then we already talked about the scenes in between here and there. But
yeah, we can skip some of that. Yeah, but that's why he even had the kryptonite. He was like blackmailing him, basically.
Yeah. And then Lex comes back with the halal guy that had helped him out during the during the Hammer of Baravia fight, and starts playing Russian roulette with him in front of him.
Yep. And I think Nicholas Hoult did a really good job with that scene too, because it just like really made it like, he only lasted like 2 rounds anyway, but it's just like, he's like,
that was fast.
Yeah, he was like, oh, that was faster than I thought. Yeah. But you really see like where it's like that unhinged.
He has
moment
no
really,
regard for lives.
Yeah. He doesn't care, and like even his hatred for Superman is like, it's like asking someone why they're doing something and they just go just because. there's really like no really big all out plan that Lex has. He just fucking hates him, and it's just like, you know,
it's like yeah, I hate you, and I think you don't deserve to be here. And
he just thinks with his intellect that everyone's so beneath him that they just don't even deserve life. Like it's just like their life is so insignificant to him. Right, yeah, that was such a Lex thing to do. Like that was probably like like you said, it's your favorite scene, but I also see why, because you know, besides the line at the end, that was very, very Lex. Like not giving 2 shits. Like it's something that reminds me of
just
what the Joker
something
would
to
do.
break Clark further.
Yeah, because I mean that literally. And what I like is that other villains will insinuate these things, like when Joker does stuff with Batman, whatever. But like Lex always says it straight out. Like he's doing it specifically just to piss him off and embarrass him or like break him down. Like he says it out loud. He's that type of person.
Exactly.
And then of course
that moment when he gets shot and Clark just breaks down crying. It's just because like setting it up with the kaiju scene, like that was like Clark cares about every single little life. So the fact that someone died because of someone's hatred for him,
right,
like senselessly, like he just breaks down. And
you felt that with him, you felt it. I think that's where it finally came up in the sky, where like all those heartbreaking scenes that I felt during the comic, I saw it there finally in the movie. And like, and maybe because I read the comic, I actually felt more for him going into it. So like I already emotionally was invested in him from the comic. So I felt that scene too, where he just really like it. And then I think that first scene where he did the Russian roulette was seeing the true evil of Lex, where it's not just him being egotistical, which he's all of those things, very selfish, egotistical, whatever, narcissist, but it's just like really seeing the true evil behind it, and that, you know, for him, that, you know, you just don't mean anything, and it's a game. Lex probably looks at it as a game. He, you know, so. Yeah.
He doesn't care about these inferior lives beneath him. Like
all those people trapped in there is like they deserve to be there, and as far as he's concerned. So like you know, I guess none of it was surprising, but it was really good to see it played out so well by the actor.
And then we talked a bit about the prison break with like Metamorpho.
Right.
But one thing I loved about that was actually them implementing the white eyes for Mr. Terrific for a bit.
Yes. Like, I saw that when he went into like his portal dimension thing, and I was like, oh, okay, like he's having a really nice orgasm, whatever is going on. But the eyeballs were really like rolling back, and I was like, okay, I actually like the look.
He was using it for the T-spheres to like
yes
look through them. Yeah,
because he didn't want. He's like, we're not gonna step into this portal. Like I don't know where it goes, so he's like looking for them. So like they just stood there at the edge.
And like I love that because it's what his comic looks like. It's what his animated series looks like.
Yeah.
Like I love when they're able to add those little touches, but make it something that makes sense in the world.
Right.
Rather than just like, oh, that's what his mask looks like, and then losing his eye performance.
Right. Or like you just went blind.
Yeah.
That's what it looked like. It looked like just going blind. Which that was a good scene. I have to say, I think I liked every scene of Mr. Terrific. I really enjoyed that.
Oh yeah, he was great.
He made a lot of that movie because their back and forth with Superman was really good too. Because I think yeah. Go ahead. No. Go ahead. I definitely want to see what you have to say.
Oh, I was gonna move on to the next thing.
No, go ahead. Move on. Yeah.
Okay. So then Lex opens up the rift to get Superman's attention while he's kryptonite poisoned on the Kent farm.
Right.
And that starts going out of control. Mr. Terrific tries to stop it. I love that moment with the other scientist where she's like, can you stop? He's like, can I stop it? Like, yeah, he's one of the smartest guys in the world. If he can't stop it, nobody can.
Right. We're like, we hope so, because no one else can. And I really do like just, I'm glad you guys brought it up, because I now see it from that perspective, really the camaraderie with all the group there that was helping him throughout this movie, because it really wasn't just like the Superman show. There was a lot of assistance here. I would say mainly from Mr. Terrific, but of course, Green Lantern and Hawkgirl were fighting too.
I love that they were able to make this like big world feel like, oh, there's a bunch of heroes here.
Yes, it's not
that
just
can
him.
just come in at any point.
And even with like, you don't even see a lot of harkbacks to like Jimmy, and even as much as Lois, where Lois is usually just the damsel in distress, and they're treating her as helping him and being a true journalist and having so much of the help there from the human side with Jimmy and Lois. So like it was just good to see it all around, and even with Eve and everything. So like
it's been a common critique of like the Marvel movies and like even past DC movies of like, oh, all this is going on. Well, where is the other heroes in this area? Like, what are they doing? Like, why aren't they here? And it's like, oh, well, because it's not their movie. This feels like the first universe where I can confidently like say, oh, where is this person? And they will likely show up.
Yeah. Like, yeah, and that's the thing. Like,
even if they're not like on screen, like they can be in the background doing stuff, and it's like, okay, they're out there.
Like they're fighting, they're helping, or even if it's like a few minutes of a cameo, like there's something. And I think, again, I guess a lot of that with Marvel, some of it's their fault, some of it isn't. Because, it is unfortunate with everything leading up to Avengers and the Avengers movies themselves that X-Men are not there just because of not having the rights for so long, because they should be.
But it's more like the characters they've already established as being in the world and existing in this area. It's like, okay, what's going on with Spider-Man while all this is going on?
Especially that there's an insane amount of heroes.
When he was alive, what's Tony doing while New York is going crazy? Like,
and that's the thing too. It's like, and I understand, like in Justice League, Avengers, whatever it is, that they're always so split up. That's why they're not always fighting in a group. Because in the animated series for Justice League, they did a good job of showing that, like, why some of them can't help each other. Like they're fighting their own demons, literally. But in Marvel's, I guess they just don't do as good of a job as explaining it, especially in the movies more so. But I think it just annoys me more when it's New York City. I think that's why, like, I know we'll get to Maximum Carnage at some point, but so many heroes help him with Carnage. But
exactly,
it's just like, it's not just Spider-Man trying to defeat him on his own, and he doesn't. He literally can't. And it's just like, it's not just Venom. There's so many. Like, it's a lot when we get to that. A lot of heroes show up to help him. And
so
and it makes sense
like
because
the first universe where something like that can happen.
Yeah, because it's like, especially in Marvel, in New York City, where like there has to be at least 5 or 6 heroes alone just in New York City. Why are they always fighting alone? Like where's Daredevil when he's fighting Kingpin? Daredevil literally is probably 3 blocks down in his lawyer's office. Like, where are these people? Like, they're all in New York City. Like, Luke Cage and Jessica Jones and all of them, they're all there.
And so specifically the interdimensional imp scene, I was like, yeah, they exist. They're handling the crisis.
Yeah.
Like they're in the background. They don't need lines. They don't need screen time. You don't need to pay the actors. Yeah. They just exist back there and they're doing their thing. Like,
and the cameo sometimes is enough for a lot of people. They're like, ooh, they were in there. Like, I guess it also gives people hope that they might be in a future movie. So it's good to see some of the cameos. And then, because there's some New York City filmed in Atlanta, right? Yeah. True. That too.
In this case, a lot of it was filmed in Cleveland.
Oh, was it from Metropolis?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Like, specifically, there is a station in Cleveland that looks exactly like the Hall of Justice, so they used it for the Hall of Justice.
Ah, okay, so that's oh, interesting. See, I didn't know that. But go ahead. I'm sorry.
So yeah, all that's going on while Superman is like trying to face the Engineer and Ultraman. The Justice Gang goes and stops the stuff going on in Baravia, which I loved that scene.
That was so great. Like, my God.
The kid raising the flag and then suddenly covered by the Green Lantern box. Like, Superman couldn't make it.
I knew that I was like, so, you know, and it's so funny because honestly, I guess in my mind, I'm like, okay, Superman's gonna save him at the last minute, and then when it was Green Lantern, I guess it did throw me. I wasn't expecting that either. It threw me off.
I loved him just smacking aside tanks with like middle fingers.
Oh, that scene was funny as hell. Like, my mom really enjoyed that too because like we were just like. I don't even know if she noticed it at first, but I saw it immediately. I was like, you see all the middle fingers coming out? Like, he's just like, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. Like, and that's the thing too, like, that's one thing that even though, yeah, okay, I wasn't the biggest fan of those two characters and their looks, but it is comic accurate. But that scene I liked because it goes back to what I said before, where he could literally imagine anything. like he should be so powerful with this ring. Yeah, like it's like this showed his power as a Green Lantern. Like, fuck them up, you're Green Lantern. Like, and even the anime series and make him seem so weak and fragile. It's like, bro, you have this ring that could do anything. Like that showed it. He's uppercutting tanks. Like, like that's what he should be doing. That's one thing where I was like, okay, I could say I'm okay with this iteration in that scene because that was like
all the constructs he was using against the kaiju.
Yeah.
Like it's all creative, and like that's the point.
Yeah, have an imagination.
I loved him using the giant baseball bat on the imp in the background.
Yeah.
It's just like,
and that's very like his attitude.
Yeah.
But then I think the tanks was like
the eye poker thing. Yep. That was. Ugh.
Oof. Yeah, they both did it on both of them. I even flinched a bit when Hawkgirl goes to his left eye and I was like, with the mace, I was like, oh, that mace has spikes on it, girl. Like, damn. And she went bam right in his eye. He goes to the other eye, literally holding his eye open like that, and just like smacking him in the eye. That shit, okay, that, I will say those two in that scene, I was like, that was funny as hell.
Yeah.
But, you know, which honestly I want to say, like, not even a superhero thing, just in any movie in general, when they fight these large monsters that the kaijus come in, they never do that. I'm like, go for their eyeballs. Shoot them in the fucking eye. Like, they actually did it. They never do it in any movie, and I'm so happy they did that. Because, like, I would do that. Like, hello, it's their fleshy part.
Yeah. And then in the end fight, we're like Metamorphos smashing up tanks with like a giant metal hammer.
Oh my god! Like that's why I'm saying like Metamorpho was just not happy. I mean, I think one of them he literally crashed like a sardine can. Like it, like crushed. Yeah. That crushed. It was like, that's why I was like Metamorpho. Like they all blended so well. But I would see more of Metamorpho. I like him a lot.
And then Hawkgirl taking care of the real world allegory to say the most subtle way.
I cannot.
Let's be honest. We all know exactly who that was supposed to be.
Yeah. I mean, come on. It's just
not subtle. Not subtle at all.
I will say that this, even though the movie had some innuendos, they were direct for the most part.
Yeah. And just, I'm not Superman.
Yeah. Which I liked. That. My God, when he dropped them, I was like, oh shit. Like I think like a lot of people just were like shocked because I guess you expect him to be like the superhero thing.
That transition to the Alka-Seltzer was.
Yeah, which was funny too. But like
great.
that shit with like I'm not Superman, I won't forget that. That was great because it's like getting some of these heroes where they're not so goody, and it's like fuck that.
And meanwhile, Superman's fighting the Engineer and Ultraman at the same time.
Right.
And they're kind of kicking his ass a bit.
Yeah.
So of course they are.
Right.
And this is the action scene that I actually started tearing up at.
Okay.
A little bit. Because it specifically relates to this comic.
Okay.
It's because when Engineer started suffocating him, and he had minutes, if not seconds, before he loses consciousness.
Yeah.
And through just sheer willpower and determination, gets up and starts flying. Yeah. And as they're trying to drag him back, he just keeps flying. And it just, like, as I was watching that, I just got hit with that moment of, like, because he's Superman.
Because he's Superman,
like,
yeah. Up in the sky.
He's pushing away the limits. It doesn't matter what the science is saying. He's going to find a way to fix this.
No. And then I absolutely loved that scene as well. And I think it's just more, with the comic, they mentioned it so many times, but it's something where it's supposed to be where, again, like I said earlier, where, hope has no logic. It's like, he should lose. He shouldn't win this, but he does because he's Superman. And it's just like, it's the hope breaking through where logically he should fail. So it's like, yeah.
Yeah, and so that got me tearing up during a damn action sequence.
Yeah, I know. That's all. I was like, wait, what do you mean you teared up? Yeah, no, I could see that. No, I could definitely see that for sure. Yeah.
I was like, no.
Yeah, I think if people didn't read the comic, I don't think that would have even hit for them. But like, we know. I mean, I don't think I've had a comic with so many emotional moments back to back to back like that. So I felt that. That's one of my favorite things about Superman, and that moment was like just embodying it entirely. No, so good.
And then he smashes into the ground, which then ends up knocking out Engineer entirely, letting him get the nanobots out. And then also smashes up Ultraman to a point where he is unmasked. And we get the reveal that Ultraman is actually Bizarro.
Right. And there's the reveal,
and I loved that.
I mean, the way you were explaining him, I guess that was like obvious, no? I mean, just because he even what Ultraman does, it sounds like that's what Bizarro would do. I guess he's just not as hideous, but like
not yet, at least. I think that black hole might mess him up.
Right. Right.
But yeah, no, I was thinking the same thing. He had with the longer curly hair. I was like, he's got some Anakin vibes.
Not the Anakin vibes. You're breaking my heart.
But in a good way. Like David Cornsweet looks good with longer curly hair.
Oh no, for sure. And I mean, David Cornsweet just looks good in general.
And so,
but yeah, no, I agree, Custer.
And so then Lex just using Bizarro to, like, when he was calling out combos, it felt like a fighting game.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, I think as much as I was afraid of that originally seeing the trailer, a lot of the jokes really did land. It just was like, well, not even like joke. I mean, there were some that were actual jokes, like quips or whatever. But like, even when it was just like funny moments during fight scenes, I felt like that it didn't feel so corny and out of place. It just felt like it was actually funny. I mean, the whole movie theater was laughing, and it was a great experience to see that together with other people. And like, I don't know. I don't think there was anything where I was like, okay, that was just stupid or something. Like I didn't feel that.
Yeah. I'm glad. I was a little worried from how you reacted to the trailer. I was like,
because I was like, I think when you show it in snippets like that, I guess it's so out of place it feels worse. Maybe like it, but like in the context of the movie, and then seeing his interaction with with Green Lantern, Hawkgirl, and Mr. Terrific, it's like it makes sense.
Yeah. And I loved that showdown with, because it felt like a fist fight between him and Lex, even though Lex couldn't actually.
Well, I mean, yeah, it's like this robot thing, right? I guess it technically is, yeah.
It's a clone.
Because, Lex is talking in the speaker, so he's, like, fucking him up. And he's talking to him directly.
And he explains that's how they got into the fortress, was by using the clone DNA.
Right, and that's when they dropped that, too. Yes.
And yeah, just the like, that was a brutal fight, too.
It went on for a hot minute, but I mean, one of my favorite things, because now we're talking about the end part, I want to wait till you got to the end, but because we were talking about earlier with Mr. Terrific, spinning around Lois and those angles and stuff like that. I think the whole movie theater was screaming, and I was too, because I just didn't expect it to look so good in like this CGI format. Where he just shut out his laser eyes and was doing 360s, man. That shit was insane. Yeah. Like, when all those robots surrounded him, he was like, I was like, oh shit. Like, I was like, I think people were screaming in the theater. That was probably the most well done CGI scene in the movie, besides like what Mr. Terrific was doing earlier. Like, that was, damn, that was so well done.
I loved that sequence. Just beating up all the raptors, and they're like
Yeah.
hitting the ground, like, oh.
Yeah, no, that was an oh shit moment, because like I think you felt Superman's anger through those lasers. You felt like the destruction, like he was trying to destroy at that moment, and like.
And I love Crypto helping him the whole time too. Of like,
Oh yeah, Crypto was never just like an appearance or like just the beginning to help him. Like this was he was the secondary main character.
yeah.
Probably
And
even
like
yeah.
bouncing between when people were breaking down the trailer footage, like before he punches that one guy's teeth into the camera, Crypto yanks the helmet off the guy.
Oh. Yep.
And then
Crypto's
like
too funny.
Crypto's throwing people into the path of the laser vision as he's spinning.
And I think some people didn't even catch that at first, and then I think someone points it out. It was too funny. Like Crypto just like, because he's dipping around too. Like I can't with Crypto. So when Crypto's flying around, his legs were still moving like he was running. It was so no, he's running in the air. He's too damn adorable, and maybe also unwittingly like adding to the hilarity of it. It's just so funny to watch him do his thing.
And I love the moment when it's just Clark and Bizarro again,
right?
And we get the callback to Crypto going after the T-spheres.
Yeah,
he's like, Crypto, get the toy. Starts going after the cameras.
Oh my god, I could not. Crypto is so, and he's so damn smart. Well, I guess that's most dogs in general. They're pretty intelligent, but like. It was so good. A lot of that ending did stand out to me. I'll say that too, because they have action sequences, him talking to Lex and really overcoming again, always that hope and determination. So what do you think of that last scene when he breaks in and confronts Lex?
Well, right before that, the way he takes out Bizarro.
Oh, okay.
With like dislocating his arm and throwing him into the path of a bus to send him into the black hole. Oh my god!
When he broke his arm off, I remember going, "Oh shit!" It was like that's not Superman's not one to dismember people. So that was a little extra.
Well, he just dislocated his own.
Well, I know, yeah, but then
back and
like when he just like was beating him with it, I just thought it was
brutal.
I know, because I thought that's where I was going, and I was like, "Damn, like is he gonna do what I think he's gonna do?" But like, no, for Superman, that's brutal. Like it's just something.
My theory is that Bizarro is going to go to Bizarro World,
right?
Which is another universe where everyone is Bizarro, and I think that's where that and the black hole is what's going to make him look like Bizarro.
Right, where he actually comes out like. I don't know the PC way to say this, but you know.
whole face messed up and cracked.
Disfigured is the best word for that. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
Yeah, and even the way he talks, because it's not even just the look, it's just how he talks.
Yeah, because he didn't even talk in this, because I don't think he had that control. But now that he's broken away from Lex, it's gonna...
For his own movie.
It's gonna be interesting to see how he comes back.
Yeah, no, I agree.
But yeah, when Superman breaks into Lex's flying office,
his flying office,
that was great, because I love the monologue that he gives, of like, yeah, I'm a human, I mess up, I don't always make the right decisions,
right?
But that is what makes me human, and that is my biggest strength. And it's like, yes.
Yeah.
Thank God, somebody gets it.
And that literally, you know, harkening back to part 8 in the comic, same thing. It's like he needed the strength of both, the Kryptonian and the human side. And it's just like, so I really enjoyed hearing that, going back to the comic, and I was like, oh, I'm glad that he actually just said that out loud, like to see it in the movie.
Yeah.
Because it's just the way Lex views him, like treating him like an alien, that he's, you know, that what makes you think you're better than us, like he's above them, and Superman doesn't think that at all. Like he's like, I'm here to help you. Like I guess literally, yeah, he's above them, but like it's just like he just doesn't look at you as like, you know, you're a peon or you're like beneath him as far as a human being. So
you go ahead. Sorry.
Oh no, okay, I thought something happened. No, I was gonna say yeah. So I'm glad, you know, him saying that to his face. I think it was just so it was just so funny, even with you know, and then it goes into that whole thing, Eve throwing him under the bus, and then with Jimmy, but then when he breaks in, because I know he said a lot of stuff to him during the fight because he was in like in a loudspeaker. I think it was on his chest or something, right?
Yeah,
and then
there was like a speaker right there.
Right, because and that's what it goes back to you saying that every punch, like, it was really him just fighting Luther, because that was him just feeling like, I want to fucking kill this guy without killing him, and then going in there, which I have to make a comment about it, because that, out of all the funny quips in this movie, the crypto, how funny he was, everything, it just like when some of his people in LexCorp are just finally turning against him. And he's like, and he's walking away to go to the portal to kind of run away because he sees that Bizarro got beaten, and then because Superman travels at like the speed of sound, so I think he noticed just a second too late, and when he comes in, he starts running full speed because he's like, oh shit, because like Superman came in and just punched him against the wall. That was too funny because like the look on Nicholas Holt's face when he did that, which is when he realized like, I need to run to this portal because like he's coming right now. He like,
He's like, oh shit.
That was funny as fuck because like when he just knocks him against the wall, I was like, oh my god, he's gonna kill him if he punches him. That was too fucking funny, and like everyone was just against him at that point. Like, and then
Mr. Terrific coming in and just like I got this.
Yeah, like it was. I just loved the whole movie. It was nothing for Mr. Terrific. This was a everyday thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I didn't want to. I know you were talking about more of the ending because that's basically the ending there too.
I also wanted to mention before, like there was the city evacuation scene, and like Superman catching the building to show up for the final fight.
Right.
That shot of him coming out of the smoke was so good. Like,
I mean, he probably just
beautiful shot.
My god, I mean, it's the use of angles. I said that so many times, even talking to the coolest yesterday. I'm like, my god, the use of angles in this movie. It's like, he hasn't seen it yet, so I didn't want to go too much into detail, but it's just, it's what makes it. It's really, you know, it's not even just always the area that you're in. Angles is really, I mean, he's a photographer, so he knows, but it's just, you know, it really creates the movie. I mean, again, with Lois, with the spinning lasers, that scene where he's walking in, even when Lex and his team first walk into the Fortress of Solitude, and like how they look so foreboding coming in there, like, you know, they're gonna fuck shit up, like you feel the energy, right? So like those the best part. I mean, that director knows his angles for sure. Cause like,
oh, absolutely.
Because damn, like, I mean, every scene was just, even with the fight with Bizarro, and he's knocking him out because he's thinking about Luther, and you know, thrown into the black hole. All that, like, it's so well done. And
yeah,
that's one thing. Yeah, this director does an amazing job of that.
Yeah, I love how every James Gunn movie looks.
Yeah,
it's always so well shot, and the colors are great, and the CGI, even if it's not entirely passable, it's still fun enough to where you don't really care. Like,
well, that's what I'm saying. Even with Guardians, it's like, it's so beautiful to look at.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and I guess it's such a shame because I didn't even know it's two different directors. But I've only ever seen the first Suicide Squad. Now I gotta watch part 2. Maybe I'll watch it.
Yeah, you definitely have to watch it.
Maybe I'll watch it later tonight. Yeah, because now that I know it's two different directors, I think it'll look totally different for me.
The first one was originally a David Ayer movie that got recut by Warner Brothers editors to try to emulate James Gunn's style.
Right. Didn't work.
Then the second one was Then the second one was just him, and you can tell when it's authentic.
yeah. Especially if he has that Guardians touch in there too, I'm sure.
I love the Peacemaker cameo too for like a brief moment. That was great.
Sorry.
But yeah, so that monologue off between Superman and Lex was just, I loved that, because that monologue is something that you would read in a comic, and like something Superman has done before. I mean, same with Lex, like he's gonna try to give it right back.
It was so sorry, I broke my glasses. It was so interesting because I don't think in any medium, like just with animated series, whatever it was, I don't think I've ever seen Lex so defeated. Especially with, that he basically got what he deserved. It was karma coming to bite him in the ass very hard, because basically oh, sorry, go ahead.
I think this is the first time he's lost like this.
Maybe that's why, because I think in the beginning, and he lost in the same way, but he did Superman. Like, you tried that in the beginning, you put it on every channel all over the world, made Superman feel like shit, that like he's there to take over Earth and all that, and now it comes back in the end where all these news outlets, it's showing everywhere around the world of what Lex truly was doing and what was going on, and him being on that TV show and everything. Not TV show, like the Tonight Show with that host and everything.
Yeah,
they're all talking about him, and like, so then he actually sheds a tear, which was interesting. I wasn't even sure how to take that. I think some people liked this, some people didn't. Just because for me, I never known Lex to be like that, where he cares enough to actually cry. So I thought that was weird in that character. It didn't hit for me, but that's just a personal thing with me. But it's fine. He cried, whatever. But
he can get to that point if he's pushed far enough.
Right.
Which
because
I think this time he was like, oh yeah, this is in the bag. I can easily get this, and then everything falls apart around him, and he just shatters.
He literally was broken. Like, I don't think I've ever seen him that broken. So now that I'm thinking, I guess fresh from the movie when I walked out, I didn't like that. But thinking about it now, I think it does fit in how broken he was. You said, I'm pretty sure in that interview, Peacemaker may have been his tiny whities. I didn't see his pants, only his underpants. Oh my god.
I thought I saw his pants, but also I wouldn't put it past him.
Yeah, that's why I was like, yeah, probably. Yeah, a lot of us don't stream with pants on it either, so it is. It is what it is. You only see the upper half. But yeah, yeah, so I guess now thinking about it, I was like, okay. For the scene, it fits, where he knows that he feels like it's over. It's done. Like,
yeah.
I think that's that look of, like, like someone that's so confident, and then they realize they're going to jail. And then they cry. Like, we always see those things of, like murders in the courtroom that are like, yeah, I did it. And then, like, when the judge gives them 20 to life, they start fucking breaking down. So, yeah, I think that's what I kind of correlated to that moment where he's like, oh shit, I didn't just fail, I failed really hard. Like, this was a hard fail. Because, like,
it's like,
you can't come back from that. Yeah.
Half the city's destroyed, and you are to blame for all of it.
Yeah, and now anything in the future, no one's going to believe him. They're going to think he's lying. Mm-hmm. So, I think that's where the crying comes in, where it's not him just failing, but it breaks him as a character, because no one's going to believe him. They're going to just be like, disregard anything he says. So, although
I think we're starting to see him go on the path of possibly creating the Legion of Doom,
right?
Because he is so like he can't show his face in the public anymore.
No, he got crushed.
So I think he's going to find that base in the swamp, and he's gonna start collecting some super villains.
I actually would like that. I think that would be pretty cool. I've always liked that, even growing up in the older cartoons, where they always had the announcer going, "The Legion of Doom," like very Stan Lee type. And then they come out with like, what I always correlated to, like, looks like a Darth Vader helmet or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
Like, it just looks weird, then their Legion thing.
I think it's supposed to be related to Black Manta.
Oh, because that's his helmet, yes. Okay.
Sure.
Right. Yeah, because when they're in it, I'm like, and it comes out of the water, I'm like, it looks so fucking weird. It's a weird shape. But yeah, no. So, I guess, after all that, and again, I love the scene with Eve hugging Jimmy, and then where I think he finally just... At first, he's like against it, but he gives in because it's like, oh, like someone that truly cares about me. Like, you can see the look in Jimmy's face.
There were multiple people in my theater just going, "Just date her."
Yeah, like it's not like I get like the dumb thing is like annoying for some guys, but like she's also very good looking. You can get past it. She helped you,
and she was actually smart.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, for most of the movie, it's like, okay. I feel like she was just playing that role. She actually didn't know what she was doing. She proved it. She saved you guys in the end. Because the only reason they took down Lex was because of her photos. So, like, which, yeah, even with everything Superman did and fighting Bizarre and all that, which he physically saved them, without Eve's photos, Lex would not have gone down like that. So,
yeah,
they needed that evidence to personally crush him, not just do it physically. So, yeah, That's why I was like, dude, just do it. like you make it seem like it's the worst thing in the world. Like, she's not pretty at all. Like, she's a very pretty girl. Like, she saved your life. Just like, what are you so upset about?
I think they're gonna. I think they will grow together as we see them in future installments.
Oh yeah, I mean, especially if they do this TV series, I'm sure hopefully she'll appear.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so I guess that's it for me. Unless you have more on the ending, I know we could talk about the.
I loved that reuniting scene between Superman and Lois.
Oh, of course,
and
that
just
too. Yes.
Tying up the relationship stuff and her finally telling him that she loves him.
Because I love that, like, it's like some midpoint. It's like he's only 3 years of Superman, but they are also already fully established. But then it's also like she's also iffy in the relationship. So from the beginning to the end, especially in the interview scene, you just don't know where it's gonna go with them. So it's good to see that. Like, in future movies, like, she's on board.
Yeah, and like, you can't have Superman without Lois. Like,
no, he just doesn't exist in his own medium like that, unless it's like
there's a reason why her name has been on multiple Superman projects alongside his.
yeah. I mean, I think also a lot of that hope, besides coming from the mother and father, is her, because she also, it's a different version of it. Like, the mom and dad are more like, you know, the small town, very hopeful, overly nice type of people that dream big. With her, it's just and because also we know growing up in New York, and I'm still, you know, in New Jersey, that's just that we know those type of girls. Like, Lois is a typical New Yorker. Like, it's something where she has that same resilience and hope that the mom and dad do, but she shows it in a much harsher way, which is just a typical New York attitude. And I think without her, that kind of keeps him grounded. Because it's just like, she has that same hope of, like, she's not even worried about him. I mean, even in the comic where he finally gets the call through to her and she's just doing her day-to-day journalism, like, nothing has changed, right? Like, for her, it's like, for her, she has no doubt in her mind he's coming back. So, like, and I think he just needed to hear her voice to kind of level him again before he went forward. And everyone has that person where they just kind of need to hear their voice to kind of level themselves out.
She's his rock whenever things get tumultuous.
Oh, that was really funny, because they're saying you're in Metamorpho Justice Gang. That's cool. Yeah, Metamorpho said that. I'm like, oh god. I was like, I like you, Metamorpho.
He's on the team now.
Like, I like you, Metamorpho. Don't agree with him. But yeah, no, that was funny. I guess again, like, I think it's coming out fresh from the movie and then having a night to think about it and write out an outline, where I was like, okay, I think a lot of it did hit for me, because some parts where I initially was like, oh, I don't think I really like that. It did fit. And even with even towards the end, like, it took me a while. It took me almost close to the end of the movie to be like finally accepting Guy Gardner there. Like, it took me a bit. So it could be a bit of a turnoff, but I get it. Because even the scene with the tanks and everything, it was just so fucking funny. And like, and that last scene with Metamorpho, like, it just, you learn to just like him. Yeah, because they all work so good together.
Yeah. And then I think the last thing I wanted to mention was after the Supergirl cameo where she comes and picks up Crypto, then Superman goes to chill in the sun for a bit while watching videos of his parents. And this time, rather than the Jor-El message, it's the home videos.
And everyone in the theater was like, I think some people even clapped, and even me and my mom turned to each other and we're like, that's what it should have been. It's like, it's something where
I was tearing up at that.
Yeah, like I know it's your real parents and things like that, but it's, you know, being from a baby, it's like your only influence is really them. Like, it's something where you know, you are Ma and Pa Kent. You're not Jor-El and Laura. So,
and they are the reason why he is Superman.
Yeah, it literally, I mean, and of course Lois grounds him, but that whole growing up and what he went through in Smallville, that's all them. I think
I loved that sequence, and I was kind of hoping that, like, we would see like a little Clark trying to get like a handle of his powers a little bit.
Yeah.
They
probably don't want to go that far yet.
They might also be doing the thing where it's like in My Adventures with Superman, they didn't unlock until he was like 10 or so.
Right.
So yeah, it could also just be that.
Yeah, and then I guess I mean, I don't know if there's much to talk about it. I know you told me that it's something because they're making fun of Marvel, where a lot of that never went anywhere. So the end credit scene was
they're not really making fun of it.
Oh wait, did you? Did you freeze? Are you okay? Oh, there you go. Oh, wait.
Uh-oh. Oh, no. Okay. Okay, internet stabilize, please.
Okay, wait, you're coming back. It just frames that just dropped, but it looks like you're coming back.
Yeah, my internet went a little in and out for a second there.
No, it's okay. Wait, are you still there?
Uh-oh.
That's okay. If you need some time, I could always close out as well.
No, okay, I think it's back. Dang, right? We're getting to the end of this.
Well, literally doing the closeout, yeah. I mean, well, no, we've been going for a very long time today, but we did want to talk about both. I was gonna say too that next time maybe we could, if you want to split it into two, we could do that as well. If it was a little too long for some people, but if a lot of you enjoyed it today, we could keep it this way. Like we always want to hear opinions of anyone that came to the chat with Custard and the Coolest and.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, because this is our first time doing this, so we did comic with the movie, and you know, but if you want to see it where it's split into two separate podcasts, since there was so much to say about both, we can do that as well. But we just want to see what works. So this is something where having both of them correlate to each other. And Fantastic Four will be doing that same thing. But yes, we get that end credit scene. For me, it was just very random. I kind of rolled my eyes at it. I didn't care much for it personally. But I do want to hear what did you think of it, Custard or Wolfie? If you're I think I hear you pretty clearly. I think it's just the
yeah. I'm just blurry for some reason. All right, sorry about that, guys.
You're like one of those people that like don't want to be find out when they're talking about like a murder, all right? And then they give them the voice changer, or like or when they're talking about being in the mob and then they like blur them out with a voice changer.
Yep. So the reason why the end credit scenes were the way they are was because, for one, Gunn beforehand had mentioned, like, Marvel had set up a lot of stuff, especially in his movies, where he didn't want to set up something that wasn't going to be paid off. And that really hit with Guardians 2.
Right.
Because he had like 5 post-credit sequences in Guardians 2.
Wow.
And
okay.
He said that he regretted a few of those. And so so with this, it kind of felt like an overcorrection. Yeah. Of like, oh well, the end credit sequences don't actually set anything up. They're just like little fun things at the end.
Yeah, so he made a joke, yeah.
Yeah, I think also part of it was, until this movie came out, we had no idea of whether or not it was going to, like, this universe was going to continue. Like, because if this movie bombed hard, like, sure, he was saying beforehand, like, oh yeah, this won't be the only thing, but, like, if this bombed, that would set a really bad precedent for the rest of the universe that was being built up. And so if you set something up and then the movie bombs and... Oh, hey, I'm back.
Oh, there you go.
If you set something up and the movie bombs, then you can't really do anything, and it does leave those wide open.
Marvel did a lot of that, so that's fair. You know, and it's something where I didn't mind it. It's just like I guess again after leaving the theater, I just I had to think about some of the characters. Some of them I wasn't the biggest fan of, and then like now that I had overnight and since today thinking about it, where I was like, okay, I really did enjoy this movie a lot more than I thought I did when I originally left the theater. Because sometimes I
was a little worried when you were giving me your immediate thoughts.
Oh yeah, because that was like right after. Well, no, I think some of the thoughts I was giving it to you as I was sitting there. The two in the beginning was like as I'm sitting in the movie, but I think the rest was like right after I had left.
I was like, oh god, how's this discussion gonna go?
Well, I mean, even again, and I'm always the type of person that I try to do always a pros and cons. Even if I absolutely didn't like it, I would have tried to put something that, you know, things that did well versus things that didn't. But yeah, now really talking about it with you and seeing your point of view with Custer and the Coolest as well, it's just like it's like, okay, like I see why some of those things worked. Like I'm just glad you guys explained like how he did Guardians and Suicide Squad. So now I kind of get the vibe with, you know, them showing those team members as much as they did. Because in other movies, usually they're just random side characters and cameos, but it really was a lot of Mr. Terrific, Hawkgirl, and Green Lantern.
Yeah, and they felt like actually part of the story rather than just like, oh, hey, I'm here to be this thing.
And at first, I think I didn't care much of that because I think a lot of people watching the movie were like, well, I just want to see more of Superman. Like, there's too much of these side character things. But now I get it. Now that's like his style and why it does well. And I'm like, oh, okay, like.
It's also just setting up this big lived-in universe of heroes,
right? And and that was the perfect way to put it. It feels lived in, like they are there. It's not just around him. And it's like, where are all these people? There's literally a kaiju in the middle of the fucking street. Like, where are these people?
and when we start establishing more heroes, like. I can see, like, if the next Superman movie, if we already have a Batman established, maybe there's a bat plane going off in the background. Like,
I mean, in the comic,
maybe he'll be there doing something. Like,
I mean, Up in the Sky did a bit more with Batman, but we did get a lot of the cameos from the rest of them. So it was, I think Up in the Sky did good about that universe being lived in. While Superman's trying to find Alice, they're all fighting back on Earth. So it's just, you know, he has help. It's not just him needing to do everything.
And I love that about comics, and I'm so happy that we are finally getting a movie universe that can do that.
I mean, yeah, and I think this one wasn't direct like how Supergirl Woman of Tomorrow will be, where it will be a more direct adaptation. This wasn't, but I mean, there was just so much that correlated Up in the Sky. Like, so it just like, even though, I mean, I'm sure some of it was on purpose, maybe some of it wasn't, but it just like, there were so many callbacks to it. And again, why you even teared up at that action scene. Just the comic really brought that to life. So, I'm very excited for whenever they plan to do Supergirl. That would be a great correlation to do.
Absolutely, I'm very excited for that movie.
yeah, of course.
Especially this little like taste of Millie Alcock as Kara.
Oh, her just coming in so drunk like that was fucking great. It's so Supergirl. It really is. Like,
and she even wears that jacket in Woman of Tomorrow. So
so they definitely set that up. Okay. Yes, I didn't even know that. Okay. That's why I was looking forward to the podcast, because even though I did have some negative thoughts, I was like, I really want to hear. That's why I was like, I want to let you speak first as far as the movie part, because then I was like, maybe some of that will click with me once he kind of explains it. Because I think it could also just been things that went over my head. I just didn't understand. So I think now I have a much more positive outlook on it.
Okay, I was right about that.
Sorry, I answered before you asked, but yeah, it's definitely different now and honestly, I may actually watch it a second time, knowing what I know now.
I haven't gotten a chance to see it again yet.
Okay,
but I've heard that it's even better on a rewatch from like multiple people. So
yeah, no, I could see that, because I think a lot of this movie where we have versions of Green Lantern and Hawkgirl that are so different, and not the versions
I'm blurry,
and not the versions we're used to, that it's like, I guess it's a bit of a shock at first, but now that you know why and the type of director, and it's just like, I think if I see it again, I'll go in with a much more like, oh, okay, I really get this scene. I definitely want to look out for the paintings in the Hall of Justice as well, but it's just
I can send you the post that had those on it. It's really cool.
Yeah, the coolest, if you're still there, like, I'll be visiting you in Florida. If you haven't seen it by then, we'll go together, and I wouldn't mind seeing it a second time. Yeah, because I think the theaters, I will say that's one thing with DCU movies, theaters really do them justice, because like, I can't imagine not seeing Aquaman in the theater. I mean, that was the best audio I think I've seen in any movie. Like, the feeling of you literally being underwater, like, it was so well done. And Wonder Woman too, with the tank scene, and she's just fighting World War II, like that. I'll give DCU that. I mean, some of these scenes are just like, holy shit, they're really well done. So to see it, I want to see it a second time in theater, not when it comes to streaming. I'd rather see it in a theater again. Hopefully, if we could get a chance to do 3D, I would like to see it in 3D.
Yeah, I'm interested in that too, to see how that works out. But.
Yeah, especially that saw scene, because all those saws flying everywhere, like that Lex Luthor just is looking so badass, as they're like literally almost about to slice his neck. He's just like not even caring. He's just walking around.
He's like, she's got it.
Yeah, like no, literally. He's like, whatever. She's not gonna kill me. It's crazy. He's a little too confident as a villain, but that's who he is.
Also, I think now that he's suffered a loss while using something that he was not directly controlling, I think he's gonna now take it into his own hands and possibly build his power suit.
Yes.
Which I would love to see.
The power suit. I've always liked them in the animated series. And, and for any other villains, I mean, there's always, I mean, for me, just because he's not always well done, animated series, even sometimes it's a little iffy with him. But, I mean, I would love to see something with Brainiac, because I think Brainiac, besides Darkseid, I find Brainiac very, and I think it's also because he's a robot, so it's even more of this imposing force that literally doesn't care, because he doesn't have feelings. It's like,
I could easily see them setting up Brainiac in Supergirl, because we don't know how Krypton exploded, and a lot of times that has to do with Brainiac.
You don't know things why he's very good at erasing stuff. So yeah, I could see that could correlate. Okay, so maybe we'll see it with Supergirl, but I think sometimes he's well done, sometimes he's not. So I would like to see more of the James Gunn version of Brainiac. Of course, Darkseid. I mean, all time Dark. I'll be the first person in line at the theater if they do Darkseid, because I love Darkseid so much.
I feel like Darkseid's probably a little ways off, because they would want to build up to that kind of a thing.
Right, maybe more Justice League, because I think typically when he fights in two, it's more Justice League anyway. They usually fight as a group, and if anything, they're gonna do what MCU did, where it's a lot of movies leading up to Thanos. Darkseid's basically their Thanos.
I think that's what James Gunn basically said is his plan for Justice League. He's gonna introduce all the characters individually and build them up as characters before dropping them into a team scenario and being like, here you go.
yeah, which makes sense, and especially for Darkseid, you need the team. I mean, as far as I know, multiple times when they fight him, it's typically like with the whole Justice League, because they can't handle. I don't think they handle him one-on-one. It's kind of like they're Thanos, although I believe he's more powerful in certain aspects. But yeah, like Darkseid's more powerful in my opinion. But it's just that'll be the second they do that, I'm gonna scream for that, because I just love Darkseid so much. Absolute favorite villain of like between both universes, MCU and DCU. So that would be great. But yeah, I would also be probably close to, if not just as excited for Brainiac. So I think both of those would be two huge villains to look for from the Superman universe. I'm sure he has others, but that maybe I just don't know as much of.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and then whoever else they're introducing. I mean, if we get to as good, there you go, as good as Aquaman and Wonder Woman were, I mean, with the failure of 84, maybe they could bring Wonder Woman back in some aspect as well from his perspective. Custer, you said Trigon could be interesting, and we're way too far off Anti-Monitor. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God. Anti-Monitor, Jesus
Anti-Monitor
Christ.
would take a lot of setup.
Yeah, and that's some scary shit, too. Trigon is, too, because he's basically literally like Satan in the DC world. I know they refer to Darkseid as that, because he's literally like, Apocalypse literally looks like hell. The whole planet. And he is omnipotent, right? Yeah, I think he is, from what I've seen descriptions of Darkseid.
More or less.
Yeah, because he could go between like galaxies and stuff. But
yeah, and there's only supposed to be one of him in the multiverse, but sometimes some comics don't do that.
yeah, but I know from what I know, most of the heroes and even villains are terrified of Trigon, because I think he's like true like hell.
Oh yeah.
So I think,
and he's one of the most powerful magical entities in DC.
Yep.
There was one point, I think, was it in DC? It might have been, or maybe it was Injustice. I can't remember.
And yeah.
But they had a fist fight between Trigon and Mitzias Pitlick.
Wow. Okay. How did that go?
they were both skyscraper tall and just wailing on each other.
Yeah, because like Trigon's fucking gigantic, but I know he manipulates his size a lot too. But I mean, and just speaking of that, I'm surprised I didn't think about it till now, since James Gunn is so good with group movies, which is why he started Suicide Squad 2 first from Guardians. Now with Superman not meaning to be a group movie, but he he did have them very well introduced that way with the three characters there, and even Metamorpho kind of being part of the group now. A James Gunn Teen Titans would be fucking amazing. especially with their group, and I love Raven and Starfire and all of them. Like, I would die for that. I think that at any animated series, that was probably one of the most well done animated series. Teen Titans really, as them being so young, it tugged at your heartstrings in a lot of episodes, and much more mature than it was for a kid show. I would love to see a Teen Titans version from his perspective.
I could see it. I don't know if he would be the first director I would tap for Teen Titans, but
okay.
I could see it working, because I know they do have Teen Titans in production, like that is going to happen.
But I mean, he's good with the team stuff. Do you feel another director would do better?
I'm just not sure if he would be the right call. I don't necessarily know who else, but he does really well with characters that he has a lot of passion for. And Superman was a character that he had a lot of passion for.
Right.
He was also a major fan of Suicide Squad, so that
passion projects. Okay.
Yeah. The Authority, he has said, is a passion project of his, so I don't know if he's going to be the one to do that, but it would make sense if he was.
Right.
But also he's like the head of the studio, so he's already got a lot on his plate.
I'm sure. Moment. Yeah. No, I mean, these could be many years down the line before we see a lot of them, but it's just that, it's yeah, there's lots to think about, especially seeing how well that with these team type of movies he does very well. You said, that's a point with Lex making Bizarro. There's a possibility he's already making Connor.
Oh, true. Yeah. Or that would just be next on the to-do list.
Right, yeah.
If a direct clone couldn't work, what if I put some of my own DNA into there? Are you familiar with Connor? Or?
No, but I think I know we've been going for so long, and try to wrap it up here. But
yeah,
it's something where
tiny quick rundown.
Sure.
Connor is the clone son of Superman and Lex.
I know, because I feel like I've heard the name. That's why I was like, the name sounded familiar.
It's Superboy.
Is it? Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh. Yeah, I guess I never really knew about his origins. I know a lot more about Supergirl.
Yeah, it's Con-El Superboy.
Oh, okay, that's interesting. I actually did not know that, because I think I know a lot more of Supergirl. I just remember like seeing Superboy more in comics, because I don't remember him in any animated series either.
He was in Young Justice.
Oh, okay, there we go. Young Justice, yes. Yeah, because he was part of the main group, was he not?
Yeah.
Young Justice I actually really enjoyed. That was very well done for a more modern audience too. Like for both, I think it tickled both old and modern with Young Justice. They did a really good job there.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, because
we've been going a while.
No, it's okay here. Yeah, that's why I was saying, like, we'll get some people's feedback if you prefer. Like, we won't be doing this all the time, of course. Like, I would say most times it's going to be mainly just the comic, but if we have these movies coming out, it could be something where, like maybe a week or two after we do the comic, we'll do the movie review. We could separate it, or if you guys are okay with this, then we'll keep it this way. But it's always good to hear everyone's feedback. Of course, in August, since we're just doing it monthly for now, maybe at some point we'll go bi-weekly, but we're staying with monthly. There will be the Fantastic Four movie coming out July 25th. And then we'll be correlating that to a comic as well, which, of course, we'll announce as soon as we get that ready and put it up. We'll put it in both our Discords, but also in the Comic Warriors channel, of course.
Absolutely.
Which I'm even more excited for, because I guess not knowing anything about Superman, there wasn't as much hype for me until, like, I read Up in the Sky. But, I mean, I've always loved Fantastic Four, one of my favorite groups growing up. I'm a huge Marvel, X-Men fan, Spider-Man, all that. So, like, and the trailers look very good. Love Pedro Pascal as an actor in general, so it's good to see him. But it's just, I think all the actors there are going to fit that role really well. So
yeah, I'm excited for that, especially Ralph Ineson as Galactus, because I loved him in Final Fantasy 16. So.
Yeah, and especially like introducing like one of the biggest bads, like Jesus with Galactus. That's crazy. And seeing our Silver Surfer as well. So that's going to be extra hype for me. I'm excited to, whatever Fantastic Four comic you choose, I would be hyped for any of it, since I think they're one of the few that I never read any comics of theirs ever, so.
It took me a while to read them, so.
Yeah, I could imagine. So that's why, But we'll update that. So thank you everyone for joining. Custer, I know you stood most of the time here, so I really appreciate that, and the coolest as well. And of course, we have our Comic Warriors YouTube channel where Wolvie does edit a lot of the videos. He posts them there, so you could see the entire podcast, especially some of you who haven't seen the movie yet. So after you see it, you can go back and watch it. What I'm thinking of doing, Wolvie, you're already doing your Discord. I just kind of thought about it late, but I'm thinking of making just a separate Comic Warriors channel on my Discord. So when you post YouTube videos, I'll post them in the Discord as well.
That sounds good.
Because then that way our separate communities could also just go watch them there if they don't go to the YouTube channel. That was a lot of fun. Great job. Oh, thank you, Custard. I know you stood most of the time, so I really hope you enjoyed it. I had nothing to do today, so I had no problem with it going over. I did everything before the podcast. Like, I got up early and did all my errands, so I literally was just hanging out. And yeah, no, this is our third one. It's going very well. I look forward to September and October are going to be great ones too, especially October going more into like more horror Batman, very dark there.
Oh yeah, that's going to be fun.
Yeah. And then I know we technically had Daredevil Born Again planned, but like it's been pushed like 3 or 4 months back. There's a lot more things we want to get to, even though I have the comics sitting there already, but we'll eventually get to that because I think I've always said as much as I like Marvel and I probably know more about it, I just always like DC. I'm much more darker, grittier fantasy person, so I think DC just kind of hits that for me. So reading this, like I think this is the most invested I've been. Of course, Mr. Miracle too, because that was also DC.
Yeah.
And Last Ronin's TMNT. I cannot not like Last Ronin. Because I was dying to read that for the longest time. So I really hope the game comes to fruition at some point with that.
Oh yeah, me too.
Yeah, that would be fucking amazing. Okay. Thank you so much, guys, for coming. I'm not sure if you have anything for a closeout here or.
Nope, I think I said basically everything I wanted to.